When an unprecedented calamity descended, all of humanity was inexplicably transmigrated to a desolate world of ruins. Facing the ultimate trial of survival on the brink of death, they endured terrifying acid rain, world-engulfing floods, city-scorching fires, global ice ages, and lethal superradiation, descending one after another. No one, not a single soul, could hope to escape their devastating wrath. To survive, humanity was left with a single, desperate path: to construct formidable shelters and brace themselves for wave after wave of apocalyptic purges. Yet, fate intervened. Tsunamo, our protagonist, awakened a world-altering survival system, granting his shelter the unprecedented ability to upgrade without limits. Wooden doors transformed into sturdy iron, then into advanced alloy fortifications. Crude wooden spears evolved into reinforced defensive stakes, and eventually, into formidable electrospears. Primitive generators advanced into sophisticated biological power plants, and finally, into high-output thermal generators. While the rest of humanity frantically scrambled to prepare for the looming catastrophes, Sumo had already equipped himself for anything, ready to dominate the desolate world. While others still relied on flickering oil lamps, he enjoyed the luxury of refrigerators. Rumors whispered that his shelter's walls were dozens of meters thick, transforming it into the undisputed safest haven in this ravaged world. Countless survivors could only dream of spending a single day within the impenetrable sanctuary of the Divine Suit. The trials begin. This world-altering survival game extends its welcome to all. As foretold, all found themselves thrust into a bizarre, alien world. Survival, and nothing else, became their singular, driving objective. To even hope for survival, crucial tenets must be etched into one's very soul. Calamities would reset cyclically. 7 days before each devastating reset, all survivors would receive an ominous prophecy. Do not haphazardly deploy your safe house. Seek out a truly suitable location to establish your foothold, for it could mean the difference between life and death. Danger and opportunity were inextricably intertwined. Beyond the shelters, the wilderness held both vital survival resources and deadly mutated abominations. Defeating these mutated horrors would yield unexpected boons. Accumulate as many survival provisions as your life depended on it, for it surely did. These were the absolute, non-negotiable rules for ultimate survival. Once a safe house was deployed, its position became immutable. The initial deployment offered a critical choice: establish above ground or delve deep beneath the earth. Should survivors encounter their own kind, they might forge alliances, engage in trade, or, more brutally, violently plunder the precious resources painstakingly accumulated by others. By focusing one's intent, the mysterious game control panel could be summoned, promising countless hidden functions yet to be uncovered. Worry not for the elderly and children, for their descent into this new reality would occur much later. Kinship ties would be miraculously prioritized during their eventual deployment. And as for the game itself, it wished everyone happy gaming. Amidst an endless, desolate wilderness, Sumo furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the survival handbook clutched in his hand. Tiny, stark black characters emerged upon the pristine surface of the first page. But as his fingers turned to the second page, a blinding torrent of light abruptly erupted. When the incandescent glow finally receded, the handbook had vanished, replaced instead by a single, radiantly glowing turtle shell. Sumo gazed at the deep azure screen hovering before him, an ethereal interface that tracked his every movement, his every glance. He swiftly, perhaps too swiftly, accepted the terrifying truth of this world-altering survival game. On December 22, 2022, a date that would forever be etched in history, no one could have foreseen the Maya prophecy, delayed for a decade, would finally descend with sudden, crushing force. Solar storms erupted with cataclysmic fury, and asteroids, like divine projectiles, relentlessly slammed into Earth. In that horrifying moment, as he watched overwhelming infernos descend from the heavens, Sumo's consciousness faded into oblivion. When he finally regained lucidity, he found himself already here, in this desolate new world. The safe house presented two stark choices. Opting for an above-ground placement would yield a 120 m² wooden dwelling, possessing dangerously weak disaster resistance, yet boasting superior development potential. Conversely, choosing an underground placement would manifest a 4-meter-high, 100 square meters cavern, offering weak disaster resistance and severely limited development prospects. Clutching the mysterious turtle shell, Sumo's meticulous scrutiny caused 2 lines of cryptic black text to materialize upon its surface. Surveying the desolate wilderness stretching before him, he instantly dismissed the impulsive urge to deploy his shelter. Recalling the earlier hint, he focused his consciousness, willing the game control panel into existence. This holographic control panel mirrored the intricate functions found within virtual games. Displayed upon it were various options: chat, trade, crafting, and inventory. In the upper right corner of the control panel, a stark numerical icon displayed 5 days. As Sumo's intent focused on the displayed number, a chilling notification materialized. A countdown of 5 days until the next cataclysmic event would violently erupt. The impending calamity during this, novice protection, phase was acid rain, meaning a deluge of corrosive destruction would begin in precisely 5 days. A surge of cold dread, then profound relief, washed over him. Fortunately, he had not immediately deployed his base. Sumo's features hardened into a grim mask, his gaze now fixed upon the chat button. The interface instantly transformed, revealing 2 entirely new, glowing buttons: World Channel and Regional Channel. Sumo first accessed the World Channel, where frantic lines of dialogue streamed endlessly. Some were utterly bewildered, having been safe within their shelters moments before, only to be inexplicably thrust into this monstrous, hellish place. Another screamed for help, for a savage lion now stalked beside them, its predatory gaze locked onto their terrified form. Driven by despair, some declared the apocalypse had dawned, condemning all humanity to death. Yet others questioned if a single safe house was all they would be granted. Sumo's gaze fell upon the small speaker icon beside the communication button, bearing the number 1. In the game's initial phase, this speaker permitted only a single message daily across the global channel. With every calamity conquered, the daily message allowance would incrementally rise. For unrestricted discourse, players could access the regional channel. Sumo averted his eyes, contemplating this rule's purpose: to curb the formation of factions or the rise of national power. From the current known situation, one undeniable truth emerged. All were cast into the desolate wilderness, with no distinction in their starting point, each possessing only a lone safe house. With merely a single message daily, even national apparatuses would struggle to mobilize forces for meaningful development within this hostile environment. Moreover, no one could fathom the true extent of this boundless realm. Sumo withdrew from the global channel, then accessed the regional channel for further scrutiny. This space bore an uncanny resemblance to a QQ chat group, its member list revealing a full 1,000 souls. Each avatar within the group chat depicted a true visage, and their displayed monikers were a stark combination of name and height. One voice questioned if the land was naught but endless wilderness, desperately seeking a water source, for their very lifeblood was ebbing away. Another implored with dire warnings: never establish a safe house underground. Such a choice was a death trap, devoid of light, ventilation, or any means of drainage. Should the acid rain descend while one was trapped within, that subterranean prison would become nothing short of a tomb. Yet another urged all to abandon despair, and, instead, unveil the crafting interface. For those who mastered Minecraft, this revelation sparked immense elation. They should prioritize high ground for their safe house's establishment. Some found it utterly absurd that despite humanity's global dispersion, not a single soul was situated near a vital water source. Sumo silently observed for several minutes, gleaning crucial intelligence, before finally choosing to withdraw. The initial purge of the survival game had culled the old and the young, leaving behind only the vibrant, able-bodied youth. Save for a rare few who had lived lives of unblemished ease, the vast majority reacted with immediate resolve, striving for their own salvation. Yet some, driven by heedless curiosity, hastily deployed their safe houses, only to find themselves ensnared in an inescapable death trap. Thereafter, Sumo investigated the trading function, discovering that the platform offered players the ability to exchange items. The trading rules championed fairness and freedom, even allowing for items to be gifted to specific players. The trading function further spawned an auction feature, free from any intermediary fees. Sumo then shifted his attention to another function, activating the crafting page. Instantly, an entire interface unfolded before his eyes, detailing creations like wooden planks requiring wood, wooden crates needing wood, charcoal demanding wood and a fire source, and common iron axes necessitating wood and iron ore. Dozens of fundamental items were displayed, each requiring distinct materials for synthesis. Clearly, resource gathering and crafting were paramount in this brutal struggle for survival. His gaze finally settled upon the inventory function. Sumo experimentally stored the safe house from his hand into the inventory bar, then, with a mere thought, retrieved it back into his grasp. Thus, he gained a rudimentary understanding of the game's core functionalities. As the sun reached its zenith, a chill snaked through Sumo's heart. He urgently scanned his surroundings, realizing he had to swiftly choose a location for his safe house. Across the vast, sprawling plains, nameless plants of waist height proliferated, with sparse weeds clinging to the earth. The landscape, though wild, did not appear utterly desolate. As far as his eyes could discern, no trace of rivers, lakes, or ponds could be found. Thus, he was compelled to select a high mound to establish his safe house. Sumo traversed along his starting point, occasionally prostrating himself to survey the undulating terrain. Ultimately, his choice landed upon a small, sandy expanse. After he drew forth the safe house's turtle shell, Two stark options immediately manifested: above ground or below ground. The first choice, a wooden house above ground, seemed a conventional path. It promised stable passage through the initial novice calamities and fewer concerns for future development. Should he manage to continuously expand upon the land adjacent to his safe house, a sprawling city might one day rise in its wake. The second choice beckoned: below ground. Selecting this option offered an inherent advantage in security. For instance, during beast tides, glacial blizzards, or similar catastrophes, it possessed innate protective qualities. Calamities proving insurmountable above ground could very well be easily evaded beneath the Earth's mantle. However, before the first calamity, the acid rain, descended, if adequate drainage was not established underground, it would inevitably transform into a watery doom. Sumo pondered deeply. If the first option's keyword was development potential, then the second's was stability and absolute security. In most scenarios within this harsh, apocalyptic world, the emphasis was on seizing every advantage, moving swiftly and decisively. A misstep at the outset, and subsequent calamities would simply crush any hope of growth. He considered the looming acid rain and the paramount importance of high ground for future development. Sumo shook his head, toying with the turtle shell in his hand, and without a shred of hesitation, he selected the second option. The system declared he had chosen to manifest a subterranean shelter, and the terrain was now being reshaped. The turtle shell flared with a crimson light, leaping from his grasp and plummeting to the earth. As the light intensified further, the very stones upon the sandy expanse began to melt and shift, utterly transforming the landscape. The already elevated terrain suddenly grew steeper, rising like a defiant hillock. As the crimson light receded, a sturdy wooden door materialized before Suman, seamlessly embedded into the very earth. The system declared his underground shelter complete, informing him that its current attributes were now accessible via the control panel. Then, an unfamiliar, ethereal mechanical voice resonated through the air. It announced the detection of a complete shelter, asking if the host wished to bind to the Doomsday Survival System. Only when the alien mechanical voice echoed a second time did Sumo finally stir, hastily confirming the binding. The binding process initiated, progress commencing at 0.1%. It then surged to 0.2%. Streams of ethereal green light emanated from beneath Sumo's feet, radiating outwards, diffusing into the distance. Upon reaching its full extent, the light swiftly retracted, and the progress incremented by another 0.1%. Seizing the moment during the binding, Sumo pushed open the wooden plank door, peering into the depths beyond. Beyond the plank door lay earthen steps, crudely carved, descending into the unknown. After what felt like an endless descent, perhaps 15 paces into the earth, the space before him suddenly expanded, bathed in a dim light. A faint, struggling sunlight filtered in from the cavern's entrance above. Sumo could barely discern the crude internal structure. The ground and ceiling were entirely reinforced with wooden planks, forming a stable foundation, ensuring this colossal underground cavern would not succumb to collapse. A surge of relief washed over Sumo. His gamble had paid off. While choosing an above-ground shelter offered initial conveniences for early development, he had never forgotten one crucial fact. With the crafting tools available on the interface, building a surface dwelling would be far from difficult. However, constructing a truly stable underground shelter demanded not just tools, but also profound architectural knowledge to ensure its structural integrity. To dig haphazardly would be to court disaster, risking an unseen collapse and a swift, unceremonious death in the dark. Watching the Doomsday Survival System's binding progress bar steadily crawl upwards, Sumo decisively settled onto the steps, simultaneously conserving his stamina and opening the chat panel. He sought to discover if others, too, had been granted this so-called Doomsday Survival System. First, he scanned the world channel, then shifted his gaze to the regional channel, observing for any mention. Yet, silence met his query. No one spoke of it. Sumo thus drew a stark conclusion. It seemed he alone possessed two such systems. At that moment, across both the world and regional channels, the most vocal users predominantly spoke of above-ground shelters, with only a scattered few mentioning their choice of underground refuge. Yet even those who opted for underground survival merely lamented its wretched conditions, before quickly shifting to the exchange and procurement of vital supplies. With no point of reference, no understanding of this mysterious system, Sumo had no choice but to continue his patient vigil. Fortunately, the progress bar advanced with unwavering stability. After more than 10 grueling minutes, the ethereal green light finally ceased its relentless scan. As it retracted into Sumo's body one last time, a crisp, resonating notification chimed. The system declared the binding to the Doomsday Survival System a resounding success, awarding 100 survival points as a first-time binding bonus. Following a thorough scan of the host's current survival environment and an assessment of his survival score, He had accrued 5 additional survival points for the day. The final tally revealed Sumo had accumulated a grand total of 105 survival points today, leaving him with 105 points currently available. As the notification faded, fragmented memories surged into his mind, transmitted from an unknown source. This Doomsday Survival System was, in fact, something he could have bound to even back on Earth, in a past life. Alas, his personal strength at the time was woefully limited, forcing Suyamon to seek refuge in a government bunker. He naturally had no opportunity to develop a personal shelter then, thereby missing the chance to bind with the system. Now, in this new world, if the survival game dashboard was a common tool for all, then the Doomsday Survival System was an undeniable cheat code. Only Sumo possessed it. As the Doomsday Survival System now displayed, each day of survival would grant him a specific amount of survival points. These survival points were akin to experience or accumulation points in a game, yet they could not be directly exchanged for items. Instead, their function paralleled the item upgrade mechanics found in games, only with a vastly more comprehensive scope of upgradable targets. The more Sumo delved into its intricacies, the more he struggled to suppress the rising surge of excitement within him. He composed himself, turning his gaze toward the crude, newly established underground survival base. His personal shelter, belonging to owner Sumo, boasted a generous 100 square meters of space and a height of 4.2 meters, with 100% structural completion, yet utterly devoid of any facilities. The control panel's description revealed an extremely crude shelter, utterly devoid of any true survival infrastructure, suitable at best as a meager tomb in this doomsday era. As he read the control panel's stark assessment, a thought stirred within Sumo. He turned his gaze to the sole item within the shelter, the wooden door. This shelter door possessed only faint, anti-theft, and anti-radiation properties. The first upgrade path proposed increasing the wooden door's thickness and sturdiness, granting it light fire and water resistance, all for 10 points. The second path offered a material transformation, upgrading the wooden door to stone, dramatically enhancing its durability and other attributes, for 60 points. The system's assessment felt like a silent, pointed question. Surely you don't intend to survive this doomsday relying on a mere wooden door? After a moment of intense observation, Sumo finally grasped the underlying operational logic of the Doomsday Survival System. The system, beyond merely relying on survival points for upgrades, could also use materials provided by the user, greatly reducing the necessary survival points for any upgrade. For instance, upgrading a wooden door to a stone door. If he could provide 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood, the survival points required for the upgrade would plummet to just 5 points. Survival points could be used as any material, but their conversion efficiency was certainly inferior to the intrinsic materials themselves. Therefore, by supplying enough similar materials for survival points to act as an assimilation converter, consumption could be drastically reduced. After comprehending these crucial insights, the oppressive survival pressure weighing on Sumo's heart finally lightened considerably. He determined he must forge a shelter strong enough before his parents and younger sister were sent down. Before that, he had to resolve the critical supply issue. Silently clenching his fist, Sumo ascended the steps, emerging from his underground shelter. Drinking water and food were the immediate, paramount concerns. Fortunately, with the new survival system at his disposal, a rudimentary development path began to crystallize in Sumo's mind. First, he advanced towards a small tree, using his body weight to forcefully snap off a branch. As he collected it into his inventory bar, a notification flashed. Wood, +1. Next, Sumo meticulously searched for sturdy stones upon the ground, storing the irregularly shaped pieces within his inventory bar. Soon after, another chime of notification resounded, displaying stone +1. Sumo recognized that everything had indeed become gamified, yet this was a boon. At least his physical strength in these early stages would not lag far behind others. He no longer pondered the gamified nature of his reality, instead proceeding to test the crafting function. When Sumo opened the crafting panel, the interface instantly shifted, revealing a common stone axe required 1 wood and 1 stone. With the material requirements fulfilled, he selected the stone axe and confirmed its creation. A system log appeared. Wood -1, stone -1, common stone axe crafted successfully. In Sumo's hand, a stone axe materialized, roughly the length of his forearm. Its handle was crafted from rough-hewn wood, providing excellent friction for a secure, unwavering grip. The axe head, a meticulously ground wedge, was incredibly smooth and frighteningly sharp. This common stone axe was brand new, unworn, its current length precisely 60 centimeters. Armed with this tool, Sumo's wood-gathering efforts would become significantly less strenuous. Sumo deemed this implement quite decent, performing a few experimental swings with. The sharpness of a stone axe naturally could not rival an iron one, yet with it, felling trees became profoundly simpler. To achieve prosperity, One must first wield the axe and fell trees. Sumo endured the burgeoning thirst beneath the relentless, scorching sun. Only after felling 15 units of wood and gathering 4 units of plant fiber did Sumo retrace his steps, returning to the sanctuary of his underground shelter. The subterranean coolness offered immediate respite from his body's heat, but the parching protest from his throat fueled a rising tide of anxiety within Sumo. One could survive 7 days without sustenance, but merely 3 without water. Especially after such intense labor, he feared that even 2 days without water would see a person perish from thirst in this desolate wilderness. Sumo acutely realized he must swiftly devise a method to craft tools for water collection. His immediate thought: attempt to craft a simple water collection device with available materials, then observe if the system would permit an upgrade. After a brief respite to recover his fading stamina, Sumo moved to a sunlit area within the shelter, beginning to pry up the floorboards with his stone axe. Carefully, without disturbing the adjacent planks, he meticulously removed a single panel and extracted the wood. First, Sumo utilized 4 units of wood to forge a sturdy wooden bucket. Then, he fashioned a wooden stick from 1 unit of wood, a wooden shovel from 2 units, and finally, a durable rope from 2 units of plant fiber. A complete set of rudimentary tools now lay prepared. Sumo gripped the wooden shovel, digging into the exposed earth where the floorboard had been removed. The task proved far easier than he had imagined. With proper tools, each strike of the wooden shovel scooped up a substantial amount of earth and sand. Only when the excavation reached a depth sufficient for the wooden bucket did Sumo pause his arduous labor, immediately beginning to assemble the tools he had crafted. The wooden bucket was lowered, the wooden stick suspended between 2 floorboards, and the rope connected the bucket to the stick. Then, as he focused his thoughts, the survival system notification appeared, displaying an unidentified well water extractor. Its current operational efficiency: a stark 0 milliliters per day. The first upgrade path: enhance the wooden bucket's material, increase its capacity, and add a sealing function, significantly extending drinking water preservation. Cost: 20 survival points. The second upgrade path: deepen the well, profoundly boosting water collection efficiency. Cost: 130 survival points. The system's assessment seemed to carry a hint of mockery, implying that with just a hole and a bucket, any well water was merely a figment of his imagination. Upon witnessing the second upgrade option presented by the system, Sumo immediately exhaled a breath of profound relief. Indeed, it could be done. Ignoring the survival system's mocking words, Sumo's face was utterly radiant with exhilaration. While wells might be a rare sight in bustling cities, even in the year 2022, countless rural villages still relied upon these ancient, primitive water sources. Conventionally, choosing a well's location demanded careful consideration of the terrain, aiming for low-lying areas where water would naturally gather before modern tools could commence excavation. But now, armed with the survival system, if he could manifest a blueprint of the desired item, survival points could miraculously substitute for all manual labor. Realizing salvation was at hand, Sumo immediately delved into meticulously studying the various well upgrade options. To forge it from nothingness would demand 130 survival points. At his current paltry rate of 5 points per day, accumulating enough would take an agonizing minimum of 5 days. By then, he would surely have long since perished, withered by an agonizing thirst. Passively awaiting the full accrual of survival points was an utterly, catastrophically foolish endeavor. Thus, Sumo's lips curved into a determined smile as he conceived a brilliant method to supply the necessary raw materials for the upgrade. With a mere thought, he accessed the second upgrade option. Sumo quickly identified 2 readily available components from the required materials: 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber. Gripping his crude stone axe, Sumo felt an unstoppable surge of passion ignite within his heart. He burst from the bunker's entrance, 2 steps becoming 1, and immediately commenced gathering vital supplies. He chopped foliage, he gathered stones. Barely half an hour later, he had finally amassed all the crucial resources. As Sumo returned to his hidden bunker, the required survival points had now dramatically plummeted to a mere 75. He decisively selected the second option. A verdant, emerald light pulsed forth from beneath Sumon's feet, seamlessly merging with the crude pit before him. Before his astonished eyes, the pit deepened with incredible velocity. The wooden bucket, accompanying the vanishing earth, steadily descended into the burgeoning depths. The rope, miraculously spun from mere units of plant fiber, elongated impossibly as the bucket plunged ever further down. The meticulously gathered stones arrayed on the ground vanished in a swift, silent instant. As the last of the materials were utterly consumed, the verdant light abruptly retracted, surging back into Sumo's very being. He turned his gaze towards the newly formed well, and a dazzling array of pristine attributes materialized before him. The newly designated micro-well water extractor, common type, now boasted an extraction efficiency of 2,000 milliliters per day. The first upgrade path would enhance the well's very material, adding sealing and filtration to vastly improve water quality, consuming 200 survival points. The second path would deepen the well pit itself, dramatically boosting its water extraction efficiency, consuming a hefty 300 survival points. The system's appraisal echoed his thoughts. This was an absolutely essential item for true wilderness survival. Gazing at the well's control panel, displaying a bountiful yield of 2 liters of water per day, Sumo's face lit up with elation, his mind already racing with intricate calculations. If one remained inactive, barely 300 milliliters of water per day could prolong life. Even venturing out for strenuous labor, a maximum of 1 liter would still be sufficient. As for the surface world's scientific theories, advocating for at least 2 liters of water per person daily, that was an unimaginable luxury in this desolate reality. Even in an age of abundant civilization, countless individuals struggled to consistently consume 2 liters daily. Now, in this brutal, apocalyptic wasteland, should one truly demand health preservation? The immediate, life-threatening crisis of drinking water was finally, decisively resolved. Next, the equally pressing issue of sustenance now demanded his full, unwavering attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sumo decisively opened the trading interface. Indeed, the formerly desolate control panel was now bustling with a myriad of new, tantalizing listings. Seller Luo Feng had listed a formidable block of iron, demanding a mere 100 milliliters of pure water in exchange. His note vehemently declared that private messages accusing him of price gouging were forbidden, for this item had been painstakingly unearthed after over an hour of relentless digging under the scorching sun. Seller Su Yu offered a meager 200 grams of bread, requesting a single block of copper in return. This seller's note aggressively urged any who did not wish to starve to death to bring forth copper quickly, for time waited for no one. Seller Han Li listed a substantial 500 grams of mutated desert wolf meat. The required item, 300 milliliters of pristine, pure water. His note stated simply, "Bring pure water for exchange, and this bounty shall be yours." Fresh, delicious wolf meat, newly acquired. Those who desire it should act swiftly, lest it vanish. Seller Wang Fugui listed a tantalizing 100 milliliters of refreshing liquid, with the required item being anything, provided one messaged him privately. However, comments below immediately erupted in fury, denouncing him and revealing that the so-called liquid was, in fact, urine, questioning why he didn't drink it himself to quell his own thirst. Another commenter raged that they had been swindled out of 10 units of wood, furiously declaring that Wang Fugi had better not let himself be caught. Gazing at the infamous, refreshing liquid, Sumo found himself in a state between laughter and tears, realizing such a glaring loophole existed within the trading system. No wonder that scoundrel hadn't explicitly stated what the liquid actually was. Having just transmigrated to this desperate world, even if one was truly dying of thirst, no one would willingly stoop to drinking urine. A few minutes later, after a comprehensive overview, Sumo had gained a clear, concise grasp of the market situation. At this nascent stage, the transmigrators were certainly not lacking in ruthlessness. Some had even wielded rudimentary tools to slaughter a considerable number of grotesque mutated creatures. Others had stumbled upon valuable treasures hidden within the vast desert, securing both essential food and rudimentary tools. Yet, water remained the most critically scarce resource, with barely anyone listing it for sale. Even a fleeting glimpse would be snatched up by desperate buyers within mere seconds. Exiting the trading interface, Sumo then navigated to the regional chat channel. This time, it was brimming with no small amount of crucial intelligence. Some proclaimed that merely slaying mutant beasts would yield invaluable treasure chests. Within them lay diverse riches. One individual boasted of acquiring a Waha bottle and a wrench after felling a mutant rabbit. Others cautioned that treasure chests could also be discovered scattered across the desolate wilderness, urging people not to mistake them for mere debris and overlook them. Yet more desperately begged for sustenance, their pleas echoing the stark reality that they had eaten nothing all day and were teetering on the brink of starvation and dehydration. Within the smaller groups, excluding those inert souls who refused to stir, the vast majority were fervently discussing the procurement of vital supplies. In this critical juncture, few were prioritizing the development of their shelters. Instead, most were frantically stockpiling provisions before the next inevitable calamity descended. Sumo surveyed the information, gaining a modest but crucial insight. Just as previously described, the wilds teemed with both peril and fortune. Each slain mutant beast promised a treasure chest reward, its contents determined entirely by sheer luck and the ferocity of the creature. Furthermore, numerous wild treasure chests lay scattered across the desolate wasteland, ripe for discovery and immediate opening. In essence, During this nascent stage, simply venturing forth to explore offered a lifeline. At the very least, one would not instantly succumb to hunger or thirst, retaining a faint glimmer of survival. But for those accustomed to decadent indulgences, those who merely barked orders, and those whose survival instincts had long withered, this global survival trial, pitting billions against each other, would surely see them culled first. Sumo remained seated on the shelter's steps, patiently waiting until the midday sun finally dipped below the horizon, seizing the last vestiges of light to hoist his water barrel aloft. 5 grueling hours had elapsed, and now, within the barrel, a precious 400 milliliters of water had accumulated. Sumo then expended 4 units of wood to meticulously craft yet another water barrel. Once the well water had been poured in to allow the murky sediment to settle, he swiftly lowered the well barrel once more, resuming the relentless collection. Suppressing the burning thirst within him, Sumo opened the trading interface, offering 200 milliliters of water and initiating an urgent auction. The seller, Sumo, had listed 200 milliliters of freshly acquired underground mineral water, seeking any form of sustenance in exchange. The accompanying note declared this to be recently discovered subterranean water. He claimed to have toiled relentlessly for half a day to procure this meager amount, explicitly stating he would only trade for food, and the highest bidder would claim it. The instant Sumo listed the water, the chat channel erupted into an immediate frenzy. Some gasped in disbelief that water had actually been listed for trade, especially such a precious, excavated supply. Others, upon hearing word of subterranean water, fell silent, instantly resolving to tear apart the earth in a frantic search for their own supply. Many exclaimed this was the first time they had witnessed anyone successfully unearthing water, for most water listed for trade that day originated from open treasure chests. Yet this individual was bold enough to trade water personally extracted from the earth. There were also those solely focused on trading for food, inquiring if their 300 grams of bread could possibly secure this precious water. The world channel erupted into a fervent debate, while simultaneously, an incessant deluge of private messages flooded Sumo via the trade interface. Some, hailing Sumo as a venerable elder, offered 20 units of wood for his water, their pleas bordering on desperation, as they confessed to nearing death by thirst. Others boasted of vast fortunes, pledging $1 billion upon their escape from this realm if Sumo would only grant them his water, promising him a lifetime of boundless glory and prosperity. Some, adopting a saccharine, seductive tone, claimed to be utterly parched, desperate for water, hinting that if they ever met, they would acquiesce to any of Sumo's desires. Still others, more forthright, offered 300 grams of wolf meat alongside 200 grams of bread in a direct bid for the water. Amidst the torrent of tens of thousands of private messages, a few foreign avatars appeared, their communications seamlessly translated into Chinese by the omnipresent trading system. Among these desperate petitioners were not only minor celebrities, but even wealthy magnates and officials Sumo had known by reputation and sight in his previous life. Some promised immense riches, others resorted to outright threats, and more than a few brazenly sent private messages, attempting to entice him with alluring propositions. Sumo dismissed them all outright, his gaze fixed on the grim reality that in merely 5 days, the first devastating wave of calamity would descend. In these precarious, fleeting days, all humanity stood as equals before fate. Who could possibly know how many of these supplicants would survive the impending catastrophe? After a painstaking culling of messages for over 10 minutes, Sumo finally selected the individual, offering the highest current bid to finalize the transaction. The record materialized, confirming he had relinquished 200 milliliters of water, and in return, gained 350 grams of bread, 200 grams of dried beef, a solid iron ingot, and a functional lighter. As the transaction concluded, half the water within the wooden barrel invisibly vanished, replaced in his inventory by the newly acquired provisions. At this critical juncture, factoring in all previous expenditures, Sumo's inventory held a mere 4 units of wood. After a swift calculation, he expended all 4 units of wood to construct a wooden chest, into which he then carefully deposited all the recently traded provisions. Sumo lifted the water barrel, carefully imbibing half of the remaining liquid. Then, seizing the fleeting moments before nightfall, he once again ventured forth. Having successfully traded for an iron ingot, Sumo wasted no time, immediately summoning the crafting interface. He then forged a sturdy iron axe from a single unit of the ingot, causing his woodcutting efficiency to instantly skyrocket. As he wielded the iron axe to fell trees, Sumo secretly deliberated. The survival system, he realized, assessed his daily survival points based directly on his current living environment. Thus, he had to exert every effort to transform his shelter into a more comfortable, more habitable, and ultimately a safer refuge, thereby initiating a virtuous cycle of improvement. Yet, his current shelter environment could only be described as utterly deplorable. Aside from the main entrance, there were virtually no ventilation shafts, no internal light, and the barren floor was devoid of anything. Apart from the well, which grudgingly salvaged a few points, Everything else, no matter how one looked at it, bore an unsettling resemblance to a tomb. Suma harvested timber, until the last vestiges of twilight vanished from the horizon, a gnawing hunger seizing him. Only then did he retrace his steps toward the shelter. His wood reserves in the inventory had replenished to 20 units, and plant fibers also stood at 8 units. The stacking limit for a single item type remained unknown, yet 20 inventory slots were, at this moment, more than sufficient. Gazing at the shelter, plunged into such abyssal darkness that even the stairs were obscured, Suma was compelled to summon his crafting interface. A common torch required 1 unit of timber and 2 units of plant fibers. As the crafting log updated, 1 timber was consumed, and 2 plant fibers vanished. A single torch was successfully crafted. This common torch, freshly made, once ignited, could burn steadily for 12 hours. Thankfully, this survival game recognized fire as humanity's most fundamental need, and thus did not impose undue hardship in this regard, granting players a distinct advantage. He cautiously descended the steps, fumbling his way to the primary chamber of the shelter. Suma retrieved a lighter from his cabinet and ignited the torch. The torch, just ignited, flared to life with a fierce intensity, and the abyssal darkness of the shelter was instantly banished, replaced by a radiant glow. He attempted to craft another water well, but alas, this time the system remained unresponsive. Suma was forced to drive a wooden stake beside the well, securing the torch to the stake with rope, forming a makeshift illumination device. Returning to the wooden entrance, and after closing and securing the sturdy bolt, a long-forgotten sense of absolute security instantly washed over him. On the first day of the cataclysm, he had secured an underground shelter, complete with an unending flow of water, provisions for 2 full meals, and the blessing of illumination. For Suma, after a grueling day of traversal, this was the ultimate solace. Seated upon the lowermost step, Suma summoned his crafting interface once more. Drawing upon the materials within his inventory, he lavishly crafted a small wooden bed lined with soft hay, a crude handcrafted chair, a simple wooden mug, and a round wooden table spacious enough for 3. After completing these creations, his timber dwindled to 8 units, and his plant fibers were utterly depleted. Yet, in that moment, Suma felt no pang of regret. Instead, a profound sense of exhilaration surged within him. He positioned the bed deep within the cavern, placing the wooden table and chair closer to the entrance. After transferring the 150 milliliters of collected well water into his storage container, Suma filled the wooden mug with water, set it upon the table, then produced bread and dried beef. For him, this was a truly sumptuous feast. Suma broke off a piece of bread, layered it with dried beef and took a hearty bite, then raised the mug and took a deep draught of water. The fresh sustenance flooded his ravenous stomach like discovering an oasis in a desolate desert. The profound contentment it brought surpassed even memories of more delicate pleasures. As he savored his humble meal, Suma's thoughts soared, considering his family's unknown plight. He resolved to construct a shelter spacious enough to house them all before their inevitable arrival. The survival game offered no indication of when his family would be brought to this world. This looming threat was like the sword of Damocles, hanging precariously over his head, a constant source of disquiet. As he allowed his meal to digest, Suma opened his chat interface, scanning the world chat, and discovered that the desperate pleas for food and water persisted. Nearly 8 hours had elapsed since all of humanity was abruptly thrust into this world. Suma's shelter had already begun to resemble a habitable dwelling, but the vast majority of others possessed only an empty husk, forced to endure the night on barren ground, their bellies aching with hunger, their throats parched. Some had already sustained grievous injuries, while others, more fortunate, stumbled upon treasure chests, yielding valuable provisions. Similarly, many had already perished, their lives extinguished within this fleeting half-day. Within the regional chat channel, which initially listed 1,000 participants, when Suma rechecked, the count in the lower right corner had abruptly shifted to 988. In a mere half-day's span, 12 lives had been extinguished. This undeniable reality sent an immense, crushing pressure descending upon the hearts of the living. These grim tidings reinforced Suma's conviction that every action must be approached with utmost caution, undertaken with a clear assessment of one's capabilities, lest one truly forfeit their life. Some, upon discovering treasure chests, grew overly arrogant and careless, disregarding the lurking mutated creatures, only to be ambushed and mercilessly slain. Others audaciously challenged mutated creatures of unknown power, only to be cut down in the blink of an eye. All those who perished on this first day shared a common characteristic. They had, in essence, courted their own demise. Suma realized that challenging mutated creatures presented a delicate balance of risk and reward. As for those who had fallen, most had foolishly regarded this new world as a mere game. His progress, while swift, meant that from tomorrow, he too must begin to temper himself. Otherwise, should he encounter a mutated creature, he would be utterly helpless, awaiting an inevitable, gruesome fate. As for the looming threat of acid rain, he would require robust ventilation and drainage systems. It was imperative to amass at least 3 days' worth of provisions before such a calamity descended. Suma fell into deep contemplation, grasping the inescapable truth that, to survive in this world, sooner or later, he would inevitably confront these mutated beasts. The initial novice phase would likely be manageable, as these mutated creatures would likely not be overwhelmingly powerful. At least, according to the survival game's implicit assessment, an armed adult could absolutely contend with them. If he chose to flee from this brutal reality now, he feared that by the time the novice phase concluded, he would have no further opportunity to temper his courage and instincts. Withdrawing from the chat, Sumo entered the trading platform. Just as in the afternoon, everyone was fundamentally exchanging precious supplies for life-sustaining water and food. For in these initial days, survival supplies were undeniably scarce and held the highest importance. As he scrolled through the interface, Sumo's gaze fell upon a transaction listing, conspicuously marked as extraordinary. The seller, Chen Pingyan, had posted a beginner Monster Handbook, a rare item destined to vanish after a single use. His demanded price: a single liter of water. His accompanying note vehemently stressed that only water would be accepted. Should anyone dare to offer anything else, he swore their mother would hang from tree number 2 by nightfall. Sumo's eyebrow arched, recognizing the fiery temperament of this individual, and with a glint in his eye he delved into the comments below. Upon accessing the individual transaction portal, the interface revealed itself, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a dusty marketplace of forgotten relics. At this very moment, a torrent of furious curses erupted from countless individuals. Some raged, denouncing the audacity of demanding a full liter of water for a mere Monster Handbook. They scoffed, proclaiming such desperation for water had driven the seller to madness, urging them to ponder their own worth before making such absurd demands. Still others reasoned. Everyone knew such handbooks were eventually obtainable. Yet without water, death's icy grip would surely claim them by tomorrow's dawn. One commenter even audaciously proposed exchanging 200 milliliters of virgin boy's urine, asserting it would still be no loss. Another inquired if the cure, young brother, would accept 500 milliliters of wolf's blood, reasoning it would at least allow him to survive this very night. The comments section became a swirling maelstrom, a plague of words like locusts, engulfing the trading area. One could only wonder if the seller, Chen Pingyan, felt provoked by this onslaught. Moments later, a new listing appeared, conspicuously added to his personal page. The seller, Chen Pingyan, now offered 10 precious water-bearing fruits for trade. The demanded price: a staggering 100 milliliters of water for each individual fruit. His note curtly declared that opportunistic scavengers should scram. He asserted that their forefathers wouldn't perish tonight, even if they abstained from water, and any who sought to profit from his plight were commanded to vanish from his sight. This brazen display of resources instantly plunged many into deeper despair. The torrent of curses did not ebb. It swelled into a raging storm. Sumo, who had initially harbored thoughts of contacting the seller for negotiation, ultimately found himself forced to abandon the notion. He desperately craved the Monster Handbook, and a mere liter of water seemed a trivial price. Yet, his own reserves were insufficient. He could only endure the night and await tomorrow's dawn. After a brief bout of simple exertion, he crafted a sturdy wooden spear from 2 units of wood, placing it vigilantly by his bedside before settling onto his crude straw mattress. Sumo doused the flickering torch. His rudimentary shelter, for now, utterly lacked adequate ventilation. To maintain the flame would swiftly deplete the precious oxygen within his subterranean refuge. Slowly, inexorably, the heavy hand of sleep descended upon him. Sumora clutched the wooden spear to his chest, surrendering to a profound, dreamless slumber. In his slumber, a vision unfolded. His family's arrival in this harsh world, to find he had meticulously constructed an ultra-luxurious, fully automated sanctuary. Neither cataclysmic meteor impact nor the crushing void of absolute zero could breach its defenses. In this dream, his sister's joyous laughter echoed, met by the proud, approving gazes of his parents. Unbeknownst to Sumo, lost in the tranquil depths of his dream, nearly 10 million souls had silently perished on this very day. His ample rations of food and water fortified Sumo's physique, granting him the strength to defy the encroaching dampness and the night's chilling embrace. Yet for countless others, such fortune was a cruel, distant dream. Gnawing thirst, ravenous hunger, and the constant, lurking threat of elusive mutated beasts relentlessly gnawed at their very sanity. In this harrowing hour, the undeniable wisdom of choosing an underground sanctuary became starkly evident. At the very least, during this precarious nascent stage, survivors were spared the terror of savage beast attacks throughout the nights. The sun rose and fell in its eternal cycle. Yet for countless individuals since their university days, their lives had ceased to be their own. Upon their weary shoulders, they bore the crushing weight of parental and familial expectations, alongside the relentless pressures of society itself. Modern society, a relentless forge, hammered distinct individuals into indistinguishable, standardized replicas. They became mere cogs, endlessly turning, day after day, within the colossal mechanism of society's grand design. Even while gazing from towering windows at the glittering prosperity of a rapidly advancing technological world, Sumo had felt an alien detachment from reality itself. Though this transmigration brought with it the immense, crushing weight of survival, freed from the tyranny of the alarm clock, Sumo now savored the long-forgotten joy of waking naturally. Awakening within the encompassing darkness, he was greeted once more by the welcome news from the appearing Doomsday Calendar Survival System. The system declared his arrival in this alien world had been tumultuous and disorienting, yet his successful construction of a shelter had filled it with overwhelming exhilaration. As a result, his survival points surged by a critical 50. He had upgraded his water acquisition device, thereby securing his daily essential water supply. Consequently, his survival points further ascended by 5. He had crafted a makeshift bed, which dramatically boosted his sense of well-being in this desolate world, thereby granting him 5 additional survival points. He had also fashioned a set of rudimentary furniture, securing him 1 more survival point. The system deemed Sumo's meal passable, earning him another survival point. After scanning the host's survival environment and evaluating his survival points, he accumulated a total of 11 survival points for the day. In the final tally, Sumo garnered a total of 73 survival points today, bringing his current reserve to 103 points. The sight of 103 points made Suimo's eyes gleam with renewed hope. For only yesterday, he had expended 75 survival points to expand his well water collection machine. Yet today, his survival points had already surged back to 103. Sumo let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, realizing that the more actions he performed daily, the greater his survival point gains. Even if he simply remained in hiding, he could still steadily accrue over a dozen points. His only fear was that this survival system might mirror those found in Earth's novels, forcing him into quests, with failure leading to immediate obliteration, or even worse, compelling him to commit acts against his conscience, leading to a cascade of dog-blood drama, betrayals, or unexpected awakenings. Yet today, Sumo still had to devise a method to upgrade the base's lighting and ventilation, lest he perish from a fall within the base before starvation could claim him. Once the wooden door was sealed, the base plunged into profound darkness, with only a sliver of light piercing through the crack. Relying on instinct, Sumo clutched his wooden spear like a guide stick, fumbling his way to the stairs, ascending them, and finally opening the wooden hatch of his bunker. Morning sunlight, accompanied by a biting chill, flooded in through the newly opened aperture. After his eyes adjusted to the searing glare, Sumo cautiously peered through the crack, surveying the outside for a moment, and only after confirming no immediate danger did he fully open the wooden door. The stagnant, heavy air within the bunker began to circulate as the wooden door swung open. The wooden planks barricading the bunker entrance yesterday remained undisturbed, with no sign of mutated monsters having attempted an assault. After drawing a few deep breaths of the fresh air, Sumo retreated back into his bunker. His first destination was the well. Hauling up the bucket, Sumo reaped the rewards of an entire night's accumulation. A system notification materialized, stating he had collected 920 milliliters of water, bringing his current water reserves to 970 milliliters. Today's yield, combined with yesterday's remainder, was substantial, yet it was still marginally insufficient to acquire the Monster Handbook. Typically, a single gulp of water for an individual ranges from 20 to 30 milliliters. Settling onto his wooden stool, Sumo drank approximately 3 gulps of water. Savoring the sweet, refreshing taste on his tongue, Sumo opened the trading interface. His current water supply barely covered his minimal daily survival needs. The remaining water, he intended to fully utilize for trading. Only by leveraging his water to acquire sufficient resources in these early stages could he hope to surpass all others. Today's trade records were more numerous than yesterday's. As he clicked on his favorites list, an overwhelming surge of joy erupted within Sumo. For reasons unknown, the Monster Handbook, priced at 1 liter of water yesterday, had, after a night of evolving circumstances, seen its seller, Chen Pingwan, proactively reduce its cost by 300 milliliters. It now required only 700 milliliters to acquire. On another listing, water pairs had also dropped from 100 milliliters per fruit to a mere 50 milliliters. Sumo's heart swelled with delight. Recognizing this as a monumental bargain, he promptly placed 800 milliliters of water into his inventory slot, directly purchasing the Monster Handbook along with 2 water pairs. A flash of trading light erupted. The water in his inventory slot vanished, replaced by the Monster Handbook and 2 water pairs. He retrieved the handbook and water pairs, placing them upon his table. Sumo picked up a fist-sized pear and took a bite, instantly feeling a burst of fragrant sweetness flood his mouth. Although the pear's water content was less than 50 milliliters, its flesh could still satisfy his hunger. Moreover, pear juice contained vital vitamins. In this desolate apocalypse, being able to consume such a fruit was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, as Sumo savored his pear, he remained blissfully unaware that in the World Chat channel, a fierce discussion had erupted over his extravagant spending. Someone exclaimed that old dog Chen Ping Poyan's handbook had been snatched up for a staggering 700 milliliters of water. Truly, a real magnate. Another realized that the purchaser appeared to be Sumo. Yesterday, this individual sold 200 milliliters of water. Today, he splurged 700 milliliters. It was as if he possessed an endless supply of water. Some pleaded for Su Shen to reveal himself and speak, desperate to know how he managed to unearth such an abundance of water. They even initiated a petition, gathering 10,000 signatures, imploring him for a guide. Subsequently, the number of individuals endorsing the 10,000-person petition soared with each passing moment. Others claimed to still possess food, inquiring if Su Shen needed bread, for they were already on the verge of death from thirst. Some speculated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he must have unearthed a concealed water source. Such incredible fortune! A ravenous crowd clamored about this revelation. In just a single day, the name Sumo was etched deeply into the minds of countless individuals. While others would fiercely desire to split a mere milliliter of water in two just to drink, he, and he alone, extravagantly spent 700 milliliters for a seemingly worthless manual, offering little utility in the early stages. Meanwhile, after devouring his last pear and the final piece of last night's sandwich, Sumo picked up the book. A prompt appeared, asking if he wished to use the monster compendium, warning that once activated, it could not be retracted or traded. Sumo confirmed its use. The moment his decision was made, beyond the 4 existing functions on his game interface, a new one materialized. The compendium. Sumo pressed to open it, and instantly, a dense list appeared. The list contained creatures such as the dry-leaf snake, green-headed turtle, and mutated spear eagle. He selected the dry-leaf snake for detailed information. The dry-leaf snake possessed a dark brown back, adorned with crimson horizontal stripes. Its belly was an olive gray, interspersed with scattered small white spots. Its head and neck were a pale yellowish white, marked with dark brown stripes, and it exhibited a low propensity for active aggression. Its weaknesses were a profound fear of fire and vulnerability to blunt force trauma. Its danger rating stood at 80. Beyond the descriptive information, a 3D image of the dry-leaf snake was available, allowing for adjustable viewpoints to observe it fully. After observing several creatures in the compendium, Sumo realized this was an enormous gain. Though this manual seemed to offer little immediate utility, the weaknesses it meticulously highlighted were incredibly valuable, capable of saving immense effort when confronting hundreds of diverse creatures. Furthermore, this manual possessed an utterly overpowered, almost glitch-like function. Following Sumo's mental command to scan, a radar-like image manifested on his game interface, displaying a red exclamation mark beneath it. The system detected a mutated camouflage chameleon 265 meters from the player, with a danger rating of 65, cautioning him to proceed with extreme care. Today's remaining scans. 2/3. Astonished that this function truly worked, Sumo followed the radar's indication, crawling out of his bunker's entrance for a quick look. Instantly, cold sweat slicked his skin. The mutated camouflage chameleon's location was precisely where he had chopped wood yesterday. Even now, actively scanning his surroundings, he would be hard-pressed to discern where the chameleon lay in ambush. Gripping the wooden spear in his hand, Sumo considered charging in to slay it, but he swiftly dismissed the notion. It was far too perilous. Not only was the wooden spear's sharpness questionable, but his own amateurish skill would be nothing short of delivering himself to death. Sumo opened the compendium, and after locating the mutated camouflage chameleon, he began to read with meticulous patience. The mutated camouflage chameleon possessed a mutated hide that powerfully enhanced its camouflage abilities. The venom secreted from its tongue granted it ample time to dispatch prey after a surprise ambush, though its overall attack propensity was only average. Its weakness lay in the fact that, while the mutation drastically enhanced its camouflage, it rendered its reactions sluggish, and its body fragile. Its danger rating was 65, meaning it was not without a viable solution. Sumo pondered, reasoning that even under such scorching sunlight, the chameleon would need to feed and hydrate. If he could wait until it was at its most exhausted before making his move, he might reap a significant advantage. First, he had to devise a method to upgrade his weapon. Then, at the sun's most oppressive zenith, he would venture out to eliminate this sinister beast. Having made his resolution, the escalating sense of crisis within him quelled Sumo's desire to venture out for more materials. He immediately retreated to his bunker, sealing the wooden door tightly before igniting a torch. Seated on the wooden chair, Sumo retrieved the wooden spear, placed it upon the table, and focused his undivided attention upon it. The wooden spear was pristine, yet its wooden tip possessed a worrying lack of lethality. The system explicitly advised against it becoming his primary survival weapon. The first upgrade path involved fully enhancing its materials, increasing the spearhead's sharpness, requiring 5 survival points. The second upgrade path also involved fully enhancing its materials, but added an electric assist device to dramatically boost attack speed, demanding 40 survival points. Both upgrade methods possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages. The first option was economical and yielded rapid results, with its enhanced advantages immediately apparent. The second option was far more costly, adding an electric device capable of significantly accelerating attack speed. Gazing at the long spear before him, Sumo hesitated, uncertain which path to choose. Deep within his heart, he undeniably leaned towards the second option. After all, to wield an electric device in an era where others still sharpened stones was undeniably a qualitative leap. Still, Susumu recalled the chameleon's description within the compendium. This mutated chameleon, while gaining enhanced camouflage, paid a heavy price in its own mobility. Compared to the attack speed boost costing 40 points, the first method clearly offered superior cost-effectiveness. Furthermore, charging an electric device in his current predicament was an enormous problem. His bunker lacked even a single ventilation hole. The only way to generate electricity would be through crude friction. Therefore, Sumo ultimately chose the first method. As his will connected, the long spear before him gradually shimmered with new colors under the system's profound modification. The intermingling red and yellow hues of the wood made it clear that the spear was not transforming into metal or stone. The newly reforged master wooden spear now boasted an exquisite overall structure, its wood grains swirling like soaring phoenixes. The wood itself had become as hard as iron, and its destructive power was now truly formidable. Upon seeing its attributes, Sumo was struck by a mix of shock and elation. It was primeval wood. This primeval wood, one of the rarest and most precious, was a supreme material, seldom seen, ideal for crafting cold weapons. Compared to metal, this wood's unparalleled resilience was even more invaluable to someone lacking combat experience. To evolve wood of this caliber with just 5 survival points? Unbelievable. This transformation once again reminded Sumo of the system's astonishing power. Now he only lacked a set of protective gear, for in this perilous world outside, injury was simply not an option. Opening the trading interface, Sumo began to browse. On January 2nd of the apocalyptic calendar, after just one day, countless individuals were pushed to the brink, forced into the wilderness to survive and explore. Though few found true treasures, with billions of people active, some protective gear still appeared on the trading interface. As he observed, Sumo silently pondered that he didn't necessarily need to acquire the best gear. With his system, perhaps he could buy something and attempt to evolve it. He currently had 100 milliliters of water in storage, and by the time he ventured out, he would likely accumulate around 200 milliliters. The purchasing power of this amount of water could currently afford a somewhat antiquated and cumbersome set of ceramic plate armor. While ceramic plate armor offered no advantage against larger creatures, it was quite decent when dealing with smaller ones, thanks to its material. Having made his decision, he waited until the sun's most scorching peak at noon. Sumo first spent 200 milliliters to acquire the ceramic plate armor, then another 50 milliliters for 300 grams of bread. After consuming the bread, drinking 50 milliliters of water, and eating the remaining pair, Sumo's condition was completely restored. Compared to the chameleon crouching miserably in the arid lands, awaiting its fate, Sumo's timing for this sortie perfectly embodied the core strategy of striking when the enemy is weary. But he continued to remind himself to wait just a little longer, to wait for another moment. After using his monster detector to scan once more, confirming the chameleon was still there, Sumo suppressed his impatience and began to don the armor. Earth-yellow ceramic plates were stitched together with unidentified cotton threads, encasing his body and the vital parts of his legs. This armor, known as worn ceramic plate armor, offered a first upgrade path, increasing defense, improving the ceramic plate material, and enhancing overall durability, all for 5 survival points. The second upgrade path was a complete material overhaul, transforming its form, yielding different results depending on the materials invested. A direct upgrade would require 60 survival points. The system's appraisal suggested this armor should not be worn by him for combat. Perhaps a museum was its best final resting place. As was his custom, Sumo chose the first upgrade path. A flash of light erupted, and the once-worn armor instantly became lustrous, emitting a strange, subtle scent. This hunter's ceramic plate armor boasted exquisite craftsmanship, precise stitching, and significant defense. Its characteristic hidden grass scent could even conceal the hunter's bodily scent. After struggling to don the improved ceramic plate armor, Sumo felt completely at ease, for the undeniable importance of weapons and armor in this apocalyptic era was beyond question. He was determined to see where that beast could possibly flee this time. Opening his base's door, gripping his spear in both hands like a warrior with a rifle, he strode purposefully towards the chameleon. Yesterday's tree felling had left the bushes disheveled, with dried leaves obscuring vision, making it difficult to pinpoint the chameleon's exact location. However, that didn't matter, for Sumo silently activated his monster detector, scanning once more. An immediate notification appeared. The system detected a mutated, camouflaged chameleon 19 meters from the player, with a danger coefficient of 65, simultaneously warning him to proceed with caution. Today's scan count: 0/3. Within his sight, Sumo at last clearly saw the chameleon's form for the very first time. It wasn't on the ground. This cunning chameleon was perched atop the very first tree that hadn't been felled. Had Sumo not discovered it earlier today while felling trees, he would surely have fallen victim to the chameleon's ambush. Upon locating his foe, Sumo halted his steps, feigning nonchalant observation, pondering whether this beast possessed sentience, but knowing caution was still paramount. He continued his slow advance until, at a distance of approximately 2 meters, he suddenly erupted with maximum speed, lunging towards the chameleon. His primeval wood spear, previously lowered, instantly thrust forward with blinding speed. The chameleon, perched on the tree, seemed to realize its camouflage was compromised, frantically attempting to readjust its position. Alas, its sluggish reaction speed prevented it from executing agile, evasive maneuvers. Sumo lunged forward, thrust and twisted his spear. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and precise. Though it was his first combat sortie, and not perfectly accurate, missing the head, the primeval wood spear still struck precisely into the creature's torso. As he withdrew the spear, a streak of dark green blood splattered onto the bark below, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Witnessing such potent venom, Sumo pulled back his primeval wood spear and decisively retreated. The chameleon, now pierced with a bowl-sized hole, began to frenzy under excruciating pain. The continuous blood loss caused it to completely lose its sanity, madly attacking everything around it. The emerald venom relentlessly spewed from the chameleon's maw, scorching everything within a 3-meter radius. The scene was a horrifying spectacle. Seizing this tense lull, Sumo lowered his gaze, his mind instantly numbed by what he saw. The tip of his wooden spear was now riddled with gaping holes, as if rapidly consumed by an acid fire, revealing the venom's truly terrifying potency. He discreetly set the compromised wooden spear aside. Sumo remained prone on the ground, calling upon the game panel once more to forge a new wooden spear, then sacrificing 5 survival points to evolve it yet again. Once the evolution was complete, the chameleon on the opposite side appeared utterly spent. It then collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Sumo, observing from a distance, raised a suspicious eyebrow, choosing to wait with unwavering patience. Based on the intel gleaned from the chat channel yesterday, it was a fundamental truth that slaying a monster invariably yielded a treasure drop. Had he not absorbed this crucial intel, he might have foolishly rushed in, seeking to deliver a superfluous final blow. Now armed with this knowledge, the chameleon's deceptive death feigning was rendered utterly futile. As anticipated, less than a minute later, the chameleon on the ground, writhing in impotent fury, began to convulse violently. After another 3 to 5 seconds of spasmodic spewing, it finally crashed lifelessly to the earth. Seizing the critical moment, Sumo hurled the grotesquely corroded wooden spear, making it strike the ground right beside the chameleon. The chameleon, in its dying convulsions, mustered one last, desperate attempt to unleash its venom. But as it weakly lifted its head and recognized the imposter as nothing but a wooden spear, it let out a shriek of bitter rage before finally collapsing, definitively vanquished. This time, the chameleon's life force was utterly extinguished. Just then, the emerald venom on the ground rapidly dissolved, and simultaneously, the chameleon's corpse erupted in a dazzling, blinding flash of light. As the radiant glow faded, a pristine, silver-white treasure chest materialized in its stead. Staring at the treasure chest before him, Sumo's heart surged with frenzied ecstasy. He yearned to immediately tear it open and unveil its hidden treasures, for this was a silver chest, a veritable windfall. From the intel Sumo had meticulously compiled, it was understood that slaying a wilderness monster yielded a progression of chests, wooden being the lowest tier, followed by iron, then bronze, and so forth. Many speculated on the existence of silver, gold, and even diamond chests. Yet, according to the intel from the very first day, the highest tier chest obtained by anyone, including this coveted Monster Handbook, was merely a bronze chest. That prized artifact was precisely what Chen Pingwan had unearthed from his own bronze chest. Sumo, contemplating his own silver chest and the untold riches it might conceal, involuntarily licked his parched lips. As he lay sprawled on the sandy expanse, a wave of sensation washed over him, akin to downing an ice-cold Coca-Cola in the most oppressive summer heat, leaving his entire being utterly invigorated. Clutching his newly forged wooden spear, Sumo advanced with extreme caution, swiftly secured the silver chest, then retreated along his original route with practiced efficiency. The Monster Handbook possessed a strict limit of only 3 uses per day. The recent slaying of the chameleon had already consumed his final usage for the day, thus he could not afford the slightest oversight now. Reaching the secure confines of his shelter, Sumo firmly bolted the wooden door, settled himself at the small table, and reverently placed the silver chest before him. The chest itself was crafted from pure, shimmering silver white, radiating an intoxicating silver light that pulsed with an almost fatal allure, compelling anyone who beheld it to rip it open without delay. The moment Sumo mentally willed the silver chest open, it erupted with an intense inner light, followed by the distinct, expectant rattle of unseen dice. A system notification flashed into existence, confirming he had opened a silver chest and acquired 1 U energy, 1 unidentified pet egg, 1 energy bicycle blueprint, 2 500 milliliters bottles of pristine mineral water, and 5 kilograms of Great Divide bread. Staring at the 5 disparate, wondrous items now occupying his inventory, Sumo felt an overwhelming fire ignite within him, craving nothing less than to immediately charge back out and engage another chameleon in a glorious 300-round battle. He carefully extracted the 3 non-consumable items, meticulously arranging them in a row on the table, then dedicated his full attention to scrutinizing each one. Energy was revealed to be among the pinnacle of clean energy sources, possessing an unbelievable efficacy, yet demanding a corresponding blueprint for its proper utilization. The unidentified pet egg. A single drop of the player's blood upon its shell was all that was needed to awaken an unknown, nascent companion. The energy bicycle blueprint. A marvel capable of drawing power from virtually any energy source, including but not limited to food, wood, gasoline, diesel, and even U energy. As he turned the peach-sized energy block over in his palm, Sumo recognized it instantly. This was the legendary U energy that countless scientists across Earth had dedicated their lives to researching. Instantly, a profound new layer of understanding about this enigmatic world dawned upon him. For as the paramount clean energy source, U energy had been extensively theorized by Earth's foremost scientists, its vast potential applications and sheer power unequivocally demonstrated in studies. Any item harnessed with U energy would effectively be transmuted, as if imbued with profound enchantment. From that very item, unforeseen effects could be derived, capabilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Though the precise nature of these effects remained obscure, they represented, at their core, the nascent embryo of all future technological advancement. Tragically, even prior to the apocalypse, this profound theory remained perpetually confined within the hyperclassified laboratories of research institutions, existing merely as theoretical formulas inscribed upon towering stacks of countless documents. If the current implementation of U energy indeed mirrored the findings of Earth's most advanced scientific research, a revolutionary new possibility instantly ignited within Sumo's mind. With this thought, he sharpened his focus, mentally summoned the system interface, and directed his gaze towards the overarching status of his personal shelter. Sumo's personal shelter currently commanded a space of 100 square meters, boasting a flawless 100% completion rate. Its existing facilities comprised a wooden bed, a wooden chair, a wooden table, and a micro-well water extractor. The system's description confirmed it was a rudimentary, commonplace shelter, equipped only with the most basic survival amenities. Yet food remained the most immediate and pressing concern he faced. The primary upgrade path was designated the U Energy Shelter, its specific function shrouded in mystery, yet demanding a staggering 5 million survival points to unlock. Sumo couldn't help but be astonished, realizing a true upgrade path had finally emerged, yet it demanded a staggering 5 million survival points, or 5,000 units of nether crystal. One must understand, during his initial investigation for upgrades, the shelter had revealed no upgrade paths whatsoever. Now, with the nether crystal in hand, the shelter's upgrade paths instantly, directly manifested before him. Given the nether energy's developmental potential, once evolved into a nether energy shelter, it would be akin to transforming the entire base into a living entity. At that point, it would possess an utterly terrifying resilience against natural disasters, even capable of upgrading into an interstellar shelter in the future, with bathing in the sun posing no issue. Of course, speaking of such matters now, was still far too distant, too premature. Thus, Sumo fixed his gaze upon the only current gold mine, the well water extractor. The miniature well water extractor, of common quality, currently boasted an output of 2,000 milliliters per day. The first upgrade path involved enhancing the well's material, adding sealing and filtering functions to extend drinking water storage, costing 200 survival points. The second upgrade path was to deepen the well shaft, boosting water extraction efficiency, consuming 300 survival points. The third upgrade path was evolution toward nether energy, drastically increasing water production efficiency and reinforcing water purification. Long-term consumption of this water also carried an exceedingly rare chance to strengthen one's physique, at a cost of 1080 survival points. The evaluation stated this was an essential item for survival in the wilderness, which startled Sumo with its exorbitant consumption cost, before he realized he hadn't yet input the materials. After he inserted a single unit of nether crystal, the cost instantly plummeted to 70 points, while the majority of the remaining materials were names Sumo had never even heard. He searched for a long while on the current trade market, yet these particular materials remained nowhere to be seen. With 88 survival points currently remaining, it was more than enough for the upgrade, so as his current source of fortune, the Wellwater Extractor's upgrade undoubtedly took top priority. Sumo chose the third upgrade path, and in a flash, the nether crystal in his hand began to vanish. The next second, a surge of deep azure light blazed forth from within the well. The well's mouth underwent a profound transformation. From its original gray-blue stone, it transmuted into an interweaving pattern of dark blue and black, its very material appearing vastly altered. The Nether Energy Well Water Extractor had now attained a refined quality, boasting a current output of 7,200 milliliters per day, equivalent to 300 milliliters per hour. Further upgrade paths included quality requiring 3,000 points, efficiency needing 500 points, low temperature resistance at 200 points, water quality demanding 5,000 points, and numerous other categories. As he drew water from the well, the previously crystal-clear liquid now carried minuscule, sparkling blue motes visible to the naked eye. Even its description had transformed into nether energy water, possessing minor healing properties, and capable of long-term physical enhancement through sustained consumption. After taking a tentative sip, Sumo was pleasantly startled to discover not only had its attributes changed, but even the sensation in his mouth was a world apart. This seemingly ordinary water tasted as rich and mellow as Earth's finest mutai wine, a delicate sweetness blossoming on his tongue, its aroma lingering in his mouth, and his throat, previously dry and slightly inflamed, instantly found immense relief under the soothing embrace of the nether energy water. Sumo realized the infusion of nether energy had indeed imbued science with a touch of the mystical, and the production rate of 300 milliliters per hour made him feel as if the entire situation was about to take flight. After placing the water barrel down for collection, Sumo briefly examined the two remaining items before storing them away. While the issue of drinking water was now resolved, a reliable food supply still eluded him. If he were to uncover a small creature, it might be manageable. But if a massive pet requiring dozens of kilograms of food daily appeared, he simply wouldn't be able to sustain it. As for the energy bicycle, though he possessed its blueprint, after Sumo glanced at its complex material requirements, he immediately abandoned any intention of crafting it at this moment. It truly held great utility, even capable of converting a single unit of wood into kinetic energy. However, anything involving matter conversion technology remained far too complex, unsuitable for immediate implementation at this current stage. The most pressing tasks now were to address the base's safety and ventilation, ideally resolving its drainage issues concurrently. After steeling his resolve, under the flickering firelight, Sumo began to plan the renovation of his base. Yang Bo had only just managed to acquire 2 500 milliliters bottles of water. This starkly demonstrated that drinking water currently commanded immense purchasing power. Therefore, directly leveraging the nether energy water to procure supplies, and thereby rapidly develop his base, presented an excellent path forward. Sumo first began to ponder how to reconstruct the base's ventilation system, for this remained the most intractable problem of any underground shelter. Seated on the hard wooden chair, Sumo recalled his knowledge from the age of civilization, along with the shelter designs from grand apocalypse films. An underground shelter required a large-scale air regulation and filtration system, yet any ventilation duct exposed to the outside would inevitably become a critical security risk. Thus, in Sumo's vision, it would be ideal to utilize an internal circulation system, but the prerequisite was a steady supply of water and electricity. Only then could he employ electrolysis to generate oxygen, providing complete air circulation within the entire facility. Of course, the base could not truly be sealed off completely from the outside world. Because the stability of such a fully sealed environment was remarkably poor, an external ventilation opening remained absolutely necessary. For concealment, this vent could not be too large, and moreover, it required a mechanism to seal it shut at any moment. Were he not limited by terrain, placing the vent beneath rocks only exposed at low river levels, or on an uninhabited island, would be the optimal solution. These slender pipes could draw purified, fresh air into the shelter, and, in emergencies, could be sealed, switching to internal circulation. But with the current conditions and equipment within the shelter, this brilliant idea remained merely a fleeting imagination. After reviewing the items available on the trade channel, Sumo decided to employ the most mechanical design, utilizing the periscope structure of a submarine. He planned to create a window with the dual purpose of ventilation and illumination, precisely at the heart of the shelter. The intricate design called for excavating an opening above the shelter, then fitting it with high transparency glass. The glass itself would be meticulously perforated with minute apertures, ensuring vital air circulation through specialized conduits. Delving deeper into the excavated shaft, A Z-shaped conduit could be meticulously fashioned within its depths. Within this Z-shaped channel, he would precisely position two parallel flat mirrors, each set at a precise 45-degree angle to the incoming light. Harnessing these dual reflections, the incident light would be perfectly channeled into the shelter, thereby resolving the critical lighting dilemma for 3 days. Beyond the primary ventilating pane, he envisioned a secondary, reinforced mechanical blast shield. This ingenious mechanism would ensure that, in the face of imminent catastrophe, the blast shield would hermetically seal, repelling any encroaching toxic gases or corrosive liquids. While the fundamental concept might appear deceptively simple, something even a novice could conceive, its execution demanded immense effort. Without specialized tools, to bore a perfectly precise shaft, 5 meters deep into the unforgiving earth, was undeniably a monumental undertaking. But then, a realization struck Thoma with the force of a sudden epiphany. He possessed the system. Armed with his growing understanding of its intricacies, Thoma now grasped the system's true nature. Without foundational resources, manifesting materials from thin air through survival points exacted an exorbitant toll. However, with existing materials, the system transformed into an unparalleled construction force, requiring only a fraction of survival points for monumental upgrades. Having meticulously calculated the risks and confirmed its profound feasibility, Thoma initiated access to the global trading channel. His current arsenal of exploitable resources included 1,000 milliliters of standard mineral water, 600 milliliters of potent, U-energy, water, and 30 gin of sustenance bread. As for the mysterious pet egg and the intricate energy bicycle blueprint, these he guarded fiercely, unwilling to part with them. On the global exchange, a new listing appeared under the vendor Thoma, offering a mere 50 milliliters of U-energy water. His desired compensation: reinforced blast shield glass. The accompanying note starkly emphasized the water's power to fortify and enhance the physical body. A stark warning: do not miss this opportunity. Only 2 units of glass accepted. For superior quality, private message immediately. Subsequently, Thoma posted another formidable trade offer as the seller. This time, the commodity was 15 milliliters of common mineral water. A strict total limit of 975 milliliters was set, demanding 1 iron block per trade, with a stringent restriction of a single exchange per individual. The accompanying note explicitly reiterated, each individual is limited to 1 transaction only. With both listings successfully activated, Thoma then expended another 25 milliliters of his precious water, securing 2 units of high reflectivity mirrors, utterly depleting his standard mineral water reserves. Thoma's exchange of 15 milliliters of water for a single iron block was undeniably a shrewd, even cutthroat, merchant tactic. Yet for players teetering on the precipice of life and death, it was nothing short of a divine act of salvation. Furthermore, the rationale behind restricting each individual to a solitary transaction. Thoma harbored his own shrewd intentions. Water was now the equivalent of liquid gold, and he desired its immediate consumption, not its insidious hoarding by opportunistic schemers. Across the global chat channel, desperate pleas erupted, urging any who possessed iron blocks and lacked water to swiftly navigate to the trading interface. For Thoma, revered as Su Shen, was once again dispensing water, and with the strict 1 transaction limit, speed was paramount. Some lauded Thoma, Su Shen, as a benevolent benefactor, marveling at his generosity. Others, however, scoffed with icy disdain, declaring it already too late. Fortuitously, some had been monitoring Thoma's personal channel beforehand, allowing them to seize a precious gulp of life-sustaining water. That same individual grimly reminded the masses that Thoma, Su Shen, now commanded a following of over 400,000 adherents. For mere passers-by, the opportunity to snatch even a single drop was virtually non-existent. Yet persistent whispers of suspicion circulated. From where does this Thoma procure such an unending supply of water? Only yesterday he expended 700 milliliters to acquire ancient manuals. Today, another 1,000 milliliters for iron blocks. Does he possess such an exorbitant surplus of water that he scoffs at its very abundance? Then, a startling revelation emerged. Thoma, Su Shen, had offered potent U-energy water, a miraculous elixir capable of body fortification and healing, in exchange solely for blast shields. A frenzied cry echoed, "Whoever possesses it, exchange now!" Others could only click their tongues in bitter lament, murmuring that comparing oneself to another leads only to seething frustration. They themselves had toiled all morning, unearthing not a single drop, teetering on the brink of parched oblivion. Despite the draconian limit of a single daily utterance, the global channel buzzed with fervent discussion. This paled in comparison to the tumultuous fervor of the regional channels. Even Thoma's private message inbox was utterly besieged, bursting with an avalanche of desperate communications. Within mere moments, less than 2 seconds in fact, the iron blocks he had sought were snatched up. The trades swiftly concluded. A staggering 65 units of vital iron now rested quietly within his spatial ring. Yet, countless souls, clutching myriad other resources, still clamored desperately, howling for but a single, life-saving gulp of water. Toma inwardly acknowledged the undeniable truth. Water was, beyond all doubt, the most coveted commodity. For 2 days, others had desperately listed resources to acquire water, yet he alone wielded water as currency for other resources, setting him dramatically apart. Activating the filter function within his private messages, Toma employed the keyword, iron block, ruthlessly purging 80% of the useless, desperate pleas. Following this, he utilized a precise search function to select dozens of messages that specifically mentioned blast shield glass, commencing his meticulous review. After sifting through countless messages offering ordinary explosion-proof glass for water, Sumo finally unearthed a truly striking one. Feng Mengyu claimed she possessed a piece of ordinary explosion-proof glass, believing the protagonist, Sumo, would likely find it unappealing. But if he were willing to raise the stakes, she could offer him not only a fine-quality piece, but also a rare-quality one. Her avatar depicted a woman of refined beauty, radiating an aura of heroic spirit. Upon seeing the words, fine quality and rare quality, Sumo's heart skipped a beat, a subtle smile spreading across his face. The current quality tiers were provisionally set at 5 levels: ordinary, excellent, fine, perfect, and rare. As a mere woman, Feng Mengyue's ability to acquire rare-quality explosion-proof glass so early on spoke volumes about her formidable luck. Sumo discerned that his opponent, while demanding an inflated price, shrewdly refrained from setting one herself, proving her to be a formidable adversary. Shaking his head, he refused to fall into her trap, launching a counterattack with his reply. Sumo reminded his cunning counterpart of the true, unparalleled value of Uneng water in the current epoch. For while other goods might proliferate, only his Uneng water possessed the power to fundamentally enhance one's physical body. As for explosion-proof glass, he merely sought it to replace the windows of his desolate bunker. Whether it was slightly superior or marginally inferior mattered little to him. Feng Mengyu tentatively inquired if 300 milliliters would suffice, but Sumo immediately rejected her, scoffing that such a paltry amount for mere glass was a delusion. He even declared that if she refused, he would personally consume every last drop by that very afternoon. Feng Mengyue, now cornered, replied that she needed a moment to ponder her decision. Witnessing his opponent's flustered reaction, Sumo let out a knowing chuckle. He alone dominated the Yuneng water market. It was an absolute seller's domain. Should he choose not to sell, prospective buyers could only stare in helpless awe. A mere 2 minutes later, Feng Mengyue's message materialized once more. She proposed to exchange 2 pieces of glass, plus a crucial piece of intelligence, for the 300 milliliters of Uneng water. Sumo, his interest piqued, immediately inquired, "What intelligence do you speak of?" Feng Mengyu revealed that it concerned the very method by which she acquired these coveted glass pieces. Gazing at the lines within the chat window, Sumo pondered for a moment, then decisively agreed. In this apocalyptic world, resources held value, but intelligence was utterly priceless. Without sufficient intel, even with a full set of equipment, he would only be courting death against a chameleon lizard. Sumo posted the 300 milliliters of Uneng water onto his private trading channel, designating the buyer, and the transaction was swiftly completed. A record materialized, stating he had expended 300 milliliters of Uneng water, simultaneously congratulating him on acquiring a fine quality and a rare quality explosion-proof glass. The record further inquired, "Extract intelligence regarding the glass?" Sumama chose to extract. The moment he uttered the command, a distinct sound echoed through the desolate bunker. Feng Mengyue's clear voice recounted that ruins would irregularly manifest across the desolate wilderness. Just this morning, upon her awakening, a mysterious ruin zone had appeared directly beside her. The interior appeared exceedingly perilous, compelling her to only gather a few glass pieces from its periphery. Yet, as she prepared to delve deeper, the ruin abruptly vanished. That clear voice incessantly reverberated within the bunker, repeating 3 times before finally ceasing. A mere few sentences, yet they contained an astonishing wealth of information. For ruins would randomly appear in the wilderness, and even the glass collected from their fringes already possessed such remarkable quality. Imprinting this revelation upon his heart, Sumo withdrew the 2 glass pieces, meticulously examining them. The fine-quality explosion-proof glass boasted a durability of 15, coupled with corrosion, acid, and impact resistance. The rare-quality explosion-proof glass, with a colossal durability of 50, also possessed formidable resistance to corrosion, acid, and impact. Furthermore, after sustaining wear and tear from impacts, it could absorb ambient light to gradually regenerate its structural integrity. Compared to its fine-quality counterpart, the rare-quality glass not only possessed terrifyingly superior durability, but also an additional attribute that seemed utterly mystical. After a moment of profound contemplation, Sumo resolved to place the rare-quality glass as the outermost layer, using the fine-quality piece as a retractable shield deployed only in times of dire calamity. Having reconfirmed his construction plan, Sumo grasped his wooden shovel, proceeding to the central position directly above his base, and began to excavate. While the explosion-proof glass boasted extraordinary durability, the surrounding earth and stone could not withstand such immense impact forces. Sumo deduced that the pipe required iron reinforcement. Crafting a high-strength iron pipeline would provide a far superior anchor for the glass. After digging a pit reaching half his height, Sumo first laid down a unit of iron block, then carefully positioned the 2 glass pieces and 2 mirrors beside it. He meticulously arranged the remaining iron blocks, before retreating back into the confines of his base. As he focused his attention upon the wall above, the base's newly updated attributes indeed manifested before Sumo's eyes. The rudimentary ventilation and lighting system, a foundational structure, surprisingly offered 2 distinct upgrade paths. The first upgrade path proposed a periscope structure, cast iron piping, an anti-corrosion coating, and a water-resistant sealant. This would diminish the survival point expenditure from 105 down to 90. The second path for advancement was an electrically powered ventilation system, complete with a skylight design, offering optimal illumination and ample airflow. Its survival point cost had plummeted from 700 to a mere 65. The accompanying sarcastic review, however, sneered. This abyssal ceiling, boasting ventilation and illumination? It's enough to make one's hair fall out. Yet, confronting this familiar sarcasm and the usual upgrade choices, Sumo merely smiled, decisively choosing the first upgrade path. After awakening this morning, his survival points had replenished to 103. Deducting 70 for the upgraded dark water well, left 33. Another 10 were spent on 2 carved wooden spears, and 5 on the ceramic armor set. Now, a mere 18 survival points remained. This precise sum was exactly enough to meet the 15-point requirement for the first upgrade path. A blinding flash erupted, and the very ground began to tremble, as though an unseen, colossal hand were reshaping the terrain itself. Before Sumo's astonished gaze, the formerly obsidian ceiling suddenly tore open, revealing a gaping fissure. The iron blocks resting upon the ground began to liquefy, transforming into molten rivers that surged into the newly formed chasm. The silvery white hue of the cast iron, shielded by the system's mysterious coating, gradually morphed into a hopeful, cerulean blue. At first, merely scattered specks of light danced upon the ground, but as moments bled into seconds, exactly 5 counts later, a dazzling pillar of light pierced directly into the heart of the shelter. The warmth of the sun had finally been ushered in. Accompanying it came a torrent of crisp, dry air, purifying the stagnant atmosphere within. Standing beneath the newly formed conduit, Sumo gazed upward, his eyes instantly assaulted by the overwhelming brilliance. Yet consumed by an exhilarating surge of elation, Sumo barely registered the momentary pain. He then flung open the wooden door of his shelter, ascending to the earth mound directly above his base. The crude pit he had initially dug was gone, replaced by a perfectly molded, almost natural-looking opening. A 50 cm by 50 cm explosion-proof glass pane had been seamlessly installed on the surface, cloaked in a specialized camouflage paint that also possessed light-absorbing, self-recovering properties. Any light converging upon the glass created no strong reflection or scattering. Instead, it was utterly absorbed within, further amplifying the structure's unparalleled stealth. This blast-proof window boasted a formidable durability of 50, layered with optical camouflage and a waterproof membrane, while simultaneously delivering dual efficiency in both ventilation and light penetration. The assessment boasted that with such a window, even Old Man Wang, the nosy neighbor, wouldn't glimpse his activities. Sumo marveled aloud. Such is the profound might of the system. His original intent was merely to bore simple ventilation holes. Yet now, these microscopic apertures not only allowed air to pass, but also repelled water. A truly astonishing feat. After clearing away the remaining debris, Sumo descended the steps back into his base. Feeling the gentle, cool breeze emanating from the light aperture, he finally allowed a breath of profound relief to escape him. It was merely the second day, yet he had already completed the bulk of the preventative measures against the first impending catastrophe. An inexhaustible water source, abundant light, and optimal ventilation were now his. Now he merely needed to devise a method for efficient drainage. With that, he could fundamentally withstand the approaching acid rain calamity. The hour now struck 5 p.m. Venturing out would only yield a meager harvest of wood and plant fibers. Recalling the chameleon's attack from this very morning, and awaiting the monster manual's scan attempts to replenish, Sumo resolved to venture forth no more. He produced a loaf of great split bread, cleaved it open with his stone axe, soaked it in the Kanayan's dark water, and devoured it completely. With sustenance secured, Sumo commenced his evening labors. Each time he offered a batch of asha, dark water, for trade, he could instantly procure double the iron ingots from the market, compared to a single unit offered at noon, steadfastly adhering to the principle of not destabilizing the market's fragile order. After one such successful transaction, Suma probed deeper, discerning the true reason for the market's sudden abundance of iron ingots. At Suma's current location, for instance, his surroundings primarily offered wood and plant fibers, easily obtainable with a minimal expenditure of stamina. Yet for rarer commodities such as minerals, there was simply no recourse. A thorough scan of his immediate vicinity revealed not the slightest trace of their existence. However, Tsushima's scarcity did not necessarily translate to a universal absence across the world. Indeed, a significant number of individuals, upon their very first descent into this world, had witnessed colossal, exposed ore mountains, scarring the very landscape. Armed with a rudimentary stone pickaxe, these players could, with a modest expenditure of energy, hew vast quantities of rock from these ore-laden mountains, occasionally unearthing precious iron ingots. A greater populace wielded greater collective strength. Larger bases inevitably led to exponentially larger outputs. This very phenomenon was the catalyst for the deluge of iron ingots flooding the market, inevitably driving down their value. Furthermore, as Tsunema navigated the bustling market, he would often acquire enigmatic artifacts of unknown utility. For instance, he recently bartered 100 milliliters of Dena dark water for a pivotal core component of a power generator. The Sikana, superior quality rotor, was touted as a rotating object, precisely supported by advanced bearings. Even objects such as optical discs, inherently lacking a rotational axis, could be deemed a rotor if rigidly connected or fitted with an external shaft. The accompanying review, delivered in that familiar sardonic tone, declared it spun and danced with such dizzying speed, it would make one's eyes clench shut. Though the rotor constituted but a minor component of a full generator, the shimmering prospect of eventually restoring the glory of a civilized era compelled Suma to acquire it for his growing collection. No sooner had he secured the rotor, before he even had a chance to properly scrutinize his new acquisition, than Suma's keen eyes discerned a truly valuable item listed on the trading market. It was a large-scale vegetable cultivation rack. Suma's eyes blazed with intense fervor. He could barely contain his profound delight. He had correctly surmised that in these initial days, many would indeed offer valuable items in exchange for crucial supplies. Currently, over 95% of all sustenance for survivors is salvaged from the wilderness, often from ferocious mutated beasts slain by hardened individuals. Devoid of seasonings and proper cooking methods, only those teetering on the brink of starvation would ever consider consuming such unknown sustenance. If the wellspring of wild treasures dries up, it is feared that within mere days, an overwhelming wave of starvation will claim countless lives. Thus, establishing a sustainable food production source became an intrinsic, foundational objective for Sumom from the very moment he chose to construct his underground bunker on the first day. Even without the advent of the cultivation frame, within a day or two, Suma would have inevitably ventured forth to excavate soil, aiming to foster a self-sustaining ecosystem within his bunker. No one could discern whether the surface soil, after the initial acid rain cataclysm, would remain viable for plant cultivation. Scrutinizing the requirements displayed on the trading interface, Sumo meticulously assessed his current reserves, a singular thought crystallizing in his mind. This cultivation frame, he vowed, must be seized. The colossal vegetable cultivation frame, freshly listed, instantly ignited a fervent surge across the trading market. It was a veritable piece of arable land, capable of yielding fresh produce. Every individual who beheld this item seemed to have a dormant, innate talent within their very DNA activated, stirring an irrepressible craving. Furthermore, the item's proprietor, Li Zhufeng, proved exceptionally cunning. He strategically refrained from setting a fixed price, instead initiating a seldom utilized auction protocol. The seller, Li Zhufeng. The item for trade, a colossal vegetable cultivation frame. The desired commodity, raw materials. The accompanying message explicitly declared that food, water, invaluable blueprints, weaponry, defensive gear, or any item of significant value could be offered as bids. The highest bidder would prevail. The subsequent addendum sternly warned opportunistic scavengers to stay away, for this was a wild treasure, secured only through a life-or-death struggle. The singular item unveiled within, its value, you must assess yourself. The potent phrase, wild treasure, and the uncompromising rule of, highest bidder wins, not only caused the regional chat channel to erupt in frenzy, but also ignited a maelstrom within the world chat channel. Some lamented, observing that comparing oneself to others only breeds unbearable frustration. First Su Shen's ethereal water, now Feng Zigei's cultivation frame. Who could tell when fortune would finally grace their own path? A chorus of bitter envy filled the air. Others, desperate, implored for the wild treasure's origin, offering even a unit of precious timber for such vital intelligence. Still others marveled at the wild treasure itself, questioning if rumors weren't true, that such items only dropped from truly formidable monsters? Some opportunists even preemptively reserved a future harvest of vegetables, once cultivated by this esteemed Grand Elder. Naturally, amidst the fervor, a discerning few maintained their sober judgment. Some dismissed the cultivation frame as utterly useless, fit only for naive fools to pursue. For those with agrarian wisdom understood precisely how many days a single crop cycle truly required. That individual sarcastically retorted, "Do they genuinely believe this is some trifling game, where one sows seeds today and harvests tomorrow?" Another chimed in, "Are there truly those oblivious to the need for watering vegetables, when they themselves lack sufficient water to drink each day? Where would they conjure the supply to irrigate crops?" Yet another cynically added that acid rain was imminent, advising Feng Zige to forego the sale entirely, and simply let the vegetables drink their fill directly beneath the corrosive downpour. Still, some countered, dismissing such critics as those who cannot reach the grapes, thus declare them sour. Already, a deluge of bids had poured in. Let these envious, resentful individuals continue to gnaw at their discontent. As Feng Zige himself emerged to directly address the cacophony, the chat channel surged into another frenzied crescendo. Sumo, who had been silently observing the entire spectacle, couldn't help but inwardly curse a few choice words. Had it been an ordinary individual, this cultivation frame would have been his for a mere 500 milliliters of water, at most. But Feng Zige's strategic acumen was crystal clear. His judgment of market value was exceptionally precise. While countless survivors desperately craved water, there were also those who possessed reserves beyond their mere daily rations. According to the assessment of these astute individuals, as the frequency of calamities escalated, the drinking water crisis would inevitably find a resolution. To acquire the vegetable cultivation frame now was akin to buying the dip in a volatile market. An early investment would yield exponentially greater returns in the future. On the other side, beneath the burgeoning auction column, what hidden truths could be discerned from the fierce bidding competition? Takeoff bid: 800 milliliters of water, 2 kilograms of bread, 1 carton of yogurt, a unit of copper, a unit of screws, a unit of steel bar, 3 units of timber, and a unit of scrap waste. Hashimoto Mukai bid: 300 milliliters of water, 200 grams of raw salmon, 4 units of sweet oranges, 1 unit of grapes, and a single, pristine sock. Tram bid: 2 kilograms of crude oil, 1 kilogram of gasoline, a remote-controlled toy vehicle, 4 AAA batteries, and 500 milliliters of water. Within mere minutes, the burgeoning bids beneath grew increasingly bizarre, yet the system, leveraging its profound judgment, still provided a rudimentary valuation for each bidder's offerings. These bidders, typically unseen within the chat channels, were now drawn forth into the light, their true identities unveiled by the irresistible allure of the cultivation frame. Countless ordinary survivors now truly grasped the sheer number of powerful transmigrators amongst them. Many esteemed Grand Elders were offering mutated beast meat for trade. After a protracted period of observation, Sumo refrained from hastily placing his bid, instead meticulously assessing the psychological limits of his competitors. In the perilous dance of auctioneering, one's mental fortitude must never succumb to impatience. Typically, the one who strikes first inadvertently exposes their own limitations, condemning them to a passive role in the ensuing bidding war. Considering the intrinsic value of items, the only possession he could currently offer was his ethereal water, an artifact of exceptionally profound worth. Other possessions, such as pet eggs and precious blueprints, held little significance for a trade of this magnitude. Furthermore, ethereal water could be endlessly mass-produced, making its expenditure entirely inconsequential. Sumo hauled the bucket from the well's depths. After decanting its ethereal water, his reserves now stood at a mere 700 milliliters. The bids continued to skyrocket below, yet the seller, Li Shufeng, never revealed himself again, nor did he show any interest in these offers. After a long deliberation, Sumo placed his initial bid: 400 milliliters of U-Energy water. The moment his bid was announced, as expected, the U-Energy water alone instantly shattered the system's valuation limits, surging overwhelmingly to the top. The second place item, by Li Shufeng's own standards, was valued at 322 points. Yet, Sumo's U-Energy water directly garnered a terrifying 2,122 points. Sumo's bid plunged the auction's comment section into an absolute frenzy. Some exclaimed in astonishment, "Su Shen has arrived," while others questioned, "Is U-Energy water truly that formidable?" Others sneered, "Could drinking this water possibly be stronger than my own, leading to instant ascension?" However, some who had previously traded for U-Energy water stepped forward, unequivocally affirming its potency. Only those who drink it, they declared, can truly grasp its effects. Witnessing these prior traders rise to its defense, Sumo nodded, his expression unreadable. Although U-Energy water could indeed fortify the body, his estimation suggested that even consuming 2 liters daily wouldn't yield results as significant as a mere half-hour of exercise. Its true power, he concluded, lay in healing. U-energy water could mend minor, non-serious ailments, achieving the efficacy of potent anti-inflammatory medicine. This, he realized, was the true reason for its astronomically high valuation. Connecting this to Li Shufeng's earlier message about risking his life to obtain the yang, a clear calculation formed within Sumo's mind that Feng Zi, he deduced, must be gravely injured. On the other side, after Sumo placed his bid, Li Shufeng, surprisingly, finally offered a response. Li Shufeng deemed it insufficient. U-energy water was indeed a treasure, but this price lacked sincerity. He stated that if Sumo added just a little more, he would finalize the trade. Sumo let out a cold chuckle. This opponent, he realized, was truly an extortionist. He wished to forge alliances with powerful figures like Li Shufeng, who could directly confront mutated beasts with sheer strength. But Li Shufeng's current demeanor reeked of blatant exploitation. If Li Shufeng had simply stated a fixed price, or messaged him privately to negotiate, Sumo might have been willing to pay a premium. But with this manipulative bidding game, even if Sumo offered an even higher price now, Li Shufeng would undoubtedly demand more. So Sumo retorted, "My apologies, but I have none left." He explained that this treasure was unearthed through countless hardships and perils, and he possessed only a finite amount, with the remainder reserved for emergencies. As for U-energy water's true effects, he believed his opponent understood them far better than himself. Li Shufeng anxiously pleaded, "Su Shen, please don't be like that. Just a little more, and I'll sell it immediately." Just as Sumo had deduced, in a small wooden shack, Li Shufeng was now slumped against the inner wall of his home. Faint, dark blood seeped from his leg, slowly soaking into the wooden floorboards. Witnessing Sumo's unwavering resolve, even Feng Zi, who dared to confront mutated beasts head-on, was now utterly consumed by panic. In this harsh world, beyond food and water, medical aid was paramount. Humans, though endowed with sentience, had simultaneously shed their natural protective hide. A frail body, even with a minor wound, could easily succumb to bacterial infection and perish, let alone the myriad of wounds, both large and small, now marring Feng Gazi's leg. He was, quite literally, at death's door, without immediate medical intervention. Earlier, he had traded a mirror for a mere sip of U-energy water. After consuming it, many minor wounds on his leg had scabbed over, leaving only the medium and large gashes still profusely bleeding. In this life-and-death crisis, Feng Zi resolved to surrender his greatest harvest from the wilderness expedition, all to acquire more U-energy water and cling to life. After a moment of desperate thought, Feng Zi decided to swallow his pride and concede. Li Shufeng admitted his previous misjudgment. He desperately needed U-energy water to save his life, and implored Sun Mo to offer just a little more. He even promised that if he acquired any valuable treasures in the future, Sumomo would be the very first person he contacted. Immediately afterward, Li Shufeng raised his offer to 500 milliliters. If Sumo agreed, he would immediately remove the item from public display and conduct a private trade. In any negotiation, the most fatal mistake is revealing your true weakness to your opponent. Alas for Feng Zi, he had already lost at the starting line, severely constraining his subsequent negotiations. After a tense, drawn-out silence, Sumo offered no verbal reply. Instead, he simply and silently modified his bid to 500 milliliters. The system log flashed. Sumo had forfeited 500 milliliters of U-energy water, and in return, acquired a large-scale cultivation bed. This superior-grade cultivation bed spanned 35 square meters, with each square meter requiring 50 milliliters of water daily. Its description revealed it could slightly accelerate the growth rate of vegetables and even perform automatic pollination. Furthermore, any vegetables cultivated upon it would possess a grade no lower than the cultivation bed itself. Its unique ability was a light-converging mechanism. As long as even a single section of the cultivation bed received sunlight, its effects would be transmitted to the entire crop. The appraisal, delivered in a familiar tone, proclaimed, "Master, behold, a cultivation bed awaits. Xiao Min shall go harvest the vegetables from this bed for master to savor." Upon beholding the cultivation bed's astonishing attributes, Sumo finally broke into a wide, triumphant grin. Feng Zige, it seemed, lacked the conviction to press for a steeper price. Even he, it seemed, doubted that humanity at its current stage could sustain the 1,750 milliliters of water per day required when the growth medium operated at peak efficiency. Furthermore, expending such a vast quantity of water on cultivation felt less pragmatic than directly bartering it for vital supplies. On this point, however, Toma remained entirely unconcerned. His keenly honed observation skills had drawn his attention to a crucial detail in the growth medium's attribute description. Any produce cultivated within it would possess a quality no lower than excellent. This attribute, seemingly innocuous, transmuted into a divine artifact within Toma's grasp. With any surplus survival points, he could invest in elevating the growth medium's quality, thereby universally upgrading all cultivated produce. The mere thought of cultivating rare or even higher grade vegetables in the future caused Toma's mouth to water uncontrollably. Accessing the trading interface, Toma effortlessly procured enough seeds to cultivate a staggering 35 square meters. The cost of these seeds was shockingly meager, requiring a mere 10 milliliters of water for such abundance. In a bygone civilized era, what true value could 10 milliliters of water possibly hold? Consider, for instance, a single mineral water bottle cap. A single cap alone contains nearly 8 milliliters. Toma had traded barely more than a single cap of water for dozens of precious seeds. The sheer magnanimity of this transaction was so profound that even the legendary physician Huatuo himself would shed tears of astonishment upon witnessing it. For 2 arduous days, Toma had not tasted a single shred of vegetable. His palate had grown so utterly bland, one could almost imagine a bird taking flight from his mouth. Deeply embedded within his ancient bloodline, his latent talent for cultivation awakened. The very moment Toma took hold of the seeds, a dormant power within them seemed to stir. Of the precious seeds, Toma designated a generous half for tomatoes, reserving the remainder for garlic and bok choy. In ages past, the peoples of the southern lands thrived on fertile soil, their bodies flourishing with a rich bounty of vegetables, fruits, and oceanic delicacies that satisfied every nutritional need. Yet for the northern tribes, constrained by harsh irrigation and barren soil, their choices were limited to hardy vegetables capable of merely sustaining human life. Foremost among these were 4 vital crops: tomatoes, garlic, cabbage, and potatoes. Tomatoes offered aid in digestion and promoted healthy bowel function. Garlic, a potent detoxifier, possessed sterilizing and antibacterial properties, fortifying the stomach. Beyond its medicinal prowess, garlic could also be utilized in stir-fries to elevate flavor profiles, or simply consumed as a potent snack. Potatoes, renowned for their high yield and satiating qualities, provided enough sustenance from a single meal to fuel an entire day's labor. Cabbage, cherished for its convenient storage and palatable taste, secured its indispensable place on the northern diet. These 4 formidable vegetables were precisely what Toma needed in his current predicament. After careful deliberation, Toma ultimately decided against cultivating potatoes. With a decisive gesture, he summoned the vegetable growth medium forth from his spatial inventory. The once spacious shelter instantly became crowded, its empty expanse now filled. He meticulously positioned the growth medium beneath the skylight, then carefully interred all the vegetable seeds into the soil, maintaining precise intervals. Toma mused that while tomatoes and garlic typically required 3 months to ripen, cabbage would be ready slightly sooner, in roughly 2. The unknown variable, however, was precisely how much this specialized growth medium could accelerate that process. Sowing seeds proved a vexing task. Toma possessed little agricultural knowledge, thus his sole hope rested upon the growth medium's miraculous efficacy. For in this apocalyptic world, the acquisition of suitable chemical fertilizers was an endeavor bordering on the impossible. As for potentially accelerating or boosting the growth process even further, Toma pondered, yet ultimately resolved to conquer the immediate disaster at hand before entertaining such thoughts. Devoid of clocks or any temporal markers, all who survived in the shattered wasteland had reverted to the primal rhythm: toil under the rising sun, and find repose beneath the setting moon. Seated, Toma began a meticulous inventory of his current, formidable resources. Foremost among these, the most crucial lifeline of the entire base: U-energy water. Amassed over the course of the afternoon, the U-energy water reservoir now held a critical 1,000 milliliters, replenishing at an impressive rate of 300 milliliters per hour. Were it not for the imperative to meticulously control the outflow of this precious commodity, Toma would have long since traded every drop for vital provisions. As for the strategic mineral resource, iron, he had already secured 130 units through arduous trade. Should the shelter eventually be upgraded to iron construction, calculations indicated each square meter would demand 2 units of iron blocks. Thus, a critical 70 more units were needed to comprehensively fortify the shelter's structural integrity, rendering it far more robust and secure. However, without a dedicated lightning protection system in place, this grand vision remained, for now, a mere fantasy. As for sustenance, 1 kilogram of the so-called dimensional ration bread had already been consumed today, leaving behind only a meager quantity. Though filling, this bread was as unyielding as solid rock. Without being thoroughly soaked to soften it, Toma's very teeth would shatter attempting to bite into it. The final remnants of his miscellaneous inventory consisted of a mysterious pet egg and a crucial blueprint. After inspecting his gains, Sumo once again ventured through the trading market. Compared to the bustling activity from afternoon to evening, the market now lay significantly emptier. Water and food remained unyielding commodities, critically scarce. In other words, every soul was desperately hoarding. For who, apart from Suman, could truly know if another drop of water would be found after this one was consumed. Finding nothing of true worth, an idle Sumo once again delved into the chat channels, primarily to glean vital intelligence. The world channel overflowed with messages. By nightfall, confined within their shelters, people could only seek interaction to quell their gnawing loneliness. Sumo scrawled swiftly, pausing only when a key word piqued his interest, to cast a fleeting glance. After the first day, and into the second, many players had already encountered newly spawned ruins right beside them. Yet not everyone possessed the audacity to venture within and explore. The vast majority merely observed from a cautious distance. According to accounts from those who dared enter, once inside the ruins, a single retreat meant its permanent disappearance. This implied each individual held but one solitary chance to explore, and even that was bound by stringent time limits. Whispers suggested that after roughly 2 hours, they would be forcibly ejected. As for the dangers lurking within, or what treasures might lie there, no one dared to speak. Armed with this intelligence, a chilling thought struck Sumo. These ruins were likely far from the benevolent havens some imagined, but rather teeming with peril. Currently, no one spoke of the true dangers hidden deep within. The crushing probability was that none who faced such perils had ever returned to their shelters alive. Only the survivors could tell their tales. The deceased were forever silenced. The regional channel now showed a mere 762 souls remaining, a stark testament to the horror. In a single day, over 200 perished in the wasteland, forever unable to return to Earth, never to see their loved ones again. An unavoidable surge of profound sorrow for his fellow humans welled within Sumo's heart. Should ruins manifest directly beside him tomorrow? To enter or not to enter? This grave question tormented his thoughts. To merely hide within his shelter, relying on his evolving mystical water, was undeniably a sound strategy. Yet, the bountiful rewards reaped from slaying the mutated chameleon stirred an undeniable urge within Sumo, captivating his resolve. Even the survival system's path to enhancement required potent items for activation. If this were a normal world, free from catastrophe and hidden mutated beasts, Sumo could indeed wait until the end of time to develop. But in this desolate realm, such complacency was a death sentence. Terrifying mutated beasts, randomly appearing ruins, and unknown calamities were an ever-present reality. Sumo felt an overwhelming lack of security hiding within. Ultimately, his shelter was too weak. Even its very gate was fashioned from mere wood. Should a more formidable mutated beast appear, he feared he wouldn't even realize his demise until it was too late. If ruins did appear, he must venture forth to explore them. He would scour the periphery, retreating the instant any danger manifested. Beneath the crackling firelight, a resolute glint of survival etched itself onto Sumo's face. To advance was to live. To retreat was to perish. Regarding resources and his shelter's advancement, he possessed the system, a profound assurance that no one could possibly surpass him. As for his personal strength and inner resolve, Sumo refused to be left behind. He swore to himself, by the time his loved ones arrived, he must wield enough power to protect them. After this profound self-interrogation, solidifying his inner conviction, Sumo's mindset underwent its first great transformation. The humility, gentleness, and civility of a bygone era were shed, piece by piece. The primal ferocity and wild instincts inherent to all creatures were ceaselessly being awakened within him. Clutching his wooden spear, Sumo finally lay upon his bed. A short while later, his breathing settling into a steady rhythm, he drifted into the realm of dreams. In the enveloping darkness, as starlight scattered across the desolate lands, countless shadowy figures moved with chilling agility, their advance accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Human shelters were breached, one after another, in relentless succession. Agonized screams and bestial growls rent the air, only to fade into a terrifying silence as time wore on. Yet countless formidable figures laid cunning traps, deliberately luring mutated beasts to their demise, waiting to ensnare them all in a single, devastating strike. In the mining zones, countless diligent laborers, torches in hand, still bowed over mineral veins, relentlessly extracting precious resources. On the second day of the apocalypse, the very survival of humanity hung by a precarious thread. As the apocalyptic calendar ushered in the third month's dawn, records revealed Sumo had navigated the previous night with vigilance and safety, thus marking a new day and earning 3 additional survival points. He had eliminated a mutated creature that threatened his very existence, securing 2 more survival points. He now possessed fundamental weaponry and protective gear. This empowered him, like a tiger gaining wings in the desolate lands, granting him 5 more survival points. For the first time, he had slain a mutated chameleon without suffering a single scratch. This yielded him an abundant harvest, granting an additional 20 survival points. He upgraded the Mystic Well's water extraction device, drastically elevating his quality of life, and earning an additional 50 survival points. He refined the shelter's ventilation and lighting systems, bringing him immense satisfaction. Securing an additional 2 survival points, he then acquired a large-scale vegetable cultivation bed, a verdant beacon of hope, fueling his resolve in this desolate world, and adding 5 more survival points. After scanning the host's survival environment and assessing his survival points, he was awarded 30 additional points today. The final tally revealed an increase of 117 survival points, bringing his total to a formidable 120 points. With dark circles like a panda's, Sumo sat at the edge of his bed. Throughout the night, the incessant sounds of creatures prowling outside had prevented him from resting, leaving him deeply unsettled, fearing something might breach his sanctuary. It wasn't until around 5 a.m. that he finally succumbed to a deep slumber, awakening now to crisp, fresh air and a brightly lit shelter. Gazing at yesterday's survival point summary, a faint smile played on Sumo's lips. He realized that the more tasks he completed each day, the greater the survival points he would accumulate. A single ventilation and lighting device, along with the cultivation bed, had already increased his score by 19 points. This truly was an unparalleled boon. Within his sight, though only one corner of the cultivation bed beneath the ventilation shaft received direct light, the entire structure now emitted a soft, ethereal white glow, like polished jade. Sumo summoned his game interface, selecting the monster compendium. The scan attempts had refreshed. The results indicated no mutated beasts within a 1,000-meter radius of the player, leaving him with 2 out of 3 scans for the day. Sumo secretly mused that surely no one could be so perpetually unlucky as to have mutated beasts appear around him every single day. Reassured, his spirits lifted, and he began to complete his daily tasks within the shelter. First, he approached the shelter's treasure-gathering basin, located beside the Mystic Well. Accumulated over the night, the Mystic Well now yielded 3 full scoops of ethereal water, along with the 800 milliliters remaining from yesterday, totaling 3.8 liters. Sumo scooped out 1.8 liters, carefully watering the vegetable cultivation bed. Next, he retrieved a loaf of Great Rift bread, used his iron axe to cut off a kilogram, and soaked it in ethereal water. After finishing his meal, he began to don his protective gear. Though no mutated beasts were detected within 1,000 meters, it didn't signify absolute safety, so wearing protective gear was a necessary precaution against the unknown. As he pushed open the shelter's wooden door and stepped out, Sumo's gaze immediately locked onto a singular point in the distance. On the distant, once desolate plains, a region of ruins suddenly materialized, shrouded in a menacing mist. The sudden appearance of these ruins struck Sumo deeply, for just yesterday, this area had been utterly barren, devoid of even a few trees. Unbelievably, a relic site had manifested right here. By rough estimation, the ruins lay approximately 300 meters from his shelter. Standing at his doorway, he couldn't discern the true scene hidden within their shrouded depths. All he could perceive were shattered, crumbling walls, engulfed by the mist, as if the site had just endured a cataclysmic bombardment. A truly terrifying spectacle. Sumo had initially intended to wait for danger to draw nearer before making his moves, but now, it seemed imperative that he immediately bolstered his combat prowess. Retreating into his shelter, Sumo's eyes blazed with resolve. He retrieved the pet egg he had stored in his inventory. To explore these ruins alone would be an act of utter recklessness. In Sumo's original plan, this pet egg was meant to be saved until his base achieved stable food production. Yet now, he could wait no longer, for exploring these ruins was an absolute imperative. This particular refresh location was too fortuitous to pass up. Should anything unforeseen occur, he could swiftly retreat from the ruins and return to his base. Later, if the ruins were to refresh several kilometers away, that would truly pose a problem. Sumo crafted a new iron axe. Then, ensuring a sterile environment, he carefully nicked his index fingertip against the corner of the blade. A small cut appeared on the flesh of his left index finger. With his right hand, he gently squeezed, allowing a few drops of blood to seep from the wound and fall onto the pet egg. The pet egg, entirely silver white, began to display intricate, blood-red patterns emerging upon its shell the moment it absorbed the offering. Low, guttural cries echoed from within the egg, like the faint growls of a nascent beast. Several streams of emerald green light erupted from the eggshell, splitting into 9 distinct rays that shot directly towards the shelter ceiling. In an instant, the entire interior of the shelter was bathed in an oceanic expanse of green light. Even the deepest, formerly dark corners were now illuminated with absolute clarity. A continuous chorus of cracking sounds emanated from the eggshell. Innumerable white, thread-like fissures spread across the egg's surface. The very next moment, a chorus of barks and whines pierced the air. As the green light dissipated, Sumo stared, wide-eyed and jaw-dropped, at the black and white creature before him. Before Sumo could even react, the shadowy form bolted forward, circling his legs playfully. With an utterly fawning demeanor, Sumo realized he had, in fact, hatched a husky. Indeed, a two-dumb husky. He bent down, embracing the dog's head, caught between laughter and disbelief. Such a grand, dramatic hatching spectacle had led him to believe he would summon some truly formidable beast. He had envisioned a companion that would instantly elevate his strength and status. Yet the outcome was merely a husky. Embracing the husky's head, he watched it ceaselessly lick with fervent intensity. Thomas felt a surge of deep familiarity erupting from the depths of his heart. This was also the reason why, when it had lunged moments ago, Thomas had not evaded. The summoned pet felt as if it had been nurtured for over a decade. Instinctively, one felt no malice from it, only a desire for closeness. The husky's fur was smooth and shimmered like a precious gem. As Thomas stroked the dog's head, it emitted even more contented rumbles. Thomas felt fortunate it was a husky, for even if it ate much, he could still sustain it. After merely 2 days of solitary journeying through the desolate wasteland, Thomas had already felt an overwhelming loneliness. The information on the game's control panel appeared just in time, dispelling his anxieties. The pet's name was yet to be set, and its status indicated it was in its infancy. The creature's description revealed a docile wasteland inhabitant, a mutated husky inheriting multiple bloodlines. With its growth and maturation, its power would continually surge. The control panel also noted that the pet's personality during its infancy would adapt to its master's temperament. Its first ability was high-speed movement. Its muscular structure ensured a certain explosive power. Upon activating this ability, for 30 seconds, its speed would double. The cooldown period was 5 minutes. Its second ability was a profound sixth sense. Its biological structure rendered its senses exceptionally keen. Upon activation of this ability, it could briefly foresee impending dangers. The cooldown period was 1 day. The appraisal section deemed it a good child, provided Tosama could help it awaken all its bloodlines. Noticing Thomas lost in thought, oblivious to its presence, the little husky began to playfully whine and coo, rolling on the ground to reveal its snow-white belly. The little husky's already comical face now seemed to question Thomas why he wasn't playing with it. Beholding the little husky's expression, Thomas was moved to laugh, for it was acting spoiled, yet still nameless. Pausing for a moment, observing the husky's alternating black and white coloration, Thomas inexplicably found it resembled an Oreo cookie with cream filling. Thus he decided that from this moment on, it would be named Oreo. The husky, still sprawling on the ground, upon hearing this name, seemed immensely pleased. It sprang up, head held high, radiating an indescribable aura of pride and majesty. Husky Oreo evidently adored its new name, and began happily yipping while patrolling their shelter, gazing at the mischievous young one and the newfound vitality within the shelter. Thomas felt like an old, benevolent father, his heart swelling with emotion. He had ventured alone into the wilderness, where 2 days had stretched into what felt like months, bereft of kin or conversational companion. Even the chat channels were rife with schemes and deceit. In this world, perhaps until one's power reached a certain echelon, the concept of friendship was a true luxury. Sensing Thomas' melancholy, Oreo swiftly darted over, nuzzling its furry head against his face. Thomas immediately appeased Oreo, claiming he wasn't sad, but merely overjoyed. Recalling Husky's fondness for meat, Thomas accessed the trading market and directly purchased half a caddy of mutated ground wolf meat. The tough, dry wolf meat, nearly inedible for humans, Oreo devoured with relish, paying no heed to its taste. Watching it eat, Thomas allowed it to feast freely, adding that if it wasn't enough, he still had Great Divide bread. Observing Oreo's lingering regret after finishing its meal, Thomas pulled out a loaf of Great Divide bread from his storage pouch, terrifying Oreo to the point it fled for its life. For a fleeting moment, Thomas' hearty laughter echoed throughout the shelter. Afterward, the next task was to explore the ruins. After rechecking his armor and weaponry once more, Thomas called Oreo over, then opened the wooden door of the underground shelter and stepped outside. Currently, his survival points remained abundant, more than enough to upgrade his weaponry and defensive gear in one go. However, Thomas' objective for this expedition was not to engage in combat. From yesterday until now, among all the information he had gathered regarding the ruins, not a single soul mentioned the forms of the monsters within. Uncertainty was always the most terrifying aspect. If the ruins harbored no danger, someone would surely have delved deep within long ago. Currently, no one updated on the situation inside. The most significant reason was likely that all who had entered had perished. Even if Thomas were to upgrade his equipment with his current combat strength, it wouldn't be entirely necessary. True wisdom lay in understanding one's own capabilities. Though he regularly tempered his body, Thomas did not believe his current combat prowess could rival that of a special forces soldier. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual with a touch of strength. He reminded himself to be exceedingly cautious, not to sustain injury, then called Oreo once more. The mist shrouding the ancient ruins shimmered like fragmented light, obscuring all vision even when approached within 100 meters. Sumo crouched, beckoning Oreo, who was sniffing around, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seeing Suma's gesture, Oreo affectionately ran over, snuggling into his embrace, rubbing its head vigorously. Its previously serious and dignified demeanor instantly melted away. It playfully licked Sumo's chin. Sumo pacified it, then explained that he would have a crucial task for it once they entered the ruins. Heavens bear witness, Sumo absolutely refused to believe Orio's clingy behavior was influenced by his own nature. Absolutely not. Hearing Sumo's words, Oreo pricked up its ears, adopting a serious, listening expression. Sumo instructed it not to stray too far once they entered, restricting its movements to a 5-meter radius around him. Should it sense any danger, it was to immediately warn him. At that point, they would retreat along their original path. Oreo tilted its head, then 2 seconds later, gave a single, understanding nod. The creature understood. Sumo praised Oreo's obedience, then continued, warning that they might encounter other creatures inside. When that happened, it must remember they would be enemies, and not foolishly rush forward to court death. With his instructions complete, Sumo stood, retrieving his master wooden spear from his inventory. Gripping it firmly, he advanced with firm, resolute steps towards the ancient ruins. When only 10 meters away, Sumo finally discerned the interior structure of the ancient ruins. Low-lying earthen walls, 2 to 3 meters high, bore scorched, blackened marks, as if having endured the ravages of war. This bizarre sight did not quell Sumo's suspicions. Instead, it only intensified his curiosity. Judging by the available information, the level of civilization within these ruins would not be exceedingly advanced, at least not beyond his comprehension. Gripping his spear tightly, calling Oreo close to his side, Sumo summoned his courage and plunged headfirst into the swirling mist. The moment he stepped into the mist's embrace, Sumo immediately noticed a peculiar scent, instantly heightening his vigilance. With utmost concentration, he observed his surroundings. A system notification flashed, confirming his entry into the ancient ruins. The notification further stated that the appraisal function of the game panel had been sealed, to be used only after exiting the ruins. The sudden chime of the system startled Sumoyu. Simultaneously, the mist seemed to receive a signal, beginning to recede within a 5-meter radius around him. Not daring to venture deeper, Sumomo began to skirt the edge of the ancient ruins. After roughly 20 minutes of walking, he still hadn't returned to his starting point. Sumo was inwardly astonished by the sheer size of the ancient site, silently committing it to memory before retracing his steps. Surviving in the apocalypse was no novel. Blindly rushing forward was a luxury reserved for protagonists. He, however, lacked the audacity to challenge the unknown so carelessly. Only after returning to his initial starting point did Sumo begin to move forward again. The yellow earth beneath his feet resembled a rural dirt path, uneven and winding. Following the earthen wall to the final bend, his vision suddenly expanded, revealing an archway standing prominently not far ahead. Looking up from below, his keen eyesight allowed Sumo to immediately discern faint characters appearing in the mist at the archway's center. Zhenliang Fang. Seeing the familiar characters Yen and other Han script, Sumo felt no kinship, no comforting sense of familiarity. Instead, a chilling dread shot up his spine. Oreo beside him also seemed to sense a formidable foe. Moments before, it had been bounding and sniffing around, but the instant it saw the archway, it suddenly flattened itself against the ground, staring fiercely ahead. The sight before him also provoked goosebumps on Sumo, sending shivers down his spine. Gazing deep into the mist beyond the Zhenliang Fang archway, Sumo instinctively sensed something deeply amiss. He decisively retreated, moving swiftly along the narrow path. In this apocalyptic era, beholding a scene like a demon-haunted town engulfed in mist, how many would dare venture inside to explore its secrets? He didn't know if other ruins presented such an Asura-like spectacle, but he was certain that with his current gear and combat strength, venturing inside would invite immense danger. As Sumo departed from the bend, the mist behind him began to close in again, gradually engulfing the archway along the earthen wall. Sumo began to conceive a different idea. Since the town appeared so perilous, and direct entry was impossible, why not directly try to breach the earthen wall, and see what lay within these rural houses lining the path? Sumo called Oreo to stand guard, then cautiously approached the previous spot, observing the earthen wall's composition. Like common rural mud walls, he tested it with his master wooden spear, immediately dislodging a small chunk. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Sumo realized it was not as sturdy as he'd imagined, and was instantly invigorated. He drew his iron axe, and swung it, blow after powerful blow, against the earthen wall. With each heavy strike against the wall, hearing the resounding impact, and seeing chunks of earth continuously falling, Sumo was filled with surging zeal. The wall, about half a meter thick, crumbled with a resounding crash in less than 5 minutes. A breach, wide enough for 3 people to pass through abreast, appeared before him. Peering through the opening, he could faintly discern old, rural-style tiled houses within. The tiled house, with its 3 distinct rooms, stood in perfect, symmetrical order. Sumo commanded Oreo to survey the surroundings, scenting for any lurking peril. Perched atop the earthen wall, Sumo's gaze meticulously swept the interior of the dwelling. Curiosity piqued. Each chamber remained securely locked, betraying the absence of its owner, and an unsettling silence, utterly devoid of life, pervaded the space. Having thoroughly scrutinized the house's exterior, Sumo's discerning gaze finally settled upon Oreo. Oreo perked its ears, listening intently, then dropped to the ground, sniffing the air wildly. Finally, with a shake of its head, it signaled. No discernible scent of any living being lingered within. Recalling his wooden spear, Sumo advanced, an iron axe clutched firmly in hand, his foot crossing the threshold into the courtyard, every fiber of his being radiating vigilance. His seemingly aimless gaze moments before was merely a facade. He had, in fact, meticulously mapped every potential escape route. From the courtyard to the perimeter of these ancient ruins, a mere 30 meters by foot. At a brisk 5 meters per second on this treacherous terrain, even if danger erupted during his indoor exploration, escape from the ruins would take less than 10 seconds. With each measured step, Sumo advanced with utmost caution toward the courtyard's heart, his gaze ceaselessly sweeping the 3 surrounding chambers. Then, a sudden, fleeting shadow. It struck with savage force against Sumo's ceramic armor, violently flinging him to the unforgiving earth. A series of deep, resonant growls reverberated through the air. Sumo's head snapped up, only to be met with a sight that curdled his blood. A hunting beast of utterly grotesque and horrifying proportions. Witnessing Sumon's sudden fall, Oreo erupted from behind him, lunging forward to form an impenetrable shield. In that very instant, a tense and brutal standoff ignited between the 2 formidable adversaries. Fortuitously, with Oreo standing guard, snarling and baring its fangs, the dazed Tsunama seized a precious, fleeting moment to regain his bearings. 3. Then 5 agonizing seconds later, as the vertigo receded from his mind, Sumo pushed himself up, his eyes focusing to truly appraise the creature he had previously only fleetingly perceived as a mere hunting dog. It was only now, under the harsh light of reality, that his scalp prickled with the chilling realization. This abhorrent beast was no terrestrial creature, no organism ever born of Earth. Though it possessed the semblance of a canine, this monstrous entity was anything but ordinary. From head to tail, it defied all natural order, its back grievously wounded, exposing ghastly scars and weeping vile, blackish-gray ichor. 2 abyssal, obsidian eyes fixed their unblinking gaze upon Sumo, a silent, primal warning that he had dared to invade its sacred, desolate domain. The untamed, bestial savagery in the black dog's eyes was now terrifyingly apparent. It seemed that with but a single, ill-advised step from Sumo, the beast would instantly erupt, tearing him limb from limb. This was, without a shadow of a doubt, no ordinary creature. Instantly, Sumo-Q found himself locked in a fierce internal struggle, to flee, or to engage in a desperate battle. But even as that thought ignited in Sumo's mind, the fearsome, savage monster lunged yet again. It surged into the air like a bolt of black lightning, aiming to shatter Oreo's defensive perimeter. Sumo instinctively raised his arm to defend, but to his astonishment, as the black dog soared, Oreo, with a sudden, ferocious lunge, delivered a crushing impact to its belly, sending the beast careening violently sideways. Recognizing this fleeting window as a golden opportunity, a chilling glint of ruthless determination ignited in Sumo's gaze. He executed a swift roll across the earth, and, in a single, fluid motion, seamlessly transitioned his grip from the iron axe to the master wooden spear. He plunged the spear point deep, then instantly ripped it free, striking the black dog directly atop its head and inflicting a savage, debilitating wound. Then, the spear shaft followed the tip, channeling Sumo's entire, explosive might into a devastating downward arc, transforming the spear into a bludgeoning whip that slammed ferociously into the black dog's form. This brutal spear whip struck a critical point. The black dog, which had endured a direct stab without a whimper, now unleashed a torrent of continuous, agonizing howls. Sumo, seizing this momentary triumph, unleashed a relentless assault. A man who had lived half his life in refined civility, a product of a peaceful era, now felt an overwhelming, primal power erupting from deep within his very core. A torrent of potent force, originating from his very core, surged through his waist, channeled into his arm, then his forearm, finally unleashing the spear shaft in a relentless, pulverizing barrage against the black dog's writhing form. Only when the black dog was utterly beaten, its will to resist shattered, did Sumo finally halt his merciless assault. He stood triumphantly, gazing down upon the creature's incessant thrashing on the ground, his eyes lingering, dark and penetrating, upon its grotesque, festering maw. Observing the black dog's persistent inability to rise, Sumo exhaled a deep, shuddering breath, the sudden, overwhelming exhaustion threatening to drag him to his knees. At the sight of Sumo's momentary weakness, the black dog, previously prostrate on the ground, suddenly contorted, its form twisting, as if its very front and rear sections had become horrifyingly detached. With a grotesque, unnatural twist, its two front legs suddenly pushed off the earth, propelling it upwards. Its maw, a horrifying cavern of yellowish-black, decaying fangs, snapping viciously at Sumo's thigh. Oreo, ever vigilant at Sumo's side, let out a sharp whimper, poised to intercept the assault. Yet, to its astonishment, Sumo-sai moved with a lightning speed that surpassed even its own. It was as if his previous weakness, his very exhaustion, had been nothing more than a cunning, deadly ruse. Sumo's spear shot upwards once more, a precisely aimed thrust, unerring and true, piercing directly into the heart of the onrushing black dog. A deafening, visceral crunch echoed, reverberating with an immense, concussive force. The spearhead, driven by untold power, plunged directly into the creature's gaping maw. Even Sumo, still gripping the spear shaft, reeled from the immense recoil, the sheer force of the impact sending him staggering back, crashing to the ground. As he stared at the monstrous black dog, now grotesquely impaled upon his spearhead, a chilling, primal ferocity blazed in Sumo's eyes. He licked the blood from his lips, then spat a crimson glob onto the earth, a silent curse forming in his mind. This beast, too, possessed a cruel cunning. Carefully lowering the long spear, Sumo's gaze shifted to Oreo. To his utter surprise, Oreo let out a low whimper, then flattened itself to the earth, seemingly too terrified to approach. As the realization of his own terrifying state dawned upon him, Sumo stiffened, then slowly, deliberately, released the long spear from his grasp. And as the spear clattered to the earth, the savage, untamed glint in his eyes receded, replaced once more by his customary, composed demeanor. Witnessing Sumo's profound transformation, only then did Oreo, with a hesitant whine, gingerly approach its master. The dog's head relentlessly nudged and rubbed against him. Sumo intended to embrace it, but the moment he raised his hand, a wave of agony coursed through his entire body. His chest, still constricted from the black dog's initial impact, felt an oppressive tightness. As he lifted his hand, he saw his palm was riddled with countless minuscule lacerations, the result of clenching the spear shaft so fiercely. Even a slight clench now sent agonizing pain tearing through him. Sumo silently acknowledged the formidable strength of this monstrous entity. It was clearly no ordinary creature, not even requiring breath. He gently nudged Oreo's head with his elbow. Sumo laboriously pushed himself upright. This black dog was undeniably unlike any creature in his vast reservoir of knowledge. Even the mutated gecko he encountered earlier hadn't transcended the fundamental boundaries of a living organism. Yet this monstrosity possessed no breath, no scent, and even with its physical form catastrophically damaged, it could still unleash a final, desperate suicidal assault. It was a truly bone-chilling revelation. Steeling his resolve, Sumo, propped on his spear, began to make his way toward the central dwelling. A gnawing apprehension gripped him. The recent commotion might have drawn other creatures. He had to act swiftly, decisively, and salvage whatever resources he could. He observed the lock, which bore a striking resemblance to those found on Earth, though its specific design was unfamiliar. Yet, this was no time for meticulous study. Drawing his iron axe, he suppressed the searing pain in his hand, then brought the heavy blade down in a single, powerful cleave, instantly severing the delicate iron chain that secured the lock. The lock fell slack, utterly useless. Pushing the door inward, he stepped into an immediate assault of damp, musty air, the unmistakable scent of a dwelling long forsaken. Illuminated faintly by the ambient light from outside, Sumo discerned the rudimentary layout of the interior. The interior was starkly utilitarian, bearing the unmistakable signs of having been thoroughly ransacked. Furthermore, though it was labeled a house, to the left of the entrance lay a vast kang bed, a northern staple, consuming nearly a third of the room's entire space. At the head of the shai kang bed sat a bulky, antiquated television set. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo moved directly to retrieve the television and its power socket, transferring them into his spatial storage. Be it an ancient CRT or a sleek flat screen, encountering relics of the old world within this desolate new one stirred a profound sense of familiarity within Sumo's very core. If power could be secured, who was to say the television might not flicker to life once more? The unknown possibilities were tantalizing. Having meticulously gathered the items from the kang bed, Sumo then swept the tea set from the central round table into his storage, not even neglecting the table itself, absorbing everything. Each individual's spatial inventory began with 20 slots. Before venturing out, Sumo had already utilized 6, leaving an abundance of remaining capacity. With a final, comprehensive scan, determined to leave nothing behind, Sumo rolled up the mildewed bedding from the kang bed, consigned it to his storage, and then exited the central dwelling. Sumo speculated that the former occupant of this dwelling had undoubtedly taken whatever was portable, leaving behind remnants that were either cumbersome to transport or utterly devoid of value. He breached the lock on the right-hand room, As anticipated, the interior had been meticulously stripped bare. Not a single usable item remained for Sumo to acquire. To have endured such a perilous ordeal only to procure so few items left Sumo momentarily disheartened, but as he unsealed the door to the left, a wave of profound astonishment and elation washed over him. Sumo recognized this as the preparation area for food, and to his utter disbelief, something significant still awaited him within. The configuration of the left room was even more rudimentary. 2 earthen hearths dominated the left, while a small table bearing a cutting board occupied the right. Naturally, these mundane fixtures were not the true wellspring of Sumo's elation. Upon the table, an array of bottles, jars, and crocks revealed the true genesis of his astounding discovery. A half-filled satchel of salt, pepper, chili powder, baking powder, star anise, fragrant leaves. A trove of 7 or 8 diverse spices, all were meticulously swept into Sumo's spatial inventory. As he bent lower, Sumo's delight surged as he unearthed a half-open sack of flour, carefully preserved within a water jar. Due to the water jar's ingenious sealing, Sumo cautiously prodded with his hand, finding only the uppermost layer subtly discolored. Beneath, the flour remained pristine white. It was a truly astonishing preservation. He resolved to seize everything: the very earthen hearths, the water jar, the precious spices, and the half-sack of flour. This modest kitchen had unexpectedly yielded the most significant spoils of his arduous struggle. With the room thoroughly scoured and confirmed empty, Sumo retreated, leaning heavily on his spear, and limped resolutely towards the gaping breach in the earthen wall. All the while, Oreo diligently performed its duty, standing vigilant guard at the breach. The moment it spotted Sumo approaching, it bounded back with eager haste. Oreo barked a rapid, insistent flurry, simultaneously tugging at Sumo's pant leg, attempting to draw him away from the dwelling. Sumo calmed Oreo. "Enough. Let us depart. No more exploration for now. Once we are properly equipped, we shall return to thoroughly ransack this entire place." Glimpsing the adjacent earth-walled dwellings, Sumo felt a flicker of possessive ambition. However, the moment he accessed Oreo's status panel, observing that its sixth sensibility was now in a cooldown state, a sudden chill seized Sumo. He instinctively accelerated his steps, exiting through the swirling mist. As he reached the entrance, the once clamorous ruins, now bereft of Sumo's presence, descended once more into an eerie stillness. Shortly thereafter, the receding mist began to coalesce, once again shrouding everything. Yet, through the breach Sumo had violently cleaved with his iron axe, a towering, adult-sized shadow could be vaguely discerned. The shadowy presence appeared to exude a subtle impatience. After pacing restlessly within its confines, it once more dissolved into the swirling mist. The ruins, enshrouded in mist, began to inexplicably crumble and dissolve the moment Sumo stepped forth, as if truly transforming into ethereal smoke and ash. Simultaneously, the carcass of the black dog, still impaled upon Sumo's wooden spear, began to waver, fading into an ethereal illusion alongside the dissipating mist. A soft zephyr drifted by, and the illusion dispersed into mere dust. Sumo felt a profound regret. He had harbored hopes of bringing such a formidable entity back for proper identification, to ascertain its true nature. Summoning his game console, he navigated to the Monster Encyclopedia entry. Sumo initiated the scan, a wave of lingering regret washing over him. The results were stark. No mutated beasts detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Today's scan count: 1 of 3. The environs surrounding the bunker were naught but desolate wasteland. Any large fauna would have been readily visible to the naked eye. To secure his peace of mind, Sumo still compelled his weary body to drag itself back to the bunker, sealing the heavy wooden door behind him. A long-absent sensation of absolute security finally enveloped him. Yet, hand in hand with that newfound safety, a torrent of pain simultaneously assailed him. As he peeled away his ceramic armor, each bone-deep throb sent a searing numbness across his scalp. The brutal impact had been reciprocal. While the ceramic armor had indeed absorbed the black dog's ferocious impact, the sheer retaliatory force had still left a dark, blooming contusion upon Sumo's chest. From clenching the wooden spear so desperately, the very skin of his palms had been chafed raw, flaking away in agony. Under the harsh light of the sun, he reassessed his injuries, discovering their grim severity. The other aches across his body were mere soft tissue damage from the sudden bursts of power. Hardly a grave concern. Oreo, head bowed, incessantly circled Sumo. Though canines cannot speak, the profound anxiety in its eyes was undeniably heartfelt. Suppressing a groan of agony, Sumo forced a faint smile, assuaging Oreo that he was unharmed, that this stumble was but a temporary setback. 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi. Next time, he would make them savor the taste of modern weaponry. Oreo tilted its head, clearly uncomprehending the true meaning of Sumo's modern weaponry. Sumo couldn't help but find Oreo utterly endearing. Yet, Oreo was no ordinary pet. It was a mutated entity, birthed from the heart of the apocalypse. Its uncanny ability to comprehend human speech only deepened the veil of mystery surrounding it. As he soothed Oreo, Sumo painstakingly dragged himself to the U-energy water container. Seizing a cup, he drank deeply, feeling the fiery inferno in his chest immediately recede. A tingling, itching sensation now spread through the wounds on his hands. Raising his hand, he observed. Minor abrasions were already mending under the U-energy water's potent effects, while even the deeper wounds had ceased their bleeding. A single fall, a profound lesson learned. Through this harrowing exploration of the ancient relic site, Sumo finally confronted the brutal necessity of combat in the apocalypse. To perpetually evade battle was to court an inescapable demise, to seal one's fate in an abyss of no return. Even in times of peace one must strive. In this desolate, chaotic wasteland, the struggle is paramount. Yet, the U-energy water was not omnipotent. Even with unlimited consumption, its healing efficacy for minor wounds ceased entirely after 300 milliliters. Picking up the shard of mirror, a remnant from his earlier attempts to cut the ventilation for light, Sumo composed himself and gazed intently into his reflection. Thanks to the exceptional genes inherited from his parents, the young man reflected back had sharp, sword-like brows and piercing bright eyes, embodying the pristine, refined beauty of youth. The flecks of blood staining his face and his disheveled hair did not betray a slovenly appearance. Instead, they forged an even more potent aura of resolute masculinity, a vibrant, unyielding spirit. His jawline was etched with absolute perfection, its graceful curve lending an irresistible allure to his profile. Gazing downwards, Sumo saw his chest reflected in the mirror. Where before had been a horrifying, purplish-red mass of congealed blood and bruises, now, after the U-energy water had awakened its latent healing properties, the stagnant blood had begun to slowly dissipate, the terrifying crimson shifting to a faint, blood-tinged violet. Sumo nodded in acknowledgement, then set the U-energy water cup aside. He had entered the ancient relic site around 9 a.m. Now his emergence marked at least 4 p.m. This startling discrepancy entirely defied the intelligence he had previously acquired, which unequivocally stated that one could only remain within the relic site for 2 hours. Opening his private message interface, he sought out the contact of Feng Mengyu. Sumo proactively dispatched a message, stating his desire for further intelligence regarding the relic site, and offering U-energy water as a worthy recompense. The message sent. A brief 2 or 3 minute delay passed. Then, Feng Mengyue's reply materialized. Feng Mengyue greeted Sumo, inquiring about his specific questions. She then added, apologetically, that if he sought knowledge regarding the origin of the explosion-proof glass, she could not assist, as the relic site had not reset that morning, rendering it inaccessible, even to her. Sumo responded, asserting his wish to learn everything she had witnessed and heard after her own foray into the ancient relic site. For he himself had just traversed the same ruin, and would use his own harrowing experience to verify the authenticity of her intelligence. He hoped for a mutually beneficial exchange. Discarding all pretense of concealment, Sumo chose outright honesty. In truth, from the very instant he set foot within the relic site, he had keenly discerned that his experience diverged significantly from that of others. The sheer expanse was staggering. Other cultivators, no matter how vast their own relic sites, could always vaguely glimpse the deeper secrets from any edge. Yet his own relic site, even its outermost periphery, swallowed him for over 20 minutes of relentless traversing, offering no exit, let alone a glimpse of its inner sanctums. Feng Mengyue assented, but cautioned that it would require some time. She was currently out in the wilderness, and thus, temporarily indisposed. She proposed that once she returned to her bunker, she would furnish him with a detailed written account. In return, he could compensate her with U-energy water based on the information's perceived value, as these were no earth-shattering secrets. With a single, decisive, understood, Sumo severed the private message channel. He was now 100% certain. His relic site harbored a profound anomaly. Accessing his spatial inventory, Sumo began meticulously retrieving his possessions. His first retrieve was the television, undoubtedly the most valuable artifact among his newfound treasures. The 32-inch, fine-grade color television was described as a technological marvel, an artifact of an indeterminate, ancient era. It was primarily composed of 5 intricate sections: the power circuit, central channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and the advanced color image display system. Its display boasted a phenomenal 25 frames per second, each frame rendered with an astonishing 625 lines of resolution. Its extraordinary capability. Once powered and installed within a bunker, it could surveil the entire surrounding area within a 1,000-meter radius, offering unparalleled zoom functionality and dynamic viewpoint shifting. The appraisal boldly declared that before this television, neither he nor any other being could ever claim true privacy, a chilling revelation delivered with an unsettling air of righteous justification. The television's attributes utterly astounded Sumo, leaving his jaw agape. To think such an overwhelmingly powerful artifact could exist in this world. This television, seemingly innocuous within the relic site, revealed such an overbearing, domineering function once brought into the outside world. If he could only supply power to this formidable device, Sumo would wield absolute strategic initiative within a 1,000-meter radius. The television's operational principles were inconsequential. Its mere existence, a potent function defying all scientific explanation, was enough to drive any mortal to the brink of madness. Indeed, risk and reward are always intertwined. At this critical juncture, Sumo's desire for electricity had reached its breaking point. However, in truth, ever since his transmigration, he had been without his phone for 3 agonizing days. Only now, in this moment of respite, did he truly grasp the critical importance of power. After carefully placing the television, a bold thought suddenly ignited within Sumon's mind. If that very town contained even a television, then a power generator was not an impossibility. A settlement of that scale surely would not be without strategic reserves, such as power generators. With this thought, Sumo's mind instantly sharpened, ablaze with new possibilities. With sufficient firepower, the monsters he had faced before would be mere nuisances. He could, perhaps, utilize these ruins to rapidly fortify his shelter. Suppressing all nascent hopes, Sumo turned his attention back to the mold-ridden, scavenged bedding set. The ordinary grade 3-piece bedding set was described as comprising a blanket, a bedsheet, and a pillow. Its special ability was a unique fabric that offered a slight increase in comfort, alongside a certain moisture-repellent function. Its appraisal claimed that the affection a mere white bedsheet could not offer, this crimson mandarin duck bedding set would provide. Unpacking an ordinary grade item, Sumo remained undeterred. He had held no grand expectations for this item when he acquired it. For an already moldy blanket to possess a special ability that even slightly increased comfort was already exceptionally rare. Under the lingering sunlight, Sumo emerged from his shelter, carefully spreading the bedding set upon a sun-drenched patch of earth, allowing the blanket to bask fully and purge its mold. In truth, if he had the means, Sumo would have preferred to thoroughly wash these items before hanging them to dry. However, given his current predicament, everything had to be simplified. Returning to his shelter, Sumo successively retrieved the table, tea set, and spices he had previously obtained. To his dismay, the system interface flatly refused to recognize these items. They were merely ordinary furniture, cups, and spices. Conversely, half a sack of flour retrieved from the kitchen brought Sumo a surge of delight. The refined, excellent-grade flour was described as milky white, falling between high-gluten and low-gluten flour, with a semi-porous texture, perfect for making steamed buns, mantou, noodles, and similar dishes. The flour's special ability was its automatic dust removal function, making it resistant to spoilage and mold, ideal for long-term storage. The flour's appraisal suggested that its sight would inspire one to prepare a bowl of hot oil noodles, or boiling oil noodles, for a truly satisfying meal. For food, Sumo's demands were not high. As long as it could be stored long-term without spoiling, it sufficed. The flour's unique ability perfectly suited his intentions. At this current stage, everyone's rations were incredibly simple. Take the great cracking bread Sumo consumed. It at least provided his daily salt intake. Others were not so fortunate. Some could only dig for weeds and strip tree bark for their 3 daily meals. There were even those so famished that to preserve their lives, they dared to eat even dirt. As for the mutated beast meat available for trade, a direct consequence of the brutally harsh environment, these creatures' flesh inherently contained very little fat. When chewed, the meat was no different from eating tree bark, parched and utterly unpalatable. Only Ali Ao was not picky. Hot or cold, he ate with immense joy. Sumama was also content with this arrangement. Compared to the market exchange rate of 100 milliliters of water for 500 grams of bread, with mutated beast meat, Sumo could acquire roughly 700 to 800 grams for the same 100 milliliters of water. Upon opening the trade interface, Sumo's gaze sharpened. Today he resolved to reward himself with a truly exceptional meal, expending precious water to acquire a delectable dish, a personal celebration for his secure retreat from the ruins. After an afternoon of relentless accumulation, augmented by the morning's remnants and what he had consumed for healing, his reserves of dark energy water now surged to an astounding 3.8 liters. This immense reserve meant that if Sumo declared himself second among all global survival players, no one would possess the temerity to claim first. First, he scanned for any rare items on sale, then immediately began searching for the keyword chicken meat. The system reported no trade items related to chicken meat were found. Sumo then searched for pork. The system again reported no trade items related to pork were found. He then searched for beef. The trade channel displayed a bizarre array of items. Many had even unearthed valuable treasures from earth within bloody chests. But without exception, not a single meat product was to be found. After a full search, Sumo could only helplessly alter his approach. This time, his keyword became canned meat. To Suma's astonishment, the system still yielded no results for canned meat. Even such a basic commodity was seemingly non-existent. He then shifted his search to lap rao, smoked cured meat, and the system triumphantly displayed 2 item listings. With this shift in strategy, a contented smile finally graced Sumo's lips. One piece of cured meat, weighing 400 grams, and another, a substantial 200 grams. At that rate, 1 milliliter of water would only yield 3 grams of cured meat. A steep price indeed. He opened the private chat, sending a message to the seller. The moment his name appeared, the seller's face contorted with shock and delight, immediately inquiring if Umbra water was indeed the currency for this transaction. Upon Sumo's confirmation, the seller immediately volunteered a discount. The unit price plummeting to an exchange of 1 milliliter of water for 6 grams of cured meat left Sumo utterly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though rumors had swirled for 2 days that Umbra water was a sacred healing elixir, most people only knew the tales, uncertain of their veracity. Witnessing the seller's immense satisfaction, Sumo, with a decisive gesture, treated it as a promotional bounty, maintaining the original price. This act earned him a torrent of heartfelt gratitude from the astounded seller. With 200 milliliters of Umbra water expended for the cured meat, a flash of brilliant light erupted. The water level in the wooden barrel holding the precious Umbra water dipped almost imperceptibly, while in Sumo's inventory bar, 2 distinct pieces of cured meat, one large and one small, materialized. Extracting the cured meat, Sumo gazed upon the glistening, translucent layers of lean and fatty flesh, interwoven with vibrant hues of golden red. A profound craving stirred within him, yet he sternly suppressed it, instead retrieving 6 units of iron for his base's expansion. Sumo switched to the crafting page. The iron stove recipe demanded 6 units of iron, 1 unit of wood, and 2 units of soil. All the necessary materials were now gathered. With a decisive confirmation of the crafting process, the 6 units of iron, 1 unit of wood, and 2 units of soil vanished. A brilliant crafting light flashed forth. A rustic stove, common in rural villages, shimmered into existence within Sumo's inventory. He mentally designated a spot near the corner of the wall. At Sumo's mere thought, the stove manifested precisely in the chosen location. Such was the ingenious nature of the crafting system's initial placement function. A focused thought was all it took to perfectly position the item. Retrieving the earthenware pot he had salvaged from the ruins, he poured in 100 milliliters of Umbra water, swishing it around to cleanse it thoroughly. Leo, who had been dutifully guarding the entrance, suddenly let out an excited howl. It was then that Sumo finally recalled he had almost entirely forgotten about his loyal companion. Since their return, Leo had instinctively positioned himself at the door, standing guard with an unexpected discipline for a husky. Now catching the irresistible scent of the cured meat, Leo drooled uncontrollably. It longed to rush over, fawning for a share, yet remained rooted by the fear that leaving its post would allow monsters to invade, leaving Sumo vulnerable. Sumo cast a look of deep appreciation upon Leo, assuring the loyal hound that they would eat together soon, and there was no need to rush. Upon receiving this solemn assurance, the dog's excited howls instantly ceased. Yet, the steady stream of drool cascading from the corners of its mouth betrayed Leo's true, unyielding anticipation. Huskies were, by nature, working dogs. Only through generations of confinement within city walls did they gradually lose their innate wild instincts. Their primary task, it seemed, had devolved into domestic demolition. Yet watching it stand vigilant by the door now, one could hardly distinguish it from a fiercely loyal rural guard dog. With the earthenware pot thoroughly cleansed, Sumo carefully positioned it upon the newly built stove. Unlike the sheltered urban youth of this era, Sumo had been raised in the hardy countryside of a bygone generation. He was no pampered city child, ignorant of fire beyond turning a gas knob. He took a unit of wood, tucking it beneath the grate, then retrieved the lighter he had previously acquired. The dry plant fibers caught fire with effortless grace, igniting a warm glow. Into the pot he poured nearly a full liter of the precious Umbra water. Then, with a purposeful motion, Sumo dropped both pieces of cured meat into the simmering liquid. In these austere conditions, his intention was to craft a profoundly nourishing cured meat stew, a piping hot, restorative elixir for the stomach. A pity, perhaps, that the cabbage and tomatoes nearby had only just been sown. Otherwise, with a touch of fresh greens, the flavor would undoubtedly soar to even greater heights. Sumo meticulously added salt to perfect the seasoning, followed by a touch of fermented black beans, cooking wine, and a generous dash of black pepper, allowing the flavors to meld and deepen. Before long, the cured meat stew, now boiling vigorously, began to unleash an intoxicatingly sweet and rich aroma. Even Sumo, patiently tending the stove, found himself ensnared by the irresistible allure of its fragrance. For 3 arduous days, Sumo had not tasted a single morsel seasoned with flavor. In his past life, he would never have conceived that a simple cured meat stew, devoid even of vegetables, could stir such profound yearning within him. Perceiving the stew was nearly perfect, Sumo once more accessed the trade panel. He acquired a pound of mutated ground wolf meat, then utilized 3 units of wood to craft 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks. Suma placed one of the small bowls on the ground, adding the mutated ground wolf meat. Then, he ladled a generous portion of the aromatic cured meat stew from the pot, along with the entire 200-gram piece of cured meat, directly into the bowl. Suma then called Alio to dine, explicitly declaring this grand feast a reward for its unwavering protection during their recent combat. He urged the loyal beast to continue its valiant efforts in the days to come. During the brutal clash with the black wolf, Alio had bravely charged forward, disrupting the creature's second devastating lunge and creating a crucial opening for Sumo. Such bravery demanded a worthy reward. Watching Alio pant, circle, and whimper with delight from both the heat and the intoxicating aroma, Sumo let out a booming laugh. He then scooped every last drop of the remaining stew into his own bowl. Umbra water, possessing an inherently sweet and mellow essence, now, after being heated, brazenly released its fragrant sweetness, permeating the very air. It was fortunate that the profound, savory depth of the cured meat emerged just in time, staunching the relentless tide of pure sweetness. The broth, a milky white, shimmered with streaks of rich fat swirling across its surface, a sight that instantly invoked a ravenous hunger and made one's mouth water. A boundless anticipation filled the air. With chopsticks, he skewered a piece of the cured meat, taking a delicate bite. Instantly, a flood of rich, savory broth burst forth. Its pure, unadulterated flavor, neither excessively fatty nor stringy, proclaimed that the simple cuisine of one's homeland truly possessed the power to mend the soul. This was nothing like the uncertain, perilous world where tomorrow's existence was never guaranteed. Instead, it was a sensation of pure bliss, as if floating weightlessly in paradise. He paid no heed to the lingering heat of the potent broth. Suman lifted the small basin, taking a deep, satisfying gulp, allowing the rich fragrance to linger on his tongue, its aftertaste unending. After such a grand feast, both man and dog sprawled out, utterly content. Ali's belly was distended, and combined with its head-tilted, serious expression, it was utterly charming in its display. Seizing the moment to digest, Sumo opened his private message interface. As expected, several messages from Feng Mangyue had already arrived. Feng Mangyu explained that without a precise time-measuring tool, judging by the sun's angle, she estimated she had entered the relic site at approximately 8 a.m. She also stated that a layer of mist shrouded the exterior of the relic site, but upon closer approach one could barely discern the situation inside. Gazing at Feng Mangyue's private messages from 2 days prior, Sumo nodded thoughtfully. Regarding the timing and appearance of the relic site, it seemed everyone's account was strikingly similar. Scrolling down, Sumo continued to peruse. Feng Mangyu recounted that after entering the relic site, once she regained her senses, she found herself standing within an architectural structure, surrounded entirely by the blast-resistant glass he had traded. She attempted to peer outside through a window, but the mist obscured her view. Daring not to venture out, she clutched the blast-resistant glass panels, until 2 hours later, when she was automatically expelled from the relic site. Upon exiting the relic site, approximately 2 hours had passed, perfectly mirroring the time spent within. Though she found no way to leave the relic site, she could definitively confirm this place was absolutely not their homeworld. Reading Feng Mangyue's messages, Sumo's expression darkened, a profound sense of unease gripping him. The first 2 details concerning the appearance, time and shape of the relic site aligned, yet the subsequent 3 were utterly disparate. It wasn't just Feng Mangyue. Within the chat history, everyone who had entered and returned from the relic site recounted appearing within an architectural structure. Only Sumo himself had appeared amidst a desolate wasteland, even having to breach a farmer's wall to enter the courtyard. Furthermore, Sumo was 99% certain the place he entered was absolutely connected to their homeworld. A thought stirred within him. Sumo messaged Feng Mangyue, questioning the basis of her assertion. After sending this query, Sumo's mind raced, his hand absently holding a white porcelain teacup as he pondered deeply. Elsewhere, in a subtly damp subterranean stronghold, gazing at the message transmitted on the screen, the woman leaning against the wall let out a soft laugh. Bathed in the flickering firelight, the woman, with her pearly white teeth and rose-tinted lips, bloomed with a smile as vibrant as a flower, utterly unlike the struggling survivors around her. If Sumo could see her at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize the woman before him as Feng Mangyue. Feng Mangyue, rather than replying immediately, instead used the private message interface to send texts to others. A moment later, 4 figures entered the subterranean stronghold, 3 men and 1 woman. Each possessed an upright bearing and resolute expressions, far exceeding ordinary individuals. The woman, upon entering, anxiously inquired about the situation, eager to know what Sumo had said. The 3 other men, hearing the name Sumo, also revealed expressions of anticipation. Feng Mengyue gently shook her head, explaining that this Su Mo was elusive and exceedingly cautious. Yet she also surmised his strength was formidable, as he had ventured out of his safe haven to explore. A heavy silence descended upon them. Feng Mengyue continued, mentioning that he had acquired glass to reinforce his sanctuary and possessed an inexhaustible, abundant water source. Logically, an ordinary person would cling to such a gold mine, slowly developing to survive day by day. Yet Sumai Mo did not do so. He still risked entering the relic site, proving he was no ordinary individual. The man with a scar on the left side of his face grew agitated, impatiently asking, "Then what must be done? Could Sumo still be persuaded to join our ranks?" Feng Mengyue could only concede they must take one step at a time. They currently possessed no means of transportation, rendering travel infeasible. Their proximity was the only reason they could even communicate. She then messaged Sumo, stating, "Sumo, surely you have perceived the true properties of that glass. Their Earth possesses no such technology. That item borders on magic itself." Furthermore, others within her team had stepped out of their structures and witnessed the outside world. Should Sumo consider joining their ranks, this intelligence could be mutually shared. Reading Feng Mengyue's response, Sumo shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. It was not that he feared loneliness, nor did he fear these individuals would scheme against him. At this current stage, forming a team was fundamentally impossible, save for those in close proximity. And if he were to join a team, the only immediate value he could offer was the shadow energy water in his possession. This exchange was utterly uneconomical. After sending Feng Mengyue 100 milliliters of shadow energy water as recompense for the intelligence, Sumo closed his private messages. He silently resolved to await his next entry into the relic site. Should his experience still diverge from others, he would then seek to acquire intelligence elsewhere. For now, there was no need to rush. The greatest peril currently remained the unknown cyclical catastrophe. The prerequisite for exploring the relic site was ensuring the safety of his sanctuary. To abandon the route for the branch, one false step, and his sanctuary, if ravaged by catastrophe, would reduce all his efforts to naught. After a moment of deep contemplation, Su Mon refocused his mind, resuming the arduous construction of his sanctuary. While iron reserves were now substantial, an initial sanctuary could not be wholly constructed from mere metal. The structural integrity of an iron-only refuge was simply insufficient. Though it would form a Faraday cage, shielding against lightning, its true practical utility remained woefully inadequate. The truly optimal and ideal construction demanded reinforced concrete. Accessing his material bar, Sumo meticulously began organizing the resources he had amassed. First, iron. From the 130 units painstakingly collected, 6 had been consumed for the iron stove, leaving a mere 124 units. Next, wood. Having ventured deep into the ruins today, he had gathered no fresh timber. His reserve now dwindled to a solitary unit. Plant fibers and stone reserves, however, were utterly depleted. 6 units of soil remained. His precious energy water, after washing pots, acquiring meat, preparing meals, and compensating Feng Mengyue, now measured a scant 1.8 liters. This remaining volume of water, Su and Mo had no intention of conserving. While energy water yielded a fixed daily output, other vital materials demanded painstaking manual collection and sale. Su Mo kept a watchful eye, for the current iteration of the trading system was, in truth, deeply flawed. Not only did it possess zero restrictions, but it could also transmit goods through spatial void. In the short term, this mechanism seemed innocuous. Yet he knew with certainty that in the long run, it would be ruthlessly exploited and manipulated by those skilled in financial arts. Through calculated buy-ins and sell-offs, they would ruthlessly leverage price disparities. These financial predators could utterly dominate and disorient ordinary individuals, twisting their fates at will. The natural order of this survival game would not idly stand by, allowing such blatant disregard and destruction of its fundamental rules. Once the novice phase concluded, the trading system would inevitably face severe restrictions, or perhaps even be irrevocably abolished. Crucially, the exchange rates for fundamental trade goods like water and food would assuredly normalize over time. To then exploit the asymmetry of resources for developmental advantage would become an increasingly arduous and perilous endeavor. With this realization crystallizing in his mind, Sumo opened the trading interface, beginning his meticulous sweep for crucial goods. Rare and invaluable artifacts, however, remained conspicuously absent from the market. He then shifted his focus to common materials, meticulously sorting them by unit price. Excluding wood, soil, and plant fibers, stone emerged as the most meagerly priced resource currently on the market. Across the vast expanse of the Great Plains, gathering a single unit of stone consumed a grueling 15 to 20 minutes. Yet, near a rich stone quarry, a seasoned miner could unearth a block in merely 5 minutes. Thus, when valuing resources by labor, a single unit of stone commanded a price of 5 milliliters of water. A mere mental calculation of this figure ignited a furious indignation within Sumo. This was a true black pit, a ruthless exploitation even capitalism's darkest enterprises would scarcely dare to impose. An hour of incessant stone excavation beneath the scorching sun yielded a paltry 60 milliliters of water, a mere 2 desperate sips. This brutal reality was precisely why countless miners rested during the day, venturing out to toil only under the cloak of night. The day's scorching heat relentlessly sapped their very life force. 60 milliliters of water proved utterly incapable of offsetting a single hour's grueling expenditure. Only beneath the veil of night could this meager ration barely sustain a miner's fundamental will to survive. The deeper his analysis, the more profoundly Sumo comprehended the harrowing plight of others caught within this desolate apocalypse. Suppressing the righteous fury boiling within him, Sumo drew a deep, steadying breath, silently concluding, this was a game devouring human lives. In essence, this seemingly gamified world of survival was, beneath its surface, a brutal reality, where every eye burned with a desperate yearning for continued existence. To mine was merely to subsist in the most abject and miserable manner imaginable. To refuse the mines was to embrace death itself. Yet even these tormented miners were, paradoxically, among the more fortunate few within the common populace. Those dwelling on the Great Plains, like Sumo, possessed no mines to exploit. Their only recourse was to fell timber. The meager resources gained were even scarcer, barely sufficient to sustain a single soul's daily survival. Shaking his head with a trace of profound disappointment, he feigned oblivion to the myriad harrowing images that had just seared themselves into his mind. Sumo muttered under his breath, a chilling truth. The poor look to themselves, the powerful to the world. He would consider his current actions a small, almost insignificant contribution to the greater chaos. At current market rates, the exchange ratio between Sumo's U-energy water and common water stood at a staggering 1 to 1.3. However, Sumo did not condescend to merely exchange his precious resource for water. Instead, he directly wielded his U-energy water to sweep the marketplace clean. Such was the exorbitant profit of monopolistic trade. With a mere single liter of U-energy water, he acquired a staggering 200 units of essential stone. From his remaining 800 milliliters of water, Sumo extracted 500. Converting this vital liquid entirely into emergency food reserves. For his food choices, Sumo strictly adhered to fundamental principles: ease of preservation, sustained sustenance, and salt content to deter spoilage. His singular choice was bread. Adding the 8 caddies of large-format bread he already possessed, his total bread reserve now amounted to a formidable 14 caddies. Gazing at the treasures overflowing within his system inventory, Sumo, whose spirit had just been weighed down by humanity's plight, slowly regained his unwavering confidence. He stood resolute, reminding himself that while relying on the system was not his true strength, the future was uncertain. As long as he lived, humanity would never be extinguished. He believed a day would come when he would grow stronger, live longer, perhaps even forging a supershelter immune to any natural disaster. Sumo's resolve hardened, and from the other side, Liao, who had been diligently on guard, promptly turned back, howling as if to declare this burden was partly its own. The Doomsday calendar's 4th-day entry displayed that Sumo had slept profoundly, his spirit and condition fully restored. He earned 2 survival points, having discovered an ancient ruin, which granted him an additional 2 survival points. He had found his first companion in this apocalyptic world, Liao. This elated him. The lingering depression was swept away, and he received 20 survival points. He had thoroughly explored the ruins, granting him invaluable insights into the unknown. Earning 5 survival points, he had slain a formidable foe, the ruin's monstrous guardian. His combat prowess surged, and he gained 10 survival points. He reaped abundant rewards from the ruins, securing 5 survival points. His meal was deeply satisfying, his sense of contentment soared, and he earned 2 survival points. After assessing the host's survival environment and evaluating his survival points, he received 36 points today, with a final tally of an additional 82 survival points, bringing his total to 202. Under the radiant morning sun, Sumo awoke in warmth, for his new bedding set had banished the night's chill. Liao, lying beside him, dutifully rested its head on the bed's edge upon seeing Sumo stir, signaling for a comforting pat. Sumo stretched, then rose from the bedside. After 2 days of accumulation, his survival points had finally surpassed 200, reaching the minimum requirement to upgrade his shelter's materials. Opening the chat channel, Sumo observed that after initial days of frantic panic, the remaining survivors had begun to confront the harsh reality of life in the ruins. First, Sumo accessed the global chat channel. Someone warned that the first acid rain disaster was imminent tomorrow, asking if everyone was prepared. Another scoffed in response, wishing for the acid rain to come today, for this devilish weather was so scorching their throats felt ablaze. Someone else expressed astonishment. questioning if the speaker was truly serious. To dare drink acid rain, one must truly be a warrior. Yet another wondered, could boiled acid rain not be consumed? Could it truly be impossible? Someone asked. Then, an expert clarified that acid rain wasn't entirely undrinkable, but its concentration was key. For instance, while acid rain was essentially extremely dilute sulfuric acid, even after boiling and sedimentation, harmful impurities would still linger. If the concentration was low, minor purification and small sips might be permissible, but at high concentrations, one could only pray for salvation. There were also those who implored the heavens for survival. Compared to the initial chaos, the global channel's messages were now sparse, allowing every word to be clearly seen without scrolling. The content, too, had shifted from initial despair and pessimism to occasional, practical knowledge sharing. Sumo mused that disaster would strike tomorrow. Time had truly flown since he arrived in this ruined world. 3 days had vanished in the blink of an eye. Switching to the regional channel, Sumo first observed the number of survivors displayed on the far right. The remaining count was 774, a figure he felt was not terrible, far exceeding his expectations. The novice phase typically saw no frenzied mutated creatures attacking at night. Thus survivors could at least cling to life through the darkness. Yet, on the final day before the disaster descended, everyone had to ponder how they would overcome this impending calamity. Rising from bed, Sumo meticulously scooped out the overnight accumulation of mystic energy water, then carefully nourished his vegetable cultivation racks. After storing all remaining mystic energy water into the barrel, Sumo began preparing an exquisite breakfast for his 4th day in the desolate ruins. Retrieving the earthen pot he had cleaned last night, Sumo placed it on the stove, igniting his very last piece of wood beneath the hearth to kindle a flame. The rich, sweet mystic energy water was poured into the earthen pot, beginning to heat. As a faint aroma wafted through the air, Sumo retrieved the great rift bread, beginning to break it apart as if preparing a lamb-soaked bread dish. Finger-sized pieces of bread were dropped into the pot, gradually softening and melding with the water as it heated. After breaking about 1.5 kilograms, the water in the earthen pot finally began to boil. In an instant, the rich aroma of walnut kernels mingled with hazelnut crumbs from the great rift bread, all infused by the mystic energy water, erupting into an extraordinary fragrance. Sumo took a deep, invigorating breath of the pure scent, finding it utterly intoxicating. This water truly was a gift from nature. If last night's meat stew had been mere satisfaction, today's bread soup was pure indulgence. Though he had been in this ruined world for less than a week, Sumo felt as if it had been months since he last tasted anything so fragrant. Saliva began to secrete wildly within his mouth. As Sumo precisely controlled the flame's intensity, he lamented the lack of green vegetables, then opened the trade channel. He searched for green vegetables, and immediately, dozens of pages of vegetable packets appeared, all at exorbitant prices. Some of these vegetable packets were found in treasure chests, while others were leftovers from instant noodles. Sumo initially intended to use dark energy water for trade, but upon reconsideration, he decided to try the world channel. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Sumo opened the world channel. Since arriving at the ruins, his small loudspeaker had not yet been used. Sumo believed that a fragrant bowl of bread soup, cooked with dark energy water, would surely fetch him vegetable packets. The highest bidder would claim it. Those without genuine intent were advised not to disturb him. Within the world channel, a message swiftly scrolled past. Currently, Sumo's personal page commanded millions of followers. The moment his message was sent, it was instantly seized upon by countless individuals. Some were astonished by Su Shen's immense generosity, while others were shaken by his use of dark energy water to cook soup. Although most had grown accustomed to Sumo's lavishness, a small faction who rarely checked the world chat were utterly stunned. In mere seconds, Sumo was inundated with thousands of trade messages. Some indeed possessed the coveted vegetable packets, while others sought to exchange different supplies. Some pleaded with Su Shen, having gone 2 days without food, desperately hoping for a mouthful of his soup. One offered a soul oil lamp, questioning if it could secure even a single bite of food. Another claimed possession of a vegetable packet from Kang Shui Fu brand instant noodles, with pickled mustard flavor. They inquired if it was a viable trade, while yet another boasted a full 100 grams handheld vegetable packet, asking if Su Shen would consider an exchange. With so many clamoring for trade, the bustling scene was far beyond Sumo's expectations. When Sumo then ladled out a 200 milliliters bowl of bread soup, the trade channel erupted with even greater fervor. The 200 milliliters excellent-grade bread soup was described as a dish crafted from a special water entity, boasting a rich aroma that brought forth a profound sense of bliss. Its unique properties included a minor increase in satiety upon consumption, along with a certain degree of wound recovery. The evaluation even questioned if one remembered how many pieces of bread they had consumed. After the addition of dark energy water, the bread soup's craftsmanship had reached the excellent grade, igniting an even more frantic scramble in the market. Naturally, whoever offered the most vegetable packets would secure the trade. After prolonged deliberation, Sumo set his sights on an individual who, at present, seemed most amenable. The person named Ai Lunbulanduo sent greetings to Sumo, stating they possessed 2 small packets of dried vegetables, totaling 250 grams, and even half a gram of gunpowder, wishing to exchange them for the bread soup Sumo had put up for sale. Not only did this offer include the vegetable packets Sumo desperately needed, but this individual also presented an unexpected bonus. While most buyers offered vegetable packets alongside other resources, this person surprisingly possessed strategic-grade materials. Although the current technical level made firearm manufacturing impractical, having such preparations was undeniably superior. Instantly, Sumo designated his trading partner, selecting Aelun's 3 types of items as the exchange. With this designated trade, others could only watch, unable to participate. In less than a few seconds, Aelun finalized the order, and both parties completed the transaction. Gunpowder was a volatile substance. Sumo had yet to find a suitable storage place and could only temporarily keep it within his item bar. Retrieving the vegetable packets, he emptied a 100 grams bag of mixed vegetables into the remaining bread soup. Within the modest shelter, a gentle, interwoven aroma of savory herbs and fresh vegetables permeated the air. A Liao obediently lay beside the pot, eyes fixed intently on the green vegetable bread soup, saliva dripping steadily from its mouth onto the ground. Sumo added a final touch of seasoning, then prepared to serve the dish. As a true native of Shaanxi, such bland fare was not to Sumo's liking. He retrieved chili powder scoured from the ruins. Sumo regretfully poured a small amount in. Immediately, the pungent, spicy fragrance of chili intertwined with the pure aroma of the bread soup, merging into a fresh, piquant, and tantalizing scent. Sumo took a deep breath, then moved the earthenware pot to the adjacent stove, preparing to ladle out portions. A Liao twitched its nose, no longer able to wait as it lay prostrate on the ground. Sumo chuckled, shaking his head, calling it a glutton, then lifted the pot, pouring a small portion into A Liao's bowl, while consigning the rest to his personal inventory. The soup, cooked in the earthenware pot, carried a smoky aroma that was almost impossible to find in a city. The soft, fluffy breadcrumbs melted in his mouth upon contact. Sumo chewed each bite meticulously, savoring every strand of vegetable. With closed eyes, he felt transported back to an era of civilization. He sighed with contentment, thinking how blissful it would be to have such a meal every day hence. Man and beast, they dined to their fill. After finishing the meal and cleaning the pot and stove, the sun had risen high outside. The morning chill had completely dissipated, marking it a prime time for work. Sumo resolved that today he absolutely had to complete the drainage system to prevent future flooding. After eating, he seized his shovel and rushed out. In the wasteland, it was 10 a.m., and the laborer Sumo was ready to begin his work punctually. Perhaps still within the novice protection period, the wild creatures had not yet reached a truly ferocious state. After a thorough scan, he still found no mutated creatures near the base today. Sumo felt a pang of regret, having hoped today would bring him another express delivery. These mutated monsters, feared like tigers by others, became mere doorstep packages for him. Truly, in the apocalypse, a mere shift in mindset can transform life into an entirely different experience. Standing atop the small mound of his shelter, Sumo cast his gaze far into the distance, where only vast, desolate wilderness stretched before him. The relentless days of scorching sun had turned the once verdant soil to a parched, yellow hue. He strode towards the fallen bush, the very spot where he once clashed with the chameleon beast. The traces of battle had been swept away by the restless night winds across the plains. Save for a scattering of debris, no one could discern this as the site of a life-or-death struggle. Drawing forth his battle axe, Sumo began to fell the trees. Timber on the trading market was incredibly cheap. Even 100 milliliters of water could procure dozens of units of wood. However, Sumo's true objective was not merely to gather resources. Much like a certain ninja saga on Earth, where even with chakra, one must master the fundamental arts of tree climbing and water walking to control their energy. Sumo's current endeavor was no different. Wielding his axe, with every downward swing, he pursued absolute precision. Controlling his power, with each swing of the axe, he meticulously maintained his force within a specific range, neither too potent nor too gentle. Sumo understood that even with firearms, close-quarters combat with foes was inevitable in this era. The more he strived for control, the more he truly grasped its profound difficulty. He possessed no legendary, one-force-breaks-all power like those found in mystical novels. Thus he could only relentlessly pursue speed and precision. The secret lay in striking vital points. Swift movements, sufficient force, and pinpoint accuracy were paramount. Gazing upon the clean cut on the second sapling, far more precise than the first, Sumo suddenly comprehended a profound truth. Parrying was inferior to dodging, and dodging inferior to preemptive strikes. Before acting, Just like felling a tree, one must know precisely where to strike for maximum effect. If he could neutralize an enemy before they even launched an attack, he would never again worry about his lack of professional training hindering his evasion. The deeper Sumo mused, the more refined his hand's power became. In less than an hour, he could maintain both force and accuracy within a broad range. By this time, he had accumulated 20 units of timber and 8 units of plant fibers. Returning to his base, he drank several gulps of cold water, then offered a portion to Oreo, who was patrolling nearby. Sumo then began to examine the drainage system's design. Currently, the shelter possessed no integrated wastewater pipeline. Waste disposal was handled crudely outside. Thus, for now, there was no immediate need to consider routing wastewater from within. After establishing the safe house, the terrain of the mound had subtly shifted, forming a gentle slope. Normally, drainage would pose no fundamental issue. Yet this particular terrain was prone to forming depressions where water would collect. During heavy rains, water accumulating beneath the shelter's foundation would inevitably form a pooling lake. Over time, the relentless dampness and hydrostatic pressure would inevitably compromise the shelter's structural integrity. Moreover, this was acid rain. It would corrode the surrounding landscape, preventing vegetation growth, thus hindering the base's future development. Sumo realized a mere simple drainage ditch would be utterly insufficient. He needed to excavate terrain that could immediately divert water, ideally leading it 400 to 500 meters away. After a preliminary mental mapping of the route, Sumo commenced his arduous labor. Fortunately, the shovel, crafted from his game panel, offered significant assistance. With but a slight application of force, it could scoop up a substantial mass of earth. Nevertheless, he had to dig relentlessly for 3 to 4 hours until dusk, for the drainage trench had only just surpassed 50 meters in length. The 3 trenches, resembling jagged claw marks, snaked haphazardly. Without concrete reinforcement, they appeared precariously loose. Yet, their effectiveness was undoubtedly guaranteed. Sumo mentally invoked his survival system, focusing intently on the freshly excavated drainage trench. The system displayed it as a basic drainage facility. Upgrade Path 1. Reinforce the facility. Alter materials for a substantial increase in drainage efficiency, requiring 150 survival points. Upgrade Path 2. Implement an underground wastewater pipeline, offering superior efficiency, enhanced concealment, and greater resistance to damage, requiring 550 survival points. The description cautioned him not to consider racing through this drainage trench, as the system guaranteed he would become irrevocably mired. Sumo decided to test by adding a single unit of stone. Surveying the 2 upgrade paths offered by the system, Sumo placed a single unit of stone upon the drainage trench. Indeed, Upgrade Path 1's point requirement immediately decreased by 3. The description now shifted to stone reinforced, increasing drainage efficiency, enhancing durability, and resisting corrosion, now requiring 147 survival points. His spatial ring contained a formidable 200 units of stone. Such an abundant and inexpensive resource, Sumo felt no regret. He sequentially laid down 10 units, then 20, and continued to add more. After placing 47 units of stone, the survival point requirement ceased its decline, settling at 9 points. Sumo then chose Upgrade Path 1. With his decision made, a surge of verdant light erupted from Sumo's body, seamlessly blending over 40 units of stone into the drainage trench. Beginning directly beneath his feet, the previously soft earthen trench began to solidify, exhibiting distinct traces of stone. With every sweep of the azure light, the earth itself coalesced into more stone. In mere moments, the stone drainage trench stood complete. The drainage trench, composed of dark gray stone, appeared incredibly precise, akin to a miniature Great Wall etched upon the desolate earth, a sight that left one utterly awestruck. Its perfectly smooth stone surface seemed machine-laid, bearing no trace of manual carving, as if sculpted by nature's own hand. The more Toma gazed upon his work, the greater his delight, for the game interface now declared he possessed over a 99% probability of surviving the first natural disaster, and was the sole player globally to achieve this feat. The notification further revealed he had gained a prize draw opportunity, causing Toma, who had been standing on a mound gazing into the distance, to instantly feel his joy double, and he hastily opened the game interface to inspect it. At this moment, behind the Azure interface's existing functions, a new, shimmering, rainbow-hued function appeared, labeled Prize Draw, an unexpected reward for merely digging a drainage trench. He inwardly lamented that had he known, he would have dug it on the very first day. Gazing at the lucky wheel before him, Toma focused his observation, noting it was divided into 5 distinct sections: pets, blueprints, tools, props, and resources. He realized the wheel lacked a better luck next time slot, confirming it was no rigged gamble from an unscrupulous vendor. All 5 options were undeniably useful. With Oreo already by his side, and his current resources abundant, even if he rolled a pet, Toma would not mind supporting another mouth to feed. Thus, He directly pressed the prize draw button. The wheel spun rapidly at first, but inevitably slowed with each passing moment. Finally, the indicator landed squarely on the blueprints section. A message board appeared, congratulating the player on drawing the blueprint for a hybrid hunting crossbow. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a red glowing design appeared in his inventory slot, accompanied by a description. Hybrid hunting crossbow blueprint. A long-range combat weapon featuring slow reloading speed, high projectile velocity, and significant damage, an essential tool for wilderness survival. Thomas' eyes immediately lit up as he realized this was a long-range weapon. Even before his first venture out to battle, he had intended to craft a long-range weapon, but a lack of suitable crafting guidance and meager survival points had forced him to postpone it. Unexpectedly, he now unlocked a crossbow far superior to a bow, causing his inner anticipation to surge instantly. The greatest difference between a bow and a crossbow lay in accuracy. As a crossbow did not require simultaneous string pulling and aiming, its demands on the wielder were significantly lower. Though its reloading time was longer than a bow's, its overall range was greater, its damage stronger, and its hit rate higher. Truly a powerful long-range weapon. After learning the blueprint, a stream of light integrated into the interface's crafting function, making Thomas eager to open the crafting list and check the material requirements for the crossbow and its bolts. He scrolled the crafting page to the very bottom, and with a thought, activated it, immediately revealing the list of materials. The hybrid hunting crossbow required wood 0/8, iron blocks 0/8, copper blocks 0/4, nylon 0/2, and composite nylon 0/1. A set of 5 crossbow bolts required wood 0/2 and iron blocks 0/1. Upon unlocking the crossbow blueprint, the accompanying crossbow bolt blueprint also became automatically available, sparing Thomas the need for further searching. Thomas mused that iron blocks were easily acquired, leaving only nylon, composite nylon, and copper blocks lacking. He was unsure if others possessed nylon, but copper blocks should be relatively easier to obtain. As he pondered, he called Oreo back, then strode into the underground shelter. When exploring the game interface, one could easily neglect their surroundings. Thus, whenever he checked the trading market, Thomas typically did so inside the shelter. Earlier, while browsing trade items, Thomas had noticed many peculiar small objects. Now upon searching, he indeed discovered traces of copper blocks. Currently, the price for 1 copper block was 100 milliliters of water, while nylon remained unseen for now. Thomas realized the sellers were asking exorbitant prices, and after a quick scan, he found only 2 individuals listing copper blocks. Any newly listed copper blocks were snatched up by these 2 before anyone else could acquire them, much like in-game merchants hoarding scarce resources to inflate prices. Thomas felt it was better to procure them himself, as using his potent water to exchange for materials would be more advantageous. After a brief contemplation, he posted several trade offers. Seller, Thomas. First item, 50 milliliters of potent water for 1 copper block. Inventory 200 milliliters. Second item, 100 milliliters of potent water for 2 nylon. Inventory 200 milliliters. Third item, 200 milliliters of potent water for composite nylon. Inventory 200 milliliters. With the acid rain approaching tomorrow, in the eyes of most, it was not a disaster, but a source of replenishment. Since this morning, the purchasing power of regular water had steadily declined. Not only for exchanging materials, but even for equivalent food items, its value had plummeted. But fortunately, the purchasing power of potent water remained robust, sufficient for Thomas to acquire these materials, and just barely gather enough for the hunting crossbow's crafting requirements. Less than half a minute after his copper block trade was posted, 4 units were already completed. Private messages immediately began flooding in. Some hailed Thomas as a venerable master, inquiring where the potent water was sourced, and assuring him that if discovered, they would split it 1 to 9. Someone called him Su Chen, claiming to possess a lump of copper, desperately pleading for him to purchase it, as they hadn't had water for an entire day. Another, addressing him as Sir, offered nylon, but declared the proposed price insufficient, demanding a higher sum. Such messages ceaselessly flooded his inbox, appearing without end. This was not the first time he had openly offered U-Energy water for trade, leading virtually everyone to surmise he possessed a consistent goldmine, an unending, abundant source of water. Most purchased U-Energy water not merely to quench their thirst, but primarily to hoard it as strategic medical supplies, a lifeline to preserve their lives in the event of injury. On both the world and regional channels, a clamor of discussion erupted around the 2 types of nylon Sumo had requested. Through his recent probing, Thomas had discerned that nylon was not genuinely scarce. Rather, certain individuals were simply holding back their stock, seeking to inflate the price. Observing the deluge of private messages, Sumo set a keyword filter for mixed nylon, and promptly dismissed them from his attention. With no immediate, fatal threats looming, he felt no urgency. He speculated that by evening, desperation would surely drive someone to sell at a cheaper price. After sorting by price, Sumo acquired an additional 50 units of stone to compensate for losses incurred during water trench repairs, meticulously storing all construction resources within his shelter. A restless ambition stirred within Sumo. While his wooden shelter sufficed in the initial stages, he knew that over time, wood would inevitably decay, proving fundamentally unsafe. Now he had finally amassed the necessary resources to upgrade his shelter to stone. Sumo wasted no further time, initiating the manual upgrade process without hesitation. His first priority was the shelter door, the absolute first line of defense in the ravaged wasteland. The information panel materialized, revealing the current door's effectiveness: mild anti-theft and light radiation resistance. Upgrade Option 1. Increase the wooden door's thickness and enhance its inherent sturdiness, granting minor fire and water resistance, requiring 10 points. Upgrade Option 2. Alter the very material, transforming the wooden door into a stone barrier, vastly enhancing its durability and other critical attributes. This option required only 5 points. The system's evaluation sarcastically questioned whether he truly intended to survive the apocalypse behind a mere wooden door. Sumo decisively selected Upgrade Option 2. As a brilliant blue light swept across the ground, 10 units of stone liquefied, transforming into molten rock that fused itself to the wooden door. After a brief, intense moment, the original wooden door vanished, replaced by an ancient, formidable stone portal. Sumo grasped the stone door's bar, pulled the wooden handle embedded within, and slowly pushed the massive portal open. He was once again seized by astonishment. The stone door's thickness measured over 20 centimeters. A formidable barrier that even bullets would struggle to penetrate. As long as he secured it from within, no legion of invaders outside could possibly breach it. Of course, this assumed his adversaries lacked explosives. The stone door's exterior was deliberately crude and rough-hewn. The system, during the upgrade, had thoughtfully incorporated camouflage into its design. While it still appeared somewhat incongruous amidst the desolate wilderness, at the very least, ordinary creatures would merely perceive it as a crude, unremarkable boulder. Securing the massive door, Sumo retreated into his base and began upgrading each section systematically. With each sweep of the brilliant blue light, the original wooden floor underwent a dramatic, earth-shattering transformation, solidifying into a sleek, light gray stone surface. Once the foundation was fully upgraded, Sumo proceeded to fortify the pillars and the ceiling. As the final wooden surface shifted and solidified, the shelter was reborn, utterly transformed. Immediately, the oppressive dampness that once permeated the interior vanished. The grime and stains that had accumulated on the wooden planks over days of arduous labor were likewise erased. Now the ground was a pristine, uniform expanse, entirely composed of smooth, light gray stone. Its surface was so meticulously polished that at a glance, one might mistake it for an expanse paved with elegant gray ceramic tiles. All previous imperfections, the bumps and depressions, had been seamlessly filled by the system. The walls themselves were a deep, ancient-looking brown stone, occasionally graced with natural veins that prevented the shelter from appearing overly somber. The ceiling above mirrored the walls' hue, creating a profound sense of unity and cohesion throughout the space. Sumo's heart swelled with satisfaction. After meticulously surveying his transformed sanctuary from every angle, he opened the control panel to view the complete overview of his shelter. The information panel displayed details of his personal shelter, describing it as entirely stone-constructed, immensely sturdy, boasting exceptional safety, and possessing a unique efficacy in insulating against dampness and retaining warmth. Its vast space measured 100 square meters, with a commanding ceiling height of 4.2 meters, and a perfect 100% completion rate. Its installed amenities included a kitchen, an iron bed, a spacious vegetable planting basin, an extractor, a U-energy well, a dining table, and numerous other essential provisions. The accompanying description proclaimed that while everyone must pay the price for their youth, he alone had been compelled to forge a sanctuary for his. Sumo clapped his hands, a deep sigh escaping him, and murmured with profound emotion, "This, indeed, is the true majesty of human civilization." The greatest advantage of this stone sanctuary was not its strength, but a simple, profound truth: absolute safety. It was the very safety that every soul in this ravaged apocalypse painstakingly pursued, yet rarely attained. A treasure that Sumo, against all odds, had forged in a mere 4 days. He paced back and forth, touching every stone, gazing at every detail of his pristine new sanctuary, his heart overflowing with unspeakable elation. Sumo mused wistfully that electricity would be the final amenity, for even this magnificent stone dwelling could not rival the comfort of reinforced concrete structures. He imagined installing a full bathroom, perhaps even a luxurious bathtub, to savor movies and fine wine. Gazing at the seamless ceiling, Sumo sat upon the steps, lost in an indulgent reverie of future luxuries. Since arriving in this desolate world, every incremental step toward making his shelter resemble Earth evoked a profound and complex emotional turmoil within Sumo. From nothingness to existence, from the Stone Age to the era of electricity, humanity had toiled for over 5 millennia to achieve such progress. Yet, a human's lifespan barely spans a few short decades. In these apocalyptic days, where survival itself is uncertain, could power truly ever be restored? Clenching his fist, Sumo cast aside the gloom in his heart. This was no time for lamentations. He had barely explored 3 kilometers of the surrounding wasteland, let alone pondered the future. He meticulously inventoried his supplies. Excluding the 400 milliliters listed for trade, his reserves of mystic water had now replenished to approximately 2.5 liters. Setting aside 1 liter as reserve, Sumo began his final sweep for goods before the impending catastrophe. Among the items he needed to acquire, the first commodity Sumo considered was fabric. Currently, his shelter offered few immediate uses for textiles. For tasks like cleaning pots, he relied on crude grass pads fashioned from plant fibers. However, considering the possibility of future water leaks, using fabric to seal any breach was a reliably sound option. The trading market held a considerable inventory of fabric, ranging from old clothing listed for sale to an eclectic mix found within treasure chests. Sumo decided to purchase 2 cleaning cloths, along with a small pile of fabric scraps to plug potential holes. After a swift transaction, costing 50 milliliters of mystic water, he procured 1 gray cloth, 1 dark blue cloth, and a pile of scraps roughly the size of a human head. With the fabric secured, Sumo prepared to meticulously assess the next category of resources. Just then, a private message notification flashed in the lower right corner of his interface. It was a message from Chen Pinggan, the very individual who had once sold him the Monster Compendium. Upon their previous transaction, they had automatically become friends, allowing Sumo to directly view message notifications. Chen Pinggan addressed Sumo as Esteemed Su, inquiring if he desired composite nylon, as he conveniently possessed a strand. Sumo immediately affirmed his interest, then asked if his counterpart sought food or water in return. Should it be food he desired, Sumo was prepared to craft it instantly. Upon seeing the words, composite nylon, Sumo secretly rejoiced. He had posted a buy order on the market all afternoon with no success, never expecting Chen Pinggan to possess such a treasure. Sumo quietly speculated that Chen Pinggan's combat prowess was formidable, for such an item could certainly not be found in the wilderness without significant power. Having transmigrated into this desolate wasteland, Chen Pinggan must have relied on either immense luck or sheer might to acquire such a rare artifact. First, the Monster Compendium, and now this. His true strength could not be underestimated. Based on his exchange with Xin Shui, Chen Pinggan's situation was likely quite stable. At least, with his combat strength, he wouldn't easily perish before a large-scale catastrophe struck. Chen Pinggan stated his desire for water, specifically mystic water, and proposed exchanging 1 strand of composite nylon for 500 milliliters of Sumo's precious resource. Sumo immediately assented. Chen Pinggan was astonished, having not expected Sumo to haggle in the slightest. The last time Chen Pinggan listed the Monster Compendium and water pairs for sale, the hordes of keyboard warriors below were utterly frightening. Not only did countless individuals attempt to lowball him, but some even shamelessly demanded he simply gift them the compendium. Thus, this time, Chen Pinggan had deliberately quoted a high price, utterly unprepared for Sumo's swift acceptance. Sumo Tella declared that Chen Pinggan was free to regret the trade, but any future dealings between them would cease immediately, and he would block his counterpart. In dealing with such individuals, Sumo understood a fundamental principle: unwavering integrity. This was a rule of conduct he had assimilated even from ordinary shopping experiences. For the same type of vegetable, there was the same price. In a bustling market, whether one intended to buy or not, everyone invariably sought to haggle, hoping to reduce the price. Conversely, in a supermarket, all patrons knew haggling was futile. They simply took their goods and departed. In the former scenario, even if a bargain was struck, a faint unease would linger, for the buyer could never truly know the seller's ultimate bottom line. In the latter, though no negotiation occurred, since everyone paid the same price, one rarely felt exploited. If Sumo were to agree to Chen Pinggan's inflated price now, he would plant a seed in the man's mind that Sumo was a person devoid of principles. Future transactions would then likely prove far less straightforward than this current one. Chen Pinggan hastily interjected, urging Suyamo not to be angered, claiming it was merely a jest, and even addressing him as Brother Su. He agreed to the 500 milliliters price, simultaneously revealing his dire need for mystic water to preserve his very life. For the wasteland was exceedingly perilous, monsters lurking at every turn. Sumo inquired if Chen Pinggan had already ventured out to explore the wilds. Chen Pinggan confirmed, stating he had chosen an above-ground shelter, reliant solely on scanning the map for resources to survive. He lamented that every monster in this desolated land was ferociously aggressive, and could only pray no mutated creatures would emerge from future calamities, or it would truly spell humanity's doom. Observing Chen Ping'an's words, Sumo felt a stir of curiosity, yet suppressed the urge to inquire further about the wilderness environment. Sumo listed the trade, specifically designating Chen Ping'an as the recipient. After a brief exchange, 500 milliliters of mystic water had been successfully traded for one rare strand of composite nylon. During this short transactional period, the price of water continued to plummet, with even food prices gradually decreasing. Conversely, mundane, inexpensive minerals were now slowly but steadily appreciating in value. The market's fluctuations, like an unseen hand, manipulated the very destiny of humanity within the wasteland. Suma remained silent. He had already surmised the cause of this grim progression, yet his heart was now filled with a gnawing bitterness. How could he calmly utter such a cruel truth? For all of humanity transmigrated to the wasteland, the challenge was no longer simply a lack of water, nor solely a scarcity of food. The true reason was that those who could not overcome the initial phase, those lacking the means to consistently procure water and food in the desolate wilderness, had already perished. This was now the fourth night of the apocalyptic calendar. After 4 grueling days, those incapable of securing water had forever fallen upon this land. With no specific numbers, Sumo could not estimate the exact casualties. He could only discern the fate of the human community from the current market prices. On the trading channel, witnessing the increasingly chaotic market fluctuations, Sumo was compelled to take matters into his own hands, beginning the acquisition of vital raw materials. This acquisition still prioritized materials essential for base development, diligently procuring as much iron and copper as possible, given their extremely high prevalence. Sumo called Oreo out from the entrance, while Min prepared dinner. The eager hound, upon receiving the command, promptly rushed to the doorway and dutifully squatted. The stone door could not contain the enticing aroma. In this environment, Oreo's utility was truly no less than a living monster compendium. Wiping the iron pot meticulously clean, Sumo poured in 600 milliliters of water, then, following the morning's recipe, added the split loaf bread. As the fire blazed and the water began to boil, he added a pinch of spices and a packet of dried vegetables. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming hot bread soup were ready. After dinner, the wasteland sky had completely darkened. Amidst the vast, desolate wilderness, only a faint warmth flickered within the hidden shelter. The iron and copper ingots listed for purchase before dinner had now been almost fully acquired. His fortune was rather good. Most people had yet to reach Sumo's advanced stage. They temporarily failed to grasp the paramount importance of hoarding basic resources. Regrettably, ordinary nylon was still not being sold by anyone. Just as Sumo believed he wouldn't acquire any ordinary nylon today, a listing of 100 milliliters of water he placed on the trading channel was instantly bought out, yielding 2 strands of nylon in exchange. Thus, the raw materials for the compound hunting crossbow were finally complete. Sumo rejoiced at finally gathering all necessary components, and immediately opened the crafting interface. At this moment, within the weapon column, the blueprint for the compound hunting crossbow glowed brightly, the hammer icon behind it signifying that it could now be crafted. Sumo mentally selected the blueprint, choosing to craft the compound hunting crossbow and a set of 5 arrows, then confirmed the creation. A faint hammering sound echoed from the blueprint as the materials in his item slots gradually vanished. The iron ingots transformed into molten iron, beginning the molding of the crossbow frame. The copper ingots levitated, shifting their shape from their standard square blocks. 2 strands of nylon were drawn taut, while the compound nylon was woven back and forth, stretched tightly upon the crossbow body. A notification panel appeared, informing him of the loss of 10 wood, 9 iron ingots, 4 copper ingots, 2 ordinary nylons, and 1 compound nylon. Immediately thereafter, the panel updated, announcing he had received the compound hunting crossbow and 5 crossbow bolts. As the completion progress bar filled, a crossbow suddenly appeared in his item slot, radiating a chilling gleam that bespoke its lethality. With a mere thought, an exquisitely masterfully crafted crossbow appeared in Sumo's right hand, as if it had been forged by the very heavens. On the ground lay 5 flawless crossbow bolts, each perfectly identical, as if cast from a single mold. Sumo observed its simple yet remarkably precise construction, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. On Earth, crossbows were strictly controlled weapons, virtually inaccessible to ordinary citizens. It was only thanks to his previous life, where his father had occasionally taken him to a shooting range for entertainment, that he had ever come into contact with modern crossbows. Now this crossbow, crafted from the blueprint, bore 3 hues of gold, silver, and black, exuding an aura of cold mystique. 2 polished brass discs, mounted on either side of the crossbow's limbs, were responsible for tensioning the nylon string. A simple, open and close mechanism in the center was responsible for holding the bolt in place. Sumo gave it a try, discovering it could precisely hold 5 bolts at once. Although the crossbow could not fire continuously, requiring re-stringing after each shot, this ammunition reserve was still enough to bring considerable joy. Positioning the crossbow, Sumo began to operate the cocking mechanism, and the first bolt smoothly slid into the firing chamber. Suppressing the rising excitement in his heart, Sumo retrieved a unit of wood from his inventory, crafted it into a plank, and placed it in a corner of the shelter. Aiming precisely at the plank, he squeezed the trigger, and the bolt instantly whizzed forth. Its projectile speed was no less than that of a small police pistol, embedding itself deep within the wooden target in a flash. Observing the gently vibrating bolt, Sumo felt that it was truly worthy of its monolithic casting. This sheer power was almost monstrous. He strode forward to the plank on the ground. Flipping over the 6 centimeters thick plank, he saw the sturdy bolt had pierced clean through the wood, half embedded on the front, half protruding from the back. While this power might not rival the high-precision crossbows forged by major military manufacturers in the era of civilization, it was by no means inferior. Just like the chameleon before, a single shot from this would instantly send any foe to the netherworld. Sumo yearned to unleash its power once more. Possessing such a formidable killing instrument, an electrifying thrill surged through him. Yet, he understood a crucial truth. The crossbow's immense power was entirely contingent upon pinpoint accuracy. Mere moments ago, Sumo had centered his aim on the 1 square meter target board, but a tremor in his hand upon release sent the arrow veering to the top right corner, a hair's breadth from missing entirely. If such a significant deviation occurred at a mere 10 meters, what then of precision at 50 or even 100 meters? From its sheer accuracy, raw power, and ballistic trajectory, to the very feel of the shot and the method of stringing, Sumo meticulously began his trial firings. Fortunately, arrows were not single-use consumables. An arrow embedded in a wooden board could typically be recovered and reused well over 5 times. Only after countless firings would an arrow begin to show slight deformation. Furthermore, crafting 5 arrows demanded only 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron, rendering them perfectly expendable. Through endless volleys, meticulously analyzing hand elevation angles and aiming precision, Sumo's proficiency surged dramatically. In a shooting club back on Earth, such a lavish day of practice would have easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. Yet in this apocalyptic era, he could indulge in such intense practice without a single shred of concern. With each shot, Sumo sought neither blinding speed nor raw destructive force, but only absolute, unerring accuracy. After meticulously refining his technique for 2 or 3 dozen repetitions, Sumo then shifted his focus to the arduous task: stringing the crossbow. Stringing any crossbow was an inherent challenge, but particularly so for the rapid-draw compound crossbow now clutched in his grasp. From the earliest iterations of the crossbow, which demanded foot stirrups for stringing, enthusiasts perpetually sought methods to ease the arduous task of drawing the string. Eventually, innovations like geared cranks, pulley systems, and specialized stringing mechanisms emerged, dramatically escalating stringing efficiency. After consecutively stringing the crossbow 30 or 40 times, Sumo felt his arms grow numb and utterly spent, simultaneously gauging his current operational speed limit. The initial 3 arrows allowed him to complete the full sequence: stringing, aiming, and firing, all within a single minute. However, with subsequent shots, each arrow demanded between 30 seconds to a full minute just for preparation. Beyond the 10th arrow, each successive shot then required at least a minute and a half to complete this laborious sequence. He mused upon the immense relief that electric stringing would bring, if such an upgrade were possible. A fervent desire ignited within Sumo at the thought of the formidable upgrade potential offered by the apocalyptic survival system. He sharpened his focus, summoning the system within his mind, his gaze fixed piercingly upon the crossbow. The information panel materialized, revealing the entry for the common hunting compound crossbow. Description: a long-range combat instrument, characterized by its slow reload speed, high projectile velocity, and substantial damage. It stands as an indispensable tool for survival in the untamed wilderness. Projectile velocity: 140 meters per second. Effective range: 80 meters for maximum damage, 165 meters for effective damage, and a staggering 330 meters for its absolute furthest reach. Upgrade Path 1: enhance crossbow materials, increasing draw weight and alleviating stringing pressure. Cost: 180. Survival points. Upgrade Path 2: fortify crossbow materials, integrate an electric stringing mechanism, overhaul its design, introduce an automatic burst fire mode, and expand ammunition capacity. Cost: 400 survival points. A witty note accompanied the description. It claimed that social science students might wield Cupid's arrows to strike the hearts of maidens, but only natural science students would dare employ such a powerful crossbow to declare their affections, all while subtly praising the elegance of mechanics. Witnessing this second upgrade option before him, Sumo was simultaneously astonished and profoundly stirred. An electrical device option had once appeared when he upgraded his wooden spear, but the difference between that and the electric integration offered for this crossbow was truly like comparing heaven and earth. With the addition of this electrical mechanism, the crossbow's entire mode of operation would be revolutionized. Not only would it enable continuous fire, but also automated electric stringing. Provided he possessed an ample supply of arrows, Sumo was utterly confident that with this single crossbow, he could unleash the very sensation of a Gatling gun. Furthermore, this formidable upgrade demanded only 400 points. At his current rate of progress, if he could simply persevere for another 10 days, he would amass the required sum. By that time, his combat prowess would ascend in an absolute, precipitous surge. Alas, a critical caveat remained: the absolute necessity of electricity. Until he could harness a stable power source or unearth a potent energy conversion device, this marvelous upgrade would remain utterly useless. Sumo exhaled a heavy sigh, once more acutely feeling the profound significance of restoring electrical power. The very reason the science and technology of the civilized age had surged forth with such unparalleled speed, its singular, greatest catalyst, was the monumental invention of electricity. Electrical power enabled every ordinary citizen to experience the allure of technology, yet, paradoxically, without it, all progress would become excruciatingly limited. Observing Sumo lost in deep contemplation, Aoliao trotted over, shaking its head vigorously, as if to declare, "Any hardship you face, simply entrust it to me." Sumo let out a hearty laugh, beckoned Aoliao closer, and hugged its head with fervent affection. Then, with a playful command, he ordered it to immediately generate electricity for him, declaring it the sacred duty of its master. The innocent Aoliao, not even comprehending the concept of electricity, simply registered, "Master's duty." And in that instant, a profound spark of intelligence flickered in its eyes. From an angle hidden from Sumo's perception, Aoliao seemed to be pondering something deeply. Yet the moment Sumo turned the creature's head to meet his gaze, Aoliao's momentarily astute eyes dulled back into their usual placid expression. A notification panel flickered into existence. No mutated creatures detected within a 1,000-meter radius of the player. Daily scan uses remaining 0/3. Having expended his final scan opportunity for the day, and with no mutated creatures detected in the vicinity, Sumo seized a torch and ventured outside. Tomorrow, the catastrophic acid rain disaster was set to descend. He needed to conduct one final inspection, ensuring the drainage system remained unobstructed by the plains, wind-swept sand. Sumo constantly reminded himself to ensure absolute safety. After securing Aoliao's perimeter, Sumo fashioned 3 torches and planted them firmly into the ground. The moonlight, once a pristine silver, had now twisted into a monstrous, blood-red glow as catastrophe drew near. This crimson light bled onto the earth, mingling with the torch flames, painting a scene of indescribable desolation and bizarre beauty. In merely half a day, the plains had already been veiled by a thin layer of wind-blown sand. Retrieving his tools, Sumo commenced clearing the underground waterways. Once everything was completed and the drainage confirmed, to be clear, he finally retreated back into his hidden bunker. Reclining on his bed, bathed in the firelight, Sumo gazed at the fortified stone door, the solid rock walls, and the smoothly polished stone floor. On this final night preceding the cataclysm, Sumo drew his blanket close, his breathing slowly settling into a calm, steady rhythm. His meticulous preparations had imbued Sumo with an unshakable confidence to confront the impending catastrophe. Yet, even as the deep night grew colder, countless individuals still roamed the surface, torches in hand, desperately clinging to these final moments to implement last-ditch disaster prevention measures. Only a select few, their faces etched with complex emotions, sat confined within their bunkers, passively awaiting the inevitable onset of the calamity. The overwhelming sense of impending doom ensured that, this night, no one save Sumo could find a moment of tranquil rest. As the night deepened further, all creation fell into an eerie, profound silence. The first droplets of rain began to patter softly, as dark, ominous birds soared across the land before plummeting abruptly downwards. The boisterous winds that once swept across the plains seemed to have suddenly stilled. The very heavens and earth appeared enshrouded by a suffocating shroud of black. Even the crimson moonlight began to dissipate, slowly receding into the depths of the encroaching black clouds. Within countless, pitch-black bunkers, as the roar of the rain intensified, tiny specks of fire began to nervously flicker into existence. Immediately, several ecstatic individuals burst forth from their shelters, standing beneath the open sky, eagerly relishing the caress of what they mistakenly believed to be life-giving water. They rejoiced, believing they had found a source of water and, with it, a glimmer of salvation. Some even offered thanks to the heavens, to Jesus, and to the promise of rebirth. Then, a searing bolt of lightning tore through the sky, abruptly illuminating the ravaged earth and, with it, the frenzied, desperate expressions of these deluded souls. The thunderous boom that followed sounded less like a natural phenomenon and more like a dire warning, reverberating through the very fabric of heaven and earth. As moments stretched into eternity, the initially sparse drizzle abruptly transformed into a relentless, torrential downpour. In the oppressive, inky blackness of the night, the deafening roar of the rain became the soul-harrowing symphony. The parched, barren earth greedily drank in the sustenance falling from the heavens. These deep fissures, carved into the earth by countless days of relentless sun, now drank their fill. Beneath the caress of the life-giving rainwater, the cracks slowly began to seal, and all creation seemed to burst forth with renewed vitality. Yet, as grotesque, corrosive marks began to erupt on the face of the first individual, as if seared by potent sulfuric acid, the reckless throng who had dared venture outside instantly froze in horror. Under the blinding flash of lightning, in a horrifying, fleeting instant, those still caught in the deluge discovered their exposed skin was already charred black, tiny pockmarks appearing, oddly devoid of pain, yet inducing an unsettling, profound numbness. The most terrifying aspect was that this insidious corruption unfolded in utter, chilling silence. Within the World Channel, at this very moment, countless transmigrated meteorologists and chemists began to frantically report the unprecedented anomaly of the acid rain. One warning urged extreme caution. Absolutely do not allow this rain to saturate your body for extended periods. Continuous exposure exceeding 1 minute will result in severe corrosion, proving its utterly unnatural nature. Another posited that this might not be mere sulfuric acid, for after hasty experimentation, he found it completely failed to corrode wood or earth. He then implored anyone with the means to collect samples for immediate, collaborative research. Yet another relayed that Professor Lai, having exhausted his daily message limit, had them speak on his behalf. Professor Lai speculates that this acid rain may contain a highly potent neurotoxic corrosive agent. Under no circumstances should any part of your body directly contact this acid rain for extended durations. If contaminated, cleanse yourselves immediately. One terrified soul shrieked that he had only bathed for 10 minutes, yet his entire body was now numb, pleading desperately for salvation, for he did not wish to perish. Another wailed for his mother, crying that he longed to return home, to drink clean water, and desperately imploring rescue from this accursed place. Yet another, writhing in agony, confessed to excruciating abdominal pain, having foolishly ingested a mere mouthful of the rain. An ever-increasing torrent of numb, desperate pleas now flooded the World Channel, broadcasting a deathly, apocalyptic terror. Within dilapidated, crumbling dwellings, water had already begun to relentlessly seep. Poorly sealed, hastily dug underground shelters began to frantically leak, their defenses failing. Low-lying terrains were already becoming submerged by the violent accumulation of rainwater. An increasing number of souls now began to grasp the true, terrifying meaning of the unfolding catastrophe. This was, in truth, no mere localized disaster, but an apocalyptic calamity destined to consume all of mankind. Such was the horrifying terror unleashed by this acid rain. Within the gloomy confines of the bunker, the urgent barks and distressed whimpers of Aoliao echoed with alarming rapidity. Sumo opened his weary eyes to see Aoli frantically stirring at the head of the bed. His drowsiness vanished instantly, replaced by a jolt. He propped himself up, pushing off the bed with one hand, rubbing his chest, and wondering what cataclysm had just unfolded. After days of arduous labor, coupled with the wounds sustained within the ruins, his body had finally recovered considerably with the passage of time. Following Aoli's gaze, Sumo suddenly noticed that the stone door of his shelter was soaked, a substantial patch of stone flooring glistening with moisture. Witnessing Aoli's bared teeth and wide, frantic eyes, Sumo's scalp tingled with an unsettling premonition. This rain was clearly not normal. Instinctively, Sumo began dressing while simultaneously opening his game panel to check the World Chat channel. The moment the panel flickered open, a cacophony of notification bells erupted. The system log repeatedly urged all players to pay close attention. It then announced the first disaster. Acid rain, imminent even during the beginner protection phase, warning all players to act with extreme caution and never let down their guard. The log continued, stating this disaster would last 36 hours, and noted that system notifications would cease once the first beginner disaster concluded. Immediately afterward, the system congratulated player Sumo for his shelter's disaster resistance properties, which currently ranked first worldwide, then inquired if he wished to disclose his ranking data and simultaneously initiate a disaster resistance livestream from his shelter. The system further clarified that the livestream would not show the shelter's interior, but would provide an aerial overview, allowing other players to observe the surface architecture. Should the livestream accumulate over 15 minutes of viewership and he successfully overcome the disaster, he would receive a random survival supply chest. Finally, the system prompted him to decide: open the stream or decline. The chaotic torrent of notifications, like a flock of shrieking birds, exploded in Sumo's ears. Within moments, Sumo comprehended the gravity of the unfolding situation. The acid rain disaster had truly begun. The water seeping into his shelter was, beyond any doubt, the acid rain itself. Yet, even with his shelter already infiltrated by water, it still ranked first. Sumo dared not imagine the catastrophic state of other shelters at this very moment. Setting aside the system's prompt, Sumo opted to scout the World Chat channel first. Upon entering the World channel, it seemed to have reverted to the magnificent, tumultuous scene of his first transmigration. Some lamented desperately that their shelters were on the verge of inundation, questioning when this deluge would cease, while simultaneously cursing themselves for not having dug drainage channels. Others shrieked in terror as their legs corroded away from the rainwater, no longer intact. Some warned everyone not to make direct contact with the rainwater, lest their nerves be instantly corroded. Those with means were urged to use plant fibers to absorb the moisture, absolutely preventing any water from touching their bodies. Then there were the fanatics, proclaiming this was no mere natural disaster but a baptism, a grand purification through which humanity would find its path forward. Countless deranged proclamations consumed 99% of the chat interface. Sumo could only stare for a mere 3 seconds, utterly aghast and speechless. On Earth, however terrifying acid rain might be, its composition and origins could be traced. Its chemical makeup was always clear. Yet according to the current reports in the World Chat, this particular acid rain's composition didn't harm objects, but merely touching human flesh would trigger a ferocious, silent corrosion. A grim realization dawned upon Sumo. This was clearly a neurotoxin. For some inexplicable reason, his mind drifted to the black dog he had encountered within the ruins. The black dog's skin had been riddled with countless nauseating, putrid spots. Yet the creature itself had remained utterly oblivious. Even when Sumo had pierced it with his spear, there had been no discernible reaction. Sumo closed the World Chat channel and opened the regional chat. The number of members in the regional channel now seemed to bleed with a fresh crimson hue, a stark 323, a figure difficult to truly comprehend. Before sleeping last night, Sumo had specifically noted the number of survivors in the regional channel. There had been 645 then. In just a single night, a full half of the population had vanished into the shrouding rain. The remaining 300 souls now dangled by a mere thread of fate. Those who chose ground-level shelters were relatively better off. As long as their terrain wasn't too low, they hadn't yet faced the terrifying, Asura-like scene of acid rain flooding their shelters. The astute ones utilized wooden hulls and water barrels, meticulously ensuring water wouldn't backflow into their shelters. The less intelligent, however, simply fashioned crude raincoats and umbrellas from plant fibers. They wore their raincoats, sheltered under their umbrellas, climbed atop their wooden shelters, and then grudgingly erected small attic-like structures from wooden barrels and planks for refuge. As for those foolish enough to dream of drinking their fill of the acid rain, they had been irrevocably claimed by this desolate wasteland, their breaths forever stilled. After observing for a moment, Sumo closed his game panel, his gaze sharpening, fixed on the source of the insidious leak. If the rain outside was truly this terrifying, then his shelter's top ranking was not just logical. It was an absolute miracle. Within the underground shelter, not a single puddle of stagnant water could be found. Relying on the rock door's formidable seal, the hope of weathering the initial disaster wave burned brightly. Sumo called Ao Liao, who was baring its fangs and wide-eyed at the water leak, to move away, ensuring it wouldn't touch the seeping liquid. He then retrieved the fabric scraps he had stockpiled before the cataclysm, beginning to devise a rainproofing strategy. Most people, while gathering supplies, never considered fabrics with superior absorbency, leaving them with only low-grade plant fibers as a substitute. From a cabinet's secluded corner, he drew forth a handful of these fabric remnants. After a swift count, Sumo was confident they would be sufficient for his purpose. Lighting a torch, Sumo cautiously approached the rock door, meticulously inspecting it to pinpoint the exact source of the leak. After a moment of scrutiny, Sumo was utterly relieved. The seepage originated from the rock door's lower right edge. Perhaps due to the uneven terrain, the shelter itself was subtly higher on the left and slightly lower on the right. This geographical peculiarity directly allowed the acid rain to penetrate the lower gap on the right, seeping inward. Mercifully, the unevenness meant the left side remained untouched. Otherwise, seepage from both sides would have spelled catastrophic trouble. Staring intently at the trickling water, Sumo judged the situation not overly severe, and simultaneously, a bold, audacious idea ignited within his mind. If this acid rain could be collected, it would be nothing less than an exceptionally potent poison. While others desperately sought to survive the catastrophe, Sunmon, nestled within his opulent shelter, found his mind becoming extraordinarily sharp. The more he pondered, the more feasible the endeavor appeared to Sumo. Exhilarated, he realized that since this acid rain only corroded human flesh, he could create a simple channel, using a water jar to collect the seeping acid rain. No sooner said than done, he spread the fabric flat. Sumo carefully placed it where the water had accumulated. Watching the water on the ground swiftly absorbed by the parched fabric, Sumo's anxiously suspended heart instantly settled. Ao Liao, who had been anxiously observing nearby, also seemed to sense the receding peril. Its bared fangs and wide-eyed expression finally softened. Seizing the moment while the fabric absorbed the water, Sumo began to review his survival point gains from the previous day. The apocalypse system panel illuminated, revealing he had safely endured the first night of the calamity, suffering no damage, and thus gained 5 additional survival points. Under his relentless training, his combat power had marginally increased, earning him 2 additional survival points. He had also pioneered the shelter's first minor construction, a drainage and water supply channel, for which he received 30 survival points. His base had undergone earth-shattering transformations. It had transitioned from the Wooden Age to the Stone Age, granting him 50 more survival points. He had acquired his very first long-range weapon. This caused his combat power to soar, earning him 10 additional survival points. His long-range accuracy had improved, yielding 2 more survival points. After scanning the host's survival environment and evaluating the survival points, he had received 52 survival points today. The final tally showed a total increase of 151 survival points, bringing his remaining survival points to 153. Gazing at the figure of 153 survival points, Sumo felt a surge of surprise and pleasure. Yesterday, the basic shelter upgrade had utterly depleted his survival points, leaving him with only 2, which severely diminished his sense of security. Unexpectedly, thanks to the drainage system and the reinforced stone shelter, his survival points had recovered to a staggering 153. Sumo felt that with this, he would no longer dread any sudden escalation of the disaster. Compared to the shelter itself, the restoration of his survival points undoubtedly provided an even greater sense of security. Sitting on a stone chair, observing his tranquil shelter, a profound sense of security enveloped him, only to be promptly interrupted by his stomach's loud, rumbling protests. Sumo rubbed his belly, chuckling softly, realizing he was indeed famished. Ao Liao, at his side, seemed to understand that mealtime was approaching, pacing back and forth as if ready to take flight with unrestrained joy. He retrieved the nutrient water stored overnight, using the survival system to confirm its quality was impeccable. Sumas poured the remaining water into a wooden barrel for reserve, then used a wooden ladle to scoop out a measure of nutrient water from the barrel into a clay pot. Sumo began to kindle a fire, preparing to cook. It was the familiar bread soup, its broth rich, slightly milky, and its flavor leaving an incredibly lingering aftertaste. While others were precariously evading the disaster, to be able to savor a hot, comforting soup within this underground shelter was truly a sublime comfort. Satiated, and with the pot cleaned, he found the fabric had absorbed almost all the acid rainwater from the ground, leaving only a negligible trace. Using a wooden stick, Sumo carefully nudged the fabric aside, then held his torch over the last stubborn moisture trails, evaporating them completely. Observing the doors crack for a moment, Sumo realized it was only minor seepage. Merely that much had accumulated over the entire night. He gained an even clearer understanding of his current shelter's formidable disaster resistance capabilities. Though acid rain was terrifying, within the classification of survival game disasters, it was merely considered beginner calamity. This implied that with a modicum of thought, caution, and prudence, overcoming the initial disaster was not a formidable challenge. Indeed, reality itself proves that true survivors forge their own path. Enduring for another day would pose no challenge. He utilized his spatial storage to effortlessly transport the water jar down the stone steps. Sumo then began constructing a conduit system to harvest the acid rain. 2 units of raw iron were meticulously forged into ridged metal plates. From his stores, Sumo produced 2 units of plant fiber, weaving them into sturdy ropes to secure the iron plates alongside wooden barrels. Every drop of rainwater seeping through the door's crevices would be guided down the stone steps, flowing onto the ridged plates, and channeled directly into the collecting jar. At this rate, before the cataclysm fully abates, collecting a full liter of rainwater would prove an effortless task. With all critical disaster preparedness measures now complete, after irrigating his nascent vegetable patch, Sumo settled into his seat, resuming his vigil for crucial intelligence. With outdoor travel impossible, nearly all survivors converged on the chat channels. Disregarding the global feed, which scrawled with dizzying, overwhelming news, Sumo navigated directly to the regional channel, where reports of catastrophic casualties flowed relentlessly. The regional channel, once a bustling nexus of communication, had grown eerily quiet. Most of the remaining messages were trivial exchanges, a stark contrast to the unfolding calamity. Some lamented, their sighs echoing through the digital void, questioning when this torturous era of suffering would finally cease. Others proclaimed their immediate safety, having secured lofty ground. They believed they could weather this storm. Yet the prospect of future calamities remained shrouded in grim uncertainty. One survivor mentioned Xiao Liu from a nearby base had been unreachable since the previous day, his fate now a chilling mystery. Whispers emerged of those on the desolate Huangyuan who had forsaken their shelters, now roaming as predatory marauders, subsisting solely on the spoils of theft from their fellow survivors. A solemn warning was issued. During these desperate times, vigilance was paramount. None should fall prey to these subhuman beasts, who preyed upon the vulnerable. Many echoed the sentiment, cursing this lawless, chaotic era, where countless lives faced inevitable ruin. Yet others swore that if such brigands dared approach, they would face righteous fury, forced to pay a devastating price for their transgressions. And who knew? These scavengers might have accumulated vast spoils, ripe for the taking by those brave enough to challenge them. But a voice of caution reminded them not to jest with death. These marauders hunted in packs, and a lone defender, no matter how skilled, could not possibly contend with multiple assailants. After a silent observation, Sunmo disengaged from the regional channel. The emergence of those who would forsake their shelters, choosing instead to roam and prey upon their fellow survivors for sustenance, was a grim reality Sunmo had long foreseen. Yet the rapidity with which humanity's moral fabric had unraveled still struck him with a chilling shock. Silently, Sunmo etched another rule into his survival creed. Henceforth, he must not only guard against mutated abominations, but also the predatory scavengers who now roamed the desolate wilds. His gaze then shifted to a newly manifested system function, demanding his immediate scrutiny. Within the communication interface, beyond the global and regional feeds, an additional channel had undeniably materialized: the disaster resistance channel. Upon entering the disaster resistance channel, Sunmo observed a layout eerily reminiscent of a live streaming platform from the bygone era of civilization. The interface presented a grid, numbered 1 to 10, revealing 10 livestream video feeds. Each livestream bore a distinct, often provocative title. One stream boasted of being the universe's premier shelter, declaring all who entered, sans tribute, were brothers. Another boldly proclaimed, Solo Live, defying acid rain cataclysm today. The host, an architect of survival, personally expounded upon the rigorous design principles of his shelter. The Huaxia Shelter stream sought to rally robust members, skilled specialists, and provided refuge, food, and lodging to all displaced survivors. Yet another offered peak survival philosophy, dissecting future disaster trends from both offensive and defensive perspectives. One was a file, Lone Wolf Survival Guide, while another, ominously titled Fallen Shelter, sought formidable recruits with stringent demands. Only the top 10 ranked shelters currently possessed the exclusive privilege to broadcast live. Of these, only 4 were domestic, securing the 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 9th positions, while the remaining 6 hailed from foreign lands. Witnessing these figures, a flicker of surprise crossed Suma's features. He had predicted that merely 2 domestic shelters reaching the top 10 would be a remarkable achievement. To find 4 now was genuinely unexpected. Given the vast, sparsely populated foreign territories, opportunities for practical training and combat refinement were naturally abundant. By contrast, the domestic regions, being relatively stable, deprived many of the harsh, practical experience found only in the untamed wilderness. Upon selecting the top-ranked Fallen Shelter livestream, the visual landscape shifted abruptly. It was as if he had plunged into a full, virtual reality simulation, instantly immersing him in an otherworldly scene. A leaden sky loomed overhead, as a relentless curtain of acid rain thrashed the desolate earth, its ceaseless drumming reverberating with chilling intensity. The camera's downward sweep revealed a boundless expanse of jagged, twisted mountains, stretching endlessly into the horizon. From horizon to horizon, the vista was profoundly awe-inspiring, a testament to nature's untamed power. As the lens pulled closer, nestled at the base of the mountain, Sumo discerned a series of crude wooden structures, collectively known as the Kaleti, Fallen Shelter. These dwellings clung precariously to the mountainside, their layout stretching along a north-south axis, numbering roughly 20 to 30 rooms. Only the 3 central structures possessed any semblance of aesthetic grace. The remaining chambers appeared hastily cobbled together, uneven and ramshackled. By virtue of the shrewdly chosen mountainous terrain, the corrosive acid rain was naturally channeled away, posing no direct peril to the Fallen Shelter. Observing this strategic topography, Sumo conceded that the individual who selected this site truly possessed exceptional foresight and capability. Gazing upon such a colossal architectural complex, Sumo involuntarily trembled. This terrain was strategically nestled against a massive ore mountain. Lesser natural disasters could be weathered without a single casualty, let alone true calamities. Furthermore, they had already amassed dozens of survivors. Once their collective combat strength was forged, their efficiency in exploring relics would undeniably surpass that of a solitary individual. The owner of this particular bunker seemed utterly unconcerned by the public display of his stronghold's very layout. He had granted full, unrestricted access to his observation feeds. Sumo attempted to manipulate the lens, Zooming in for a more granular view. Within the grand central hall, a blond man, distinguished by a prominent goatee, held court, his voice echoing as he spoke at length. As the perspective shifted, the scene before Sumo's eyes solidified, transforming into the unwavering viewpoint of a live streamer. The man with the goatee welcomed all to their formidable bunker, boldly proclaiming it the sole bastion of safety on the entire ravaged planet. He boasted that their bunker now sheltered over 80 souls, a formidable contingent that included more than a dozen wilderness survival experts and 30 battle-hardened veterans possessing immense combat prowess, an absolute guarantee of safety for all who dared to join. Yet this sanctuary offered no quarter to the indolent or the weak-willed. Prospective recruits were required to meet stringent criteria. Males must stand no less than 1.75 meters, females no less than 1.68 meters, body weight maintained within peak physical condition, and crucially, each must possess a distinct, valuable skill. As long as an individual could contribute significantly to the grand expansion of the bunker, they were welcomed with open arms. For those possessing technical expertise, participation in perilous external hunting expeditions was waived. Their essential contribution lay within the bunker's secure confines. Though the man with the goatee appeared unaccustomed to public speaking, once he began, his words flowed with surprising clarity and conviction. Through the game console's instantaneous translation, Sumo effortlessly comprehended every word. As he spoke, the man with the goatee proudly showcased the bunker's current formidable layout. Following his lens into the teeming supply room, Sumo's gaze was immediately seized by colossal slabs of mutated beast meat, piled high as mountains. An estimated 1 to 2 tons of meticulously processed flesh. In a ravaged world starved for sustenance and water, this sight was nothing short of astonishing, a testament to their prowess. But the spectacle did not end there. Beside the meat stores stood 3 colossal jars, each reaching half a man's height. As the man with the goatee ceremoniously lifted a lid, a slightly murky golden liquid gleamed within. A flicker of raw thirst flashed in his eyes at the sight of the precious liquid, yet he stoically pressed his parched lips, resealed the jar, and proceeded to the adjacent armory. There, an array of crude wooden spears stood ready, alongside 3 bows that bore the undeniable mark of meticulous craftsmanship. At last, the man with the goatee entered the most expansive chamber. Though this chamber was exposed on all 4 sides by open windows, a roaring bonfire at its heart fiercely banished the encroaching cold. 40 to 50 members of the bunker, men and women alike, were gathered there, their voices raised in song, some even rising to dance, their joy defiant amidst the desolation. Witnessing this vibrant scene, no one, absolutely no one, would ever suspect they resided within the very heart of the apocalypse. The man with the goatee puffed out his chest with immense pride, proclaiming this joyous spectacle to be the undeniable testament to the might of their American bunker. Simply by joining their ranks, an individual would secure abundant sustenance, pure water, and the elusive safety that all survivors desperately yearned for. Then, observing a mention of Huaxia in the chat, a look of profound disbelief contorted his features. He sneered at the notion of others seeking refuge in bunkers, where laborers toiled for over 15 hours daily. He scorned any sanctuary where, even after risking one's life to secure vital provisions, one was still forced to sustain the idle masses, just as they did in Huaxia. No sooner had the man with the goatee concluded his arrogant tirade, than the assembled men and women around the bonfire erupted into scornful laughter. He pressed on, declaring they should not fault him for his bluntness. For in this desolate wasteland, every soul must forge their own unforgiving understanding of survival. He utterly scorned the Huaxia bunker, dismissing it as nothing more than a disorganized rabble, foolishly intent on saving countless burdens. Thus, he prophesied, it would be utterly annihilated by the coming cataclysm. Upon hearing the man with the goatee's contemptuous pronouncements, Sumo slowly rotated his stiff neck, his expression hardening, before he finally severed the connection from the livestream. He realized then that a profound ideological chasm existed between these disparate interpretations of a true sanctuary. Dismissing the second livestream, Sumo swiftly navigated to the 3rd-ranked broadcast, the esteemed Huaxia bunker. Once more, an aerial perspective emerged, gazing down from a perpetually gray, ominous sky. Unlike the ore-rich mountains anchoring the goatee man's bastion, the Huaxia bunker's terrain mirrored Sumo's own, a vast, scarred, and seemingly endless plain. As his gaze descended, Sumo noticed that within a colossal architectural complex, one no less impressive than the previous, countless banners fluttered. Their messages resonated with a powerful ethos. United in effort. Resist the calamity. Rescue the perilous. These banners, fashioned from stark white cloth of unknown provenance, were strung between humble wooden dwellings, bearing resolute declarations etched in charcoal. Sumo began to tally, his count rising from 1 to 2, then 10, 15 and 25, before he made a startling discovery. The Huaxia bunker boasted an astonishing 43 dwellings. Furthermore, More than a dozen of these were sturdy wooden structures, repurposed from the rudimentary starter bunkers provided by the survival game itself. Unlike the goatee man who sought natural defenses, the Huaxia bunker had chosen a different path, constructing formidable dikes and dams to repel the relentless onslaught of torrential rainwater. Across the very ground of the bunker, a dense network of intricate, winding trenches had been painstakingly excavated. Hundreds of figures, clad in crude grass raincoats and sheltered by makeshift grass umbrellas, toiled relentlessly, their collective strength focused on clearing the vital drainage channels. Upon the strained faces of those laboring under the harsh conditions, Sumo perceived no overt joy akin to the previous bunker's inhabitants. Instead, he discerned a deeper, more profound emotion: unyielding hope. Each laborer's countenance bore a resolute hope, the burning hope for sheer survival. This profound resonance could only be truly grasped by the people of Huaxia. Only they could comprehend the immense responsibility that inherently bound itself to that glimmer of hope. As the viewpoint transitioned to the streamer's own, the lens gravitated towards a room situated at the outermost perimeter of the complex. Within that chamber, torches blazed. The figure within extended a solemn greeting to every single Huaxia citizen watching this live broadcast. They declared themselves the Frontline Disaster Relief Command, operating from Relief Point 79 of Huaxia's 13th Army Corps. The speaker announced the limited operational range of their broadcast: 50 kilometers. Every Huaxia citizen residing within a 50-kilometer radius of this relief point. Once the cataclysm subsides, they are urged to contact the Central Shelter Command. The shelter forces would soon deploy to their locations, providing aid. They implored them to endure with patience and never relinquish hope. The speaker reiterated Huaxia's unwavering commitment. No citizen would be abandoned. All were implored to fortify their shelters, to weather this calamity, for a brighter dawn awaited their perseverance. Those Huaxia citizens, not currently near a designated shelter, were also assured they need not despair. It was now known that the military had established 42 total relief points. Therefore, venturing out in search was a perilous folly. They were to secure themselves, awaiting the military's expansion of the search perimeter. Absolute relief would follow, but under no circumstances were they to venture into the wildlands alone. The individual delivering this vital explanation was a young woman with raven hair, her voice tirelessly repeating these 4 pivotal directives, even the stark, dried blood cracking upon her lips, a testament to her endless pronouncements, went unnoticed by her. With a profound sense of gravity, Sumo etched the young woman's name, Shen Qi, into his memory before severing the connection to Huaxia's shelter livestream. Compared to the derelict shelters that selectively sought only the gifted, Huaxia's approach was utterly baffling to other nations. They would never comprehend why, amidst the apocalypse, one would choose to safeguard ordinary individuals, those incapable of even simple tasks, possessing neither skill nor talent. Yet in this precise moment, Sumo was certain that every Huaxia citizen witnessing this broadcast would feel a surge of hope, rekindled even in the depths of the apocalypse. Though the heavens might be merciless, humanity possessed compassion. A day would come when Huaxia would rise anew, a glorious beacon upon these shattered lands. After scrutinizing every live broadcast chamber, Sumo decisively abandoned his ambition of ascending to the summit of the disaster resistance leaderboard. Though opening a live broadcast promised tantalizing, unpredictable supply drops, the undeniable truth was that the top 10 shelters were all operated by small, focused groups. An ordinary man holds no sin, but to possess a treasure and flaunt it is to court disaster. That he, alone, could construct a shelter outmatching entire organizations immediately signaled a profound issue. In this present era, bereft of modern firepower, Sumo resolved to prioritize unwavering concealment and strategic patience above all else. He perpetually heeded the strategic maxim of Ming Taizu: build high walls, amass vast granaries, and slowly, inexorably, ascend to kingship. He would never emulate the grand warlord Yuan Shu of the late Eastern Han, who, upon seizing an imperial jade seal, became consumed by imperial delusions, ultimately declaring himself emperor prematurely. The inevitable consequence was Yuan Shu instantly becoming the target of near-unanimous punitive campaigns from rival warlords, eventually succumbing to defeat and death, forever a laughingstock throughout the realm. Sumo pondered, exposing his coordinates within 50 kilometers now. If no one detected him, perhaps, but if discovered, the risk would be catastrophic, absolutely intolerable. After careful deliberation, and to shield his heart from further agitation, he decisively severed the livestream interface. Having just observed the construction efforts of the top 10 shelters, Sumo found his emotions stirred to their core. The so-called commoner's mindset, prevalent upon arrival in this alien world, focused solely on self-preservation, shelter upgrades, and survival amidst the calamity. This short-sightedness had caused him to overlook the most crucial aspect, elevating his combat prowess and expanding his understanding of the external world. During this current cataclysm, Every single live broadcast that reached the top 10, without exception, had chosen to construct surface shelters, primarily wooden edifices. Only the 9th-ranked Lone Wolf Manual live broadcast was operated by a small, cohesive team of 7 individuals. They had eschewed the game-provided shelter, opting instead to relocate directly to the foot of a formidable mountain. Over the preceding 5 days, these individuals had toiled relentlessly, day and night, ultimately managing to excavate a mountain cavern just large enough for 7 by the final hour. Backed by the colossal mountain, that location was inherently impregnable. Sumo pondered deeply, questioning whether these individuals had simply abandoned their game-provided shelter, or if they had never even unlocked its potential. He began to meticulously weigh the optimal developmental path for his own shelter. Hitherto, guided by the game panel's subtle prompts, he had unconsciously prioritized the system-generated shelter's upgrade trajectory. This oversight had tragically confined his current development solely within the confines of his shelter. While this offered undeniable advantages, it simultaneously presented significant drawbacks. Sumoan recognized his solitude. He was but one, while they mustered at least 7 or 8, some groups numbering in the dozens. In the initial phase of resource accumulation, he was undeniably outmatched. To surmount their advantage, his sole recourse was to ascend the formidable tech tree. Sumo let out a bitter, self-deprecating chuckle. He, a mere salaried worker, who from youth had only known rote memorization and academic pursuits, one who had seldom engaged his strategic faculties, now found himself meticulously planning a formidable base of operations. Yet, at what cost to his sanity? For if he merely continued to amass resources and upgrade his shelter, he would only succeed in fashioning a sturdy, inescapable tomb. Should the day come when his upgrade pace faltered, unable to match the surging cataclysm, his fate would be sealed. Utter annihilation. Sumo realized that acquiring valuable relics in the ruins demanded formidable combat prowess. Exploring the wild expanse likewise necessitated immense power. Without superior equipment and weaponry, success was fundamentally unattainable. The immediate, pressing task was to devise a method for generating power, an endeavor where his inherent advantages absolutely must be leveraged. His gaze hardened with resolve as he mused to himself, affirming that he could only address challenges one step at a time. Outside, the torrential downpour continued its unyielding cascade. Sumo rose, meticulously weaving a grass raincoat and a grass umbrella, for he needed to venture out and assess the treacherous surroundings of his shelter, ensuring no unforeseen perils lay hidden. After a period of intricate weaving, upon seeing the system display no attributes for the grass raincoat, he subtly frowned, suspecting his craftsmanship was so inadequate that the system simply refused to acknowledge it. He then expended 4 units of wood to craft a simple wooden chest, placing the grass raincoat within. He then began to silently hypnotize himself. This is a wardrobe, this is a wardrobe, this is a wardrobe. After thrice repeating the incantation silently, he channeled his full attention, internally summoning the survival system to examine the wooden chest. The interface instantly materialized, displaying a crude wardrobe, described as being crafted from wood, and intended for the storage of garments. The internal storage section now revealed a grass-protective raincoat. Simultaneously, the system prompted a choice for item upgrade, offering 2 paths. The first, the wardrobe itself, and the second, the grass-protective raincoat. As he observed the wardrobe's attributes, Sumo's brow subtly arched. Indeed, after crafting the grass raincoat, simply invoking the survival system had failed to reveal any properties or upgrade paths for it. Evidently, the system did not recognize this item, much like the ancient table and tea set retrieved from the ruins, for which no upgrade paths could currently be discerned. Yet after crafting the wardrobe and carefully placing the grass raincoat within, the upgrade options miraculously manifested. Thus, Sumo swiftly chose the second option, his decision firm and instantaneous. As he gazed once more, the grass raincoat's attributes now clearly displayed it as a grass-protective raincoat, described as a garment woven from plant fibers, possessing merely feeble resistance to precipitation. The first upgrade path involved altering its material and design, enhancing the garment's comfort significantly, and demanding 25 survival points. The second upgrade path offered a material transformation, incorporating electrical reinforcement for superior impact resistance, radiation shielding, and formidable corrosion protection, all for a hefty cost of 300 survival points. The accompanying description cryptically read, Giko Chua Lap Ong Dok Dieu Han Jang Tuyet, a poetic verse signifying an old man in a conical hat, alone in a single boat, fishing amidst the frigid snow-laden river. Sumo furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why these 2 divergent paths were the only options presented. For his venture outside, he unequivocally required superior waterproofing capabilities. Yet, the 2 upgrade paths that manifested failed to clearly specify the exact nature or location of their intended enhancements. Expending such precious survival points on vague upgrades would be nothing short of sheer waste. After a brief, cautious experiment, Sumo inwardly inquired of the system, questioning if the upgrade path could be altered, specifically for a more potent waterproofing capability. No sooner had the words left his mind than a brilliant flash of light erupted, the two initial upgrade paths vanishing to be replaced by an entirely new interface. The grass protective raincoat remained described as a garment woven from plant fibers with feeble resistance to precipitation, yet the new upgrade path now transformed into a reinforced raincoat. Its branches now included water resistance, 10 points, material quality, 10 points, thermal insulation, 10 points, corrosion resistance, 10 points, and numerous other specialized pathways. The description promised that this powerfully waterproofed raincoat could guarantee his absolute dryness even amidst the heaviest downpours. Absolutely refrain from sun exposure. Allow it to dry naturally. Sumo gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that such a modification was truly possible. Aside from the unique upgrade method for the Onang water, this marked the very first time he had encountered such a precise, independent, attribute enhancement. Compared to the vague, overarching general upgrade paths, this method, though marginally more expensive, permitted the precise selection of desired attributes, making it far more suitable for his immediate circumstances. He silently etched into his memory the profound realization that the system held countless unknown functionalities and hidden depths yet to be discovered. Following this, he expended 20 survival points, successively selecting enhancements for both water resistance and material quality. In a mere blink, the grass raincoat resting within the chest began its profound metamorphosis. The original layer of woven grass, once loosely constructed, now began to tighten and integrate, its very material undergoing a dramatic transformation. Slowly but surely, it shed its grassy form, morphing into a material akin to the impervious canvas of a civilized era. Its initial green and yellow hues shifted, transitioning into a stark, alternating pattern of black and white. Once the upgrade concluded, Sumo retrieved the reinforced raincoat, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. He inwardly mused, "Truly this is a garment worthy of a system-enhanced creation. Such intricate craftsmanship, without the aid of advanced machinery, would be utterly impossible to replicate. For true waterproofing, precision is paramount." Upon donning the raincoat, Sumo discovered that the reinforced raincoat was a full-body, pullover design, enveloping him from head to toe, arms and legs included. Even the need for an umbrella was rendered entirely superfluous. From head to toe, the raincoat fit as if custom-tailored, conforming perfectly to his form. The facial covering featured minuscule air vents for breathability, all while being sealed by an impenetrable waterproof layer. This masterful design guaranteed that not a single water molecule could penetrate its defenses. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed. No mutated beasts detected within 1,000 meters of the player. Today's remaining scans, 2/3. After strictly cautioning Oreo to remain within the confines of the base, Sumo unbarred the main gate, pulled the heavy door open, and stepped out into the deluge. Instantly, a blast of hot, humid air assailed his face. Fat raindrops pattered against the crown of his head, then effortlessly cascaded down the raincoat's new, slick material, disappearing into the sodden ground. Even against the biting wind, numerous raindrops relentlessly lashed against the raincoat's facial guard. Sumo raised a hand to wipe the persistent water from his face guard, then peered out, unable to suppress a sharp intake of frigid air as he witnessed the landscape beyond his shelter seemingly transform instantaneously into a treacherous swamp. Standing upon the small hillside, he surveyed the once arid, cracked earth, now utterly saturated with water and reduced to a vast expanse of viscous, flowing mud. The withered, yellowed vegetation, too, began to display vibrant emerald hues, stirring a subtle unease within Sumong as he grasped the sheer intensity of the rainfall in his immediate vicinity. He felt an undeniable surge of gratitude for his specially crafted raincoat. Shaking his head, he then commenced a meticulous examination of the soil around his fortified shelter. The rainfall varied across regions, intelligence he had gathered from the livestream broadcasts. But even the top-ranked shelter wasn't experiencing a deluge as catastrophic as this. Trudging through the mire, Sumo made his way to the rear of the hill. By now, the 3 drainage ditches he had meticulously dug were working at peak capacity, striving to prevent water from engulfing the base of his underground shelter. Yet, just 60 meters from the shelter, the relentless deluge had already pooled into a nascent, small lake. Witnessing this, Sumo felt a distinct pang of regret. Had he foreseen this, he would have excavated a single, deeper drainage channel, extending it even further away. He had never anticipated a rainstorm of such magnitude, one capable of coalescing into a 10-meter expanse of water behind his stronghold. Sumo realized that once this torrential downpour ceased, his sanctuary would be utterly transformed, facing a vast expanse of water. Having confirmed his drainage systems remained unobstructed, Sumo then circumnavigated the shelter, vigilant for any signs of ground subsidence. Fortunately, the preceding days of relentless, scorching heat had utterly parched the earth, preventing it from becoming an impassable quagmire. Else, even after the catastrophe passed, the roads would remain utterly impassable for days, rendering all movement impossible. After half an hour of meticulous patrol, Sumo retraced his steps, his body remaining remarkably dry and comfortable, shielded by the resilient waterproofing of his rain gear. Reaching the entrance of his shelter, Sumo unsealed the heavy blast door. But the instant it swung open, a casual glance drew his gaze to an anomalous impression on the sodden grass, some tens of meters away. He scrutinized the spot. In that instant, Sumo's pupils constricted sharply, for it was undeniably a distinct footprint. Wiping rainwater from his mask, Sumo feigned indifference as he shook his head. Then, with calculated casualness, cast another glance. This time, he saw it with chilling clarity. The unmistakable imprint of a human foot. And it was certainly not his own. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Sumo's brow furrowed, his expression darkening into a grim mask, for it confirmed the proximity of another human presence to his shelter. For the past 2 days, even in his nightmares, Sumo had glimpsed figures lurking near his sanctuary. Humanity, united, was meant to join hands and advance, to forge a harmonious paradise. Yet, with tangible evidence of human presence now so close to his sanctuary, Sumo's heart was consumed by a chilling unease. He had no knowledge of where this unknown individual lay concealed, nor could he fathom the true intentions of this encroacher. In this apocalypse, humanity itself had become its own most ruthless, natural adversary. He who hoards sustenance but neglects armament becomes a mere granary for others. He who stockpiles weapons but lacks provisions finds his very stronghold transformed into a desolate husk. Under the shadow of this extreme cataclysm, individuals driven to madness by resource scarcity had become an all too common, terrifying occurrence. Without a moment's further hesitation, Sumo swiftly unlatched his shelter door and slipped inside its secure depths. Outside, the curtain of rain intensified across the plains, beginning its relentless work to scour clean every trace Sumo had left behind. Standing in a discreet corner of his shelter, Sumo spread his arms wide, allowing his rain gear to air dry before carefully shedding it. The torrential downpour had effectively obliterated most sense, explaining why Oreo, his faithful companion, had remained silent. The complacency of the past few days was now shattered by the sudden revelation of a human presence. As he replayed the events in his mind, a chilling sweat beaded upon Sumo's brow. He had heard whispers of marauding scavengers preying upon the vulnerable across the wasteland, but he never imagined such threats would appear directly at his doorstep. And yet, it was understandable. His drainage systems, sprawling across the desolate wilderness, were undeniably conspicuous. He couldn't shake the chilling thought that this individual might have witnessed his work yesterday. Sumo knew, with grim certainty, that he could not simply sit within his walls and await his doom. Seated, Sumo took a deep, deliberate breath, quelling the rising tide of unease within his heart. His gaze sharpened, a predatory glint entering his eyes. He summoned Oreo, who had been dozing peacefully in a corner, stroked the soft fur of its head, and commanded it to activate its heightened senses, to perceive any lurking dangers in the vicinity. Oreo understood its master's urgent command. The creature prostrated itself on the floor, its ears twitching, straining to discern the faintest tremor of peril. After what felt like an eternity, Oreo's previously content demeanor abruptly shifted. The creature crouched low, sniffing the air with intense focus, until a low growl rumbled from its throat, directed towards the southwest quadrant of the base. Sumo instantly understood. Oreo was unequivocally signaling the presence of danger in that direction. As Oreo gave a decisive nod, Sumo's mind raced, replaying the recent view of the southwest. That was the path of his primary drainage channel, beyond which the nascent lake had pooled. Further still, a dense thicket of shrubs stood, its foliage remarkably verdant even in the torrential rain. The deeper he delved into his memories, the more Sumo adopted an almost detached, third-person perspective to scrutinize every detail of what he had observed. And then, a realization struck him. A distinct, dark smudge within the dense shrubs, a shade of black, utterly alien to the natural foliage. Without Oreo's urgent warning, it would have gone entirely unnoticed by him. But with his senses now hyper-alert, he immediately identified the anomaly. Sumo surmised that the dark presence was a mere 100 meters away. He might not have perceived his adversary, but his adversary had undoubtedly observed him. Realizing the gravity of the predicament, Sumo slapped his thigh in frustrated resolve. His instinct screamed for him to don his battle gear and confront this trespasser with a preemptive strike. This intruder must have already discerned the stark truth. He was utterly alone. A location capable of supporting such a formidable underground sanctuary, complemented by such extensive, sophisticated drainage works. At this very moment, in the eyes of his unknown observer, Sumo was undoubtedly a prime, unsuspecting lamb ripe for the slaughter. Drawing forth the crossbow from his storage, Sumo let out a bitter scoff. The jet-black surface of the crossbow seemed to exude a chilling, killing intent, reflecting the light with an ominous, dark glow. Sumo never imagined the first target this crossbow would face would be one of his own kind. He mused to himself. If they did not provoke him, he would spare their lives. But if they dared to approach, the consequences would be utterly different. Rising to his feet, rubbing his temples, Sumo walked to the side of the bed and placed the crossbow on the nightstand. To the left of the bed, about a meter from the stone wall, he summoned his crafting interface. The interface displayed that a standard iron pickaxe required 2 units of iron and 1 unit of wood, and he possessed all the necessary materials. Sumo selected the iron pickaxe and confirmed the crafting. The system logs then appeared, showing the successful creation of a standard iron pickaxe. In Sumo's hand, an iron pickaxe materialized, ordinary in appearance, yet immensely practical. After a few test swings, Sumo turned to the stone wall near his bed and began to diligently carve. It is difficult to tunnel inwards, but simple to bore outwards. In no time, the smooth stone surface was broken open, gradually transforming into a man-sized opening. Mentally invoking his survival system, Sumo focused his gaze on the large opening, and the interface immediately displayed exit with the description, an uncompleted passage. The upgrade options displayed a safe passage, with branches including expansion, 5 points, throughfare, 60 points, material, 40 points, reinforcement, 200 points, and bunker door, 40 points. The description read, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Seeing the passage's attributes, a faint smile couldn't help but form on Sumo's lips. He thought to himself, whoever wished to ambush him would have to pay a bloody price. In his current exposed situation, daring to exit through the main door was akin to courting death. Should an ambush lie in wait, the moment he opened the door, he would be riddled with projectiles like a porcupine. Thanks to his vivid imagination, Sumo conceived a seemingly eccentric idea, excavating a second path for his underground base. As he relaxed his gaze, the upgrade options vanished. The situation had not yet reached dire straits, nor was it time to unleash his lethal weapons. Towards his own kind, Sumo always maintained a final boundary. He would not offend those who did not offend him. At the same time, he harbored the hope that everyone could avoid confrontation, instead inspiring each other to overcome the apocalyptic hardships. Watching Oreo anxiously pace back and forth within the base, occasionally pricking up its ears to listen, then suddenly sniffing the ground, Sumo felt a mix of pity and compassion. He gently reassured Oreo, instructing it to wake him if anything unusual occurred, while he would rest for a while. Sumo bought 2 pieces of mutated beast meat from the trading market, placing them into Oreo's bowl, and added some potent energy water. After that, he returned to bed and slept fully clothed. The daytime held no fear. It was only at night that the bloody bugle call of battle truly sounded. He had to maintain peak condition, for tonight he would stand guard, anticipating nocturnal sneak attacks. The heavy rain still poured down relentlessly, as if seeking to engulf the heavens and earth, executing an act of world-ending destruction. Amidst the vast expanse, beneath the deafening roar of the rain, no other sound could be heard. Amidst a faint rustling sound, hovering between wakefulness and slumber, Sumo vaguely felt that today had been a mere scare. No one had pried into his bunker, and no one harbored ill intentions towards him. Gradually, the sky outside began to darken, and the sun began to set. From the horizon, darkness began to steadily encroach. Under the shroud of night, figures had arrived. 5 shadowy figures stealthily crept up from the south of the bunker, approaching from the drainage ditch and treading upon the stone culvert. The 5 walked, muttering curses under their breath. One of them resentfully complained that the brat inside had exceptionally good luck, somehow acquiring such a blueprint, allowing him to sleep like a log in his bunker while he, himself, possessed no such fortune. Someone immediately reminded Liu Ba to keep his voice down, warning him not to expose the entire group. But the man named Liu Ba not only did not restrain himself, his ferocity intensified. He believed the brat was merely a punk with a bit of luck, swearing that if he dared to come out, Liu Ba would be the first to tear him apart. The short, rat-faced man sitting on the far left, however, saw the situation more clearly, pointing out their current predicament. If their target didn't come out, there was nothing they could do. Sumo's bunker was simply too impregnable, so sturdy that the 5 men were startled upon their first sight of it. The stone door was carved with ancient, mystical patterns, appearing divinely crafted and firmly embedded into the earth itself. The drainage channels, cascading down from the hill, were all meticulously built from stone, leaving the 5 men utterly stunned by their sheer resilience. The man with glasses lagged behind the team, scanning his surroundings. His face appeared refined, yet his words were rather ruthless. He questioned Huang Laodai, asking if their actions weren't somewhat unethical, or perhaps they should simply knock, demand supplies, and then continue their wandering. Liu Ba immediately mocked Four Eyes, reminding him that his hands didn't even tremble when he previously slaughtered men, yet now he began to panic and fear. Liu Ba had clearly confirmed today that this bunker contained only a single weakling, who merely got inside due to sheer luck. As long as they could force him to open the door, they would storm inside and claim this place as their own. The leader, Huang Laodai, sneered contemptuously, wielding a man-sized, bladed wolf-tooth club, its spiky head enough to make children weep in the night. He reminded them of how meager their daily gains were, relying solely on hunting mutated beasts. In stark contrast, he pointed out the immense resources they had plundered from others over the past 2 days, a fact Four Eyes should not overlook. He urged Four Eyes to use his wit for calculations, questioning if their current target might prove even more formidable than any mutated beast. Within the confines of the shelter, Sumo was abruptly roused from his slumber by Orio's frantic call. In a mere 2 or 3 breaths, Sumo achieved complete lucidity, rolling off the crude bed with trained precision. He seized the energy-infused water from his bedside, draining it in a single gulp, then snatched his crossbow, instantly entering a state of battle readiness. Clinging to a desperate glimmer of hope, Sumo gazed at Oreo, seeking confirmation of whether the threat outside was human or monstrous. The affirmative response plunged his heart into an abyss of chilling despair. As he descended the steps, Sumo pressed his ear against the massive stone door, straining to discern any sound from beyond. Yet, through the impenetrable barrier of the stone portal, only the relentless drumming of heavy rain against the earth reached him. Then, a series of dull, resonant thuds reverberated through the stone barrier. Abruptly, a distinct sound, unlike the ceaseless rain, pierced through the stone and seeped into the chamber. Intermittent, fragmented voices continuously echoed from the other side. It seemed someone was querying Boss Huang, debating whether to simply threaten Sumo through the door or devise a method to shatter it completely. Involuntarily, Sumo's grip tightened around the stock of his crossbow, knuckles white. These intruders carried malicious intent, and their numbers were clearly significant. Far more than a lone assailant. Outside the shelter, as the first day drew to a close, the torrential rain refused to abate. Instead, it intensified with a ferocious, unrelenting fury. Though obscured by heavy, dark clouds, a stubborn sliver of light still clung to the horizon, preventing the world from being plunged into utter darkness. Periodically, a jagged bolt of lightning rent the sky, momentarily illuminating 5 grim figures clad in raincoats, each gripping a dark umbrella. These were no ordinary cloaks. They were reinforced with strips of tattered blue and crimson fabric, meticulously stitched to seal against the biting wind. Boss Huang spat dismissively to the side, then, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a crude stone axe, striking the massive stone door twice. A surge of bitter envy twisted within him, marveling at the young man's fortune in securing such an impregnable shelter. The door, a solid slab of stone, emitted only dull thuds. Boss Huang's expression darkened considerably, his face contorted in frustration. He quickly surmised the door's immense thickness, easily exceeding 10 centimeters. Should they persist in merely pounding upon it, the door would remain unyielding even by the dawn's light. Liu Cao, exuding an air of seasoned expertise, interjected, proposing they attempt to excavate the earth alongside the foundation, reasoning that the entire structure could not be solid rock. With a practiced motion, he retrieved an iron shovel from his spatial ring, brandishing it with a flourish. Boss Huang, upon hearing the proposition, nodded curtly, then began to issue his commands to Liu Cao. Chu Zi and Sun Manzhao were directed to locate an optimal digging point, while eyeglasses ignited a torch to provide illumination, simultaneously guarding the stone door against any sudden eruption from Sumo. Boss Huang, meanwhile, would scout the perimeter, convinced there must be another ingress, for no enclosed space could exist without ventilation. Heeding Boss Huang's decisive arrangements, the men raised no objections, immediately executing the plan with grim determination. One had to concede that the torches produced by the game's crafting interface were remarkably potent. Much like those in ancient Earth simulation games, they defied all conventional logic, impervious to both gale force winds and deluge. Amidst the rhythmic clang of metal, the 3 men precisely targeted the earth to the right of the stone door, their shovels biting deep into the soil. As he dug, Liu Cao grumbled, lamenting the shelter's formidable defenses. It was as impregnable as the subterranean treasure vaults they had once unearthed. He mused that if this structure were fortified by a genuine team, he would never dare to approach it. After a mere 3 to 5 minutes of strenuous excavation, Liu Cao was drenched in sweat, his complaints a mix of sloth and exasperation over the unyielding earth surrounding the shelter. Were it not for the soaking rain, he swore, the ground would have been utterly impenetrable. He scoffed internally, deeming his companions utter fools for still adhering to the dictates of this wretched, broken game in such an age. He harbored no faith in such superstitious nonsense. Death, he believed, was but a scar, and in 18 years, he would emerge a hero once more. He mused that once this nuisance was dealt with, They could afford a day of respite before continuing their journey. Chu Zi, without lifting his gaze, merely urged him to hasten his digging, lest Boss Huang voice further displeasure. Sun Manzhao let out a lewd chuckle, his mind seemingly replaying the spoils of their exploits from 2 days prior, before coarsely questioning the presence of women within the shelter. He mused how much effort his comrades had expended to seize a single woman just days ago, regretting her fierce resistance. Surely, had she merely capitulated, a life of comfort and fine attire awaited her with them. The trio continued their vile chatter, vigorously excavating the sodden earth, each shovel full of mud flung aside with disturbing zeal. After more than 10 grueling minutes, as the men neared their physical limits, a dull thud finally signaled they had breached the outer wall of the shelter. A gaping maw of an excavation now lay before them. Liu Kao shrieked with triumphant excitement, calling to Boss Huang, who stood atop a nearby rise, proclaiming their success in breaching the defenses. From above, Boss Huang, upon hearing the joyous cry, scrambled down the muddy incline, rushing to the newly created chasm. Simultaneously, Eyeglasses raised his torch, casting its revealing glow into the depths. The moment the 5 men gazed into the abyss, they were utterly dumbstruck. Liu Kao and Sun Manzhao, caked in mud and drenched, stood within the excavated pit, their eyes wide with incredulity. The wall, too, was solid stone. This was utterly preposterous, they thought, as if the inhabitant within had somehow transported an excavator through dimensions to construct this absurdity. They could endure stone drainage channels. Even a stone door was tolerable, but a stone wall? That was an insult, a blatant defiance of all expectations, utterly beyond their comprehension. Huang Laodai ordered the 2 men to make way, then vaulted into the pit, sending mud and water splashing everywhere. He pulled out a rock pick and tapped the exposed stone, hearing the familiar dull thud, indicating the stone's impenetrable thickness. Huang Laodai resolutely ordered them to continue digging, to excavate a full circle around the entrance, for he refused to believe Su Mo possessed such vast resources that he could transform this entire area into solid rock. With that, he grabbed a stone shovel and joined the digging effort. In an instant, mud and water flew in all directions. Amidst the heavy rain, the 4 men toiled like diligent bees, meticulously extracting honey through the downpour. 1 meter, then 2, then 3. They dug continuously for another 3 meters to the left, revealing only yellowish-white stone, so the 4 men moved to the left of the stone entrance and continued to excavate. After another 3 meters, the entire 6-meter area around the shelter's stone entrance was fully exposed. The yellowish-white stone, with its natural veins, seemed to mock their self-overestimation. Scarred Liu hurled his shovel to the ground, slumped down, simmering with frustration, convinced that further digging was utterly futile. They had been digging since the last sliver of twilight, barely past 6 p.m., and continued until the moon ascended high at 9 p.m. A grueling 3 hours, these 4 men toiled like convicts before someone else's shelter entrance. This situation truly made them wonder what karmic retribution they had incurred. Pockmarked Sun, his face twisted in frustration, stared at the stone wall, muttering curses under his breath. He couldn't understand why this brat's shelter, being so formidable, wasn't among the top 10 ranked shelters. Could this wretched game truly be playing tricks on him? In the past 3 days, they had excavated and breached no less than 5 shelters, but never encountered such an intractable challenge as today. Not to mention the main door, this wall alone was the epitome of absurdity. Spectacles, standing nearby, chimed in, suspecting this place was akin to the underground treasure trove they had discovered before. Despite clearly sensing someone inside, Scarred Liu, furious, scrambled out of the pit, striking the door with his rock pick, while loudly cursing, demanding that the bastard inside listen carefully and open the door at once. Otherwise, once he managed to get in, he vowed to subject the occupant to every imaginable torture. A dull thud echoed, each strike reverberating with a low, resonant sound. However, the shelter's stone door remained impenetrable, revealing not even the slightest crevice. Huang Laodai immediately intervened, his face darkened, almost dripping with gloom, as he put away his iron shovel and followed the excavated pit, his body caked in mud. Huang Laodai also cast an ominous gaze upon the stone door. He believed that if Sumo's shelter wasn't in the top 10, there must be a loophole, so he ordered everyone to take up torches and search. He refused to believe this damned shelter could truly thwart the living. Simultaneously, Huang Laodai's mind began calculating. A shelter constructed entirely of stone surely indicated a providential encounter or the excavation of something truly valuable for such wealth to exist. If he could force open this shelter, he could then deal with the brat inside, extract his secrets, and perhaps achieve a monumental gain. Lost in thought, Huang Laodai raised his head. His gaze, filled with contemplation, swept over the 4 men still near the pit. He urged everyone to quickly search for any weaknesses, for if the door was so sealed, the person inside would undoubtedly need a ventilation point, and he demanded they all look at the ground. After his command, the 5 men split up, one hand holding an umbrella, the other a torch, carefully scrutinizing the ground. Thanks to his exceptionally keen eyesight, Spectacles immediately spotted a blast-proof glass pane on the small mound, concluding it must be Sumo's ventilation point. Huang Laodai approached, his face alight with surprise and delight, and upon seeing the glass embedded in the ground, his joy surged with renewed hope. He ordered them to burn some plant fibers to smoke out the bastard inside, to see if the occupant would yield. At the same time, the look in his eyes towards the other four men carried a barely perceptible glint of malice, uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. A plume of green smoke gradually drifted inwards through the ventilation shaft. Inside the torchlit shelter, the green smoke began to diffuse, slowly reaching the nostrils of Sumo, who sat on a chair, meditating with closed eyes. Sumo opened his eyes in the next moment, a glint of killing intent appearing on his face, realizing they had finally discovered the ventilation shaft. Amidst the dim moon, high winds, and rainy night, this was the perfect moment to execute heaven's justice. These beasts, not a single one shall escape. Sumo walked to the wall, donned a raincoat, then returned to the table, grabbed his crossbow, and stared at the opening, where smoke now billowed inwards. He opened his game interface, coldly selected the ranking option, activated the livestream function, and fixed the camera angle to an overhead perspective. The shelter strictly prohibited viewers from freely observing its interior. A notification panel immediately appeared. Congratulations to player Sumo. Your shelter's disaster resistance attribute far surpasses other shelters. Automatically topped the rankings. The notification continued, stating that if the livestream was maintained for over 15 minutes, based on his rank, the system would automatically provide a random survival supply crate. Concurrently, the system also informed him that he could access the livestream page to manage his broadcast room. The light on the game interface flashed. Sumo navigated through the game chat panel, clicking on the disaster resistance livestream page. At this moment, a livestream page, one that stood out starkly from all other livestream rooms, appeared in the top position. In the fading image, a few flickering flames became visible. Simultaneously, the foreign livestream room, which had held the 10th rank, was abruptly displaced. A livestream room bearing a flower emblem surged to the number 1 position. Moreover, its disaster resistance score was an astonishing 3 times higher than the second-ranked shelter. Disregarding these details, Sumo swiftly accessed the livestream page, casually setting the title to Enforcing the Mandate of Heaven, then began using his administrator privileges to observe the situation below. In the enveloping darkness, 5 distinct points of light glowed vividly, and in an instant, Sumo pinpointed the positions of the 5 individuals. A cold laugh escaped him as Sumo realized they were all huddled in the ventilation shaft, simply waiting for death. While maintaining his observation of the livestream, Sumo approached the pre-dug hole beside his bed. Concentrating his thoughts on the large hole's attributes, an interface instantly displayed it as an entrance, described as not yet fully clear. The potential upgrade direction was labeled Safe Escape Route. The available upgrade options included Expansion, 5 points. Clearance, 60 points. Material, 40 points. Durability, 200 points. And Bunker Door, 40 points. The accompanying description read, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Sumo chose both expansion and clearance. No sooner had he made his choice than his survival points decreased by 65. From Sumo's body, a wave of ethereal green light radiated outwards. The initially crude hole began to undergo earth-shattering transformations. The hole, once barely able to contain half a person, under the system's immense power, gradually reshaped itself into a passage tall enough for an adult to stoop and traverse. The whole surface began to smooth out, the sandy texture on the stone walls transforming into a perfectly circular aperture. Following the hole inwards, the earth and rock within seemed to liquefy, vanishing with astonishing speed. Only a few seconds later, the emerald light receded, signaling the completion of the modification. Bowing his head, Sumo tentatively stepped into the newly formed passage. Though no stairs had formed, the compacted soil of the safe escape route was incredibly firm, and its slope remained remarkably gentle. Before long, Sumo reached the very end of the passage. At the very end, he found a crude wooden board. Applying slight pressure, Sumo pushed open a narrow gap. His gaze shifted, and Sumo immediately located the position of the wooden board on the livestream page. This position opened precisely in front of the acid rain lake. Without prior knowledge of the hole's location, coupled with meticulous observation, it would be utterly impossible to discover this hidden spot. Pushing the wooden board aside, Sumo stepped out of the shelter in a single, decisive stride. The patter of acid rain on his raincoat, and the crossbow's surface lent the arrow a chilling gleam of deadly intent. He crouched low, advancing cautiously, simultaneously observing the bright spots on his screen and the treacherous path ahead. Sumo moved with extreme caution, his black raincoat concealing him perfectly within the gloom. In the dark, rain-swept night, he moved like a harbinger of death wielding a deadly scythe, instilling bone-chilling fear. 1 step, then 2. Gradually, not only did the flames become clearer on the live stream, but before Sumo's very eyes, a distinct point of light began to emerge. Illuminated by the fire, Sumo, from the deep shadows, discerned the face of the glasses-wearing man. Without a sound, he began to shift his steps subtly to the left. The first strike had to be the most lethal. He absolutely had to ensure he could target the individual with the highest combat prowess among these five. His gaze swept, and a second point of light appeared. Sumo observed a scarred individual with a thick, burly neck, exuding blatant arrogance. The most reliable way to judge a person's combat strength is by observing their neck and arms. Anyone possessing a thick neck, if not a seasoned martial artist, was invariably a person of immense physical might. Such individuals were far more formidable than any ordinary person. From afar, he heard the scarred man's coarse curses. The cold light in Sumo's eyes intensified, and he instantly identified the scarred man as his primary target. Lying prone on the ground, Sumo carefully positioned his crossbow, aiming with chilling precision at the scarred man's exposed, swaying head, then gently squeezed the trigger. Amidst the drumming rain, a sharp, chilling sound cut through the air. Before Sumo could even savor the exquisite sound, he witnessed the scarred man in the distance clutch his chest, reeled, and then crash to the ground. By the dim light of the fallen, dying torch, Sumo observed the arrow embedded precisely in the center of the scarred man's chest. This was an arrow coated with virulent acid rain. Even a chest shot would prove irrevocably lethal. A solitary, agonizing shriek echoed from afar through the rainy night, its sound made hauntingly desolate by the oppressive environment. On the livestream page, the 4 remaining points of light immediately erupted into a chaotic frenzy. Yet, the actions of the 4 remaining individuals were strikingly uniform. Not a single one chose to rescue the scarred man. Instead, they all scrambled for cover, one by one. Some, with chilling cunning, even extinguished their own torches immediately, vanishing into the impenetrable darkness. Sumo realized such an intelligent foe had forced him to take action. Secondly, it was the bespectacled man who snuffed out the torch. Instantly, the bespectacled man executed a swift roll, hurling the torch towards his comrades to create a diversion. Alas, the crimson patch on his back was vividly exposed on the livestream feed. Utterly silent, Sumo pressed flat against the earth, knocking an arrow, his reinforced rain gear ensuring no falling raindrop touched his skin. In stark contrast, the 4 adversaries were forced to clutch their umbrellas, huddled in place, nothing more than living targets. 15 seconds later, Sumo had a second arrow knocked, simultaneously beginning to slowly shift his position across the ground. The concealment point the bespectacled man deemed impregnable gradually revealed itself into Sumo's line of sight as he moved. Sumo brought his crossbow to bear, took precise aim, and loosed another pitch-black arrow, striking directly beneath the bespectacled man's neck. The tremendous impact force instantly hurled the bespectacled man to the ground. A streak of lightning flashed, and in that fleeting moment, the bespectacled man caught a glimpse of Sumo's prone form. His expression twisted into one of sheer terror, as if he had glimpsed a ghost, and he wanted to rise and cry out. Yet, the grievous wound to his throat strangled his voice. A mere few seconds later, the bespectacled man was declared fallen. Now, all 5 torches had been utterly extinguished, making identification of positions nearly impossible. Still prone on the ground, Sumo knocked another arrow, utilizing his host privileges to adjust the camera angle, zooming in to pinpoint the positions of his remaining targets. Beneath his mask, a cold smile stretched across Sumo's lips, having secured his next target. A peculiar thought flickered through his mind, momentarily easing the tension gripping Sumo after dispatching 2 adversaries in quick succession, making him vaguely understand why certain players in virtual combat sought the advantage of wall hacks. 30 seconds passed. His arrow was knocked. He shifted position, located his target, took precise aim, and fired. Another streak of cold light flashed. The pockmarked man took an arrow to his kidney region, the excruciating pain jolting him upright, pleading frantically for his life, proclaiming he had no desire to die, and begging Sumo to hunt down Huang Biao instead. He further revealed that Huang Biao had claimed 7 lives, while he himself had killed no one, merely compelled, but his desperate pleas were swallowed by the torrential rain before they could finish. Amidst the rainy night, the pockmarked man collapsed weakly onto the small hill as he fled. The arrow, drenched in acid rain, almost instantly sealed his fate. The 2 survivors, hearing the pockmarked man's death throes, how could they not realize that remaining hidden was merely courting death? They scrambled to their feet, fleeing for their lives. Into the deepening gloom, 2 figures scattered, sprinting in opposing north and south directions. By a twist of fate, as Sumo knocked another arrow, a shifty-looking man fled desperately straight towards him. He ran in a frenzy, utterly oblivious to Sumo's nearby presence. Only when Sumo raised his crossbow did he truly realize his peril, and attempted to scream. A faint hiss echoed, his words caught in his throat, and he collapsed, utterly lifeless. Observing the swiftly moving target on the livestream feed, Sumo rose to his feet, not even sparing a glance at the fallen man, knocking another arrow with both hands as he gave chase. He deduced this was undoubtedly Huang Biao, the man they had spoken of, a true scoundrel whose very flight was meticulously calculated. Huang Biao was unfamiliar with the immediate terrain, his strides erratic, yet his speed remained terrifyingly swift. Gifted with intimate knowledge of the terrain and guided by the livestream feed, Sumo's pace was no less relentless. One pursued, one fled. Soon, Sumo was closing in from behind. At 50 meters, he slowed his pace, raising his crossbow and taking precise aim. Sumo loosed a black arrow. Its shadow flashed, but the projectile failed to strike Huang Biao amidst his high-speed evasion, instead inadvertently striking his umbrella handle, shattering it in two. Witnessing this, Sumo swiftly dropped to the ground, retrieved 5 arrows from his spatial ring, and began rapidly loading them into his crossbow, preparing to knock. Huang Biao, his umbrella now shattered, could only turn back in helpless frustration to retrieve it, shrieking desperately, "Sumo, do not trust the pockmarked man's lies. I am a good man, utterly innocent of murder. All killings were perpetrated by others, then pinned upon me." He implored Sumo to spare his life, for they were all denizens of Earth. A lightning bolt illuminated the scene. Huang Biao saw Sumo prone on the earth, knocking his next arrow, and cold sweat instantly drenched him. Only then did the grim truth dawn on him. He saw the deadly weapon that had relentlessly claimed 4 lives. Against such an instrument of death, he knew further flight was utterly futile. Huang Biao raised both hands high in the air, screaming continuously, a clear gesture of surrender. He vowed to relinquish all his supplies, claiming knowledge of ancient ruins teeming with valuable resources, and the locations of other survivors. All would be revealed if Sumo would only spare his life. However, Sumo, still prone and knocking his arrow, now keenly observed the subtle, shuffling footsteps beneath Huang Biao on the livestream feed. His adversary was undeniably inching forward, drawing ever closer. Sumo inquired about the ancient ruins Huang Biao had mentioned, demanding to know their nature and precise location. Upon hearing Sumo's voice, Huang Biao did not halt his advance. A flicker of triumph now crossed his face. He stated the ruins were nearby, only a few kilometers distant, discovered by him within a hidden cellar. Inside lay countless treasures, but he and his brethren could not breach it, forcing them to reluctantly wander. He continued to fawn, proclaiming that Sumo was certain to succeed. After all, Sumo's base was so vast, so impeccable, and Sumo himself was so handsome and formidable. This task surely could not challenge him. As he spoke, Huang Biao stealthily advanced over 20 meters, closing the distance to just 30 meters from Sumo. This was a distance an ordinary adult could cover at full sprint in mere seconds, and Huang Biao was certainly no exception. After advancing another 5 or 6 meters, Huang Biao's voice suddenly soared, piercing the air as he unveiled his true, sinister intentions. Within that relic site lay not only countless treasures, but also the very head of Sumo. The instant his final word left his lips, a menacing, wolf-fang mace materialized within Huang Biao's grasp. Under the deluge of the rainy night, he cast aside his umbrella, heedless of the deadly rainwater, and sprinted at his utmost speed. The distance rapidly shrank from 20 meters to a mere 10. A blinding flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the scene, and at that proximity, he could almost clearly discern Sumo's face beneath his mask. Yet, the very moment he clearly saw Sumo's face, an expression of profound desolation abruptly twisted across Huang Biao's features. The very next second, an arrow slammed directly into his abdomen. Huang Biao clutched his wound, helplessly crumbling to the ground, his lips trembling as he gasped Sumo's name. Sumo, having just distanced himself to string his bow, his gaze chilling, piercingly demanded why Huang Biao knew his identity. Alas, before Huang Biao's words could escape his lips, another blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Sumo clearly perceived Huang Biao's expression in that fleeting moment, a haunting mixture of utter disbelief and profound regret. Beneath the oppressive night sky, the 5 bandits, their malicious intent extinguished, lay forever silenced near the entrance of the shelter. Fresh blood, stark against the earth, became their only testament, marking their fleeting, violent existence. Sumo calmly retrieved his crossbow, observing Huang Biao writhing on the ground. His voice icily calm, he stated, "I only wished to survive, but since you would not permit it, I had no choice but to force you into oblivion." Sumo then turned, moving to deliver the finishing blow, without a single lingering thought for the relic site's secrets Huang Biao might have possessed. The torrential rain continued to fall, slowly obliterating all traces of the brutal confrontation. The clash had barely lasted mere moments, yet the billions of players who had witnessed the entire livestream had utterly exploded into a frenzy. On the World Channel, some lamented, wondering when this apocalyptic deluge would finally cease, for the rain in their own locations showed no quarter. Others sighed, contemplating the sheer terror of the acid rain, daring not to imagine the unfathomable horrors that lay ahead. Immediately afterward, an astonished cry echoed, urging everyone to swiftly check the livestream page, for the Huaxia shelter had just shot to the apex of the rankings. Waves of disbelief instantly rippled through the viewers, as many questioned if the Huaxia shelter had genuinely ascended to the top of the leaderboards. Someone immediately clarified, declaring it was not merely an ordinary Huaxia shelter, but Sumo's own sanctuary, which had directly annihilated the previously dominant top-ranked shelter. The very masses who had been wailing about the impending doomsday on the World Channel were suddenly gripped by this newfound fervor. For a brief moment, the frenzied scrolling of the World Chat channel abruptly hushed. Instead, a torrent of viewers furiously surged into the Disaster Resistance channel. At this very moment, dominating the front page was Sumo's livestream room. The room's title, Executing Heaven's Will, a majestic, swirling character, like a colossal dragon, emblazoned next to the room's title, caused all who beheld it to thrum with an undeniable shock. Upon entering the livestream, an aerial camera view revealed a sweeping panorama of the shelter below. In an instant, a torrential cascade of Danmaku comments flooded the screen, like a dam bursting forth. Some were so utterly astonished they refused to believe this magnificent shelter was truly constructed by the Huaxia people. Others observed the 3 formidable stone-built drainage pipes running above his shelter. Some wondered how many resided within Sushen's sanctuary, with some even swearing they would join it in this very lifetime. Still others remarked that, at last, among the top 10 shelters, one was finally underground, for they had believed no one dared choose such a location. Instantly, the newly arrived viewers erupted into a cacophony of discussion. The sudden, utterly novel appearance of an underground shelter captivated all, prompting endless exclamations from those who had witnessed only surface shelters throughout the day. However, a jarringly discordant Danmaku comment abruptly appeared on the screen. Someone scoffed. This is a Huaxia shelter. With such treacherous weather, they still force their members out for daily duties. Truly trash. Immediately, a fierce retort erupted, scolding the individual from the Pillar City shelter for their obvious jealousy. Another instantly countered the mocker, declaring they should cease their derisive laughter and instead consult the leaderboards to witness precisely how much higher the Huaxia shelter ranked above their own. Immediately following, yet another user launched an assault on the American faction, demanding they leave the Huaxia shelter's livestream, for they were utterly unwelcome here. Concurrently, at the very Pillar City shelter, its grizzled spokesman, witnessing the countless keyboard warriors unleashing a torrent of vitriol, felt his mental state utterly shattered. He seethed, convinced this Huaxia individual was utterly detestable, having surely prepared long in advance, simply waiting for the opportune moment to seize the top rank, garner attention, and recruit followers. His thoughts raced, and his fingers hammered furiously across the screen. Yet each time he dared to post a message, hundreds, even thousands, of synchronized counterattacks would relentlessly flood the Danmaku. Roaring with fury, the grizzled man violently shattered the wooden cup in his hand against the ground, inwardly condemning this wretched shelter to be annihilated by the coming calamities. Bayo seethed with such incandescent rage that he nearly fumed from his 7 orifices. His fury stemmed not just from the netizens' relentless attacks, but primarily from his absolute inability to comprehend how any shelter could be constructed with such unfathomable superiority over their own. Seated beside Bayo was a middle-aged blonde man, his face carrying an elegant demeanor. The man dismissed Bao's concerns, convinced that Tsunamo's refuge, situated on the vulnerable plains, owed its swift rise solely to a stroke of luck, or some unearthed artifact. He further asserted, with unwavering arrogance, that Sumo could not possibly rival their prowess in establishing a refuge. Their sheer, monumental scale was proof enough. He confidently declared himself the ultimate authority, believing no one could possibly comprehend the intricacies of refuge construction better than he. The boorish Basil was about to dismissively claim his anger, but the instant his eyes fell upon the livestream's footage, his words choked to a sudden halt in his throat. Beneath the abyssal, rain-drenched night, every viewer in the livestream witnessed a shadowy figure, coalescing from the darkness behind the refuge. The figure moved like a specter, silently approaching a group of 5, mistakenly assumed to be part of the refuge. Though the camera could not zoom closer, from this vantage point, everyone could distinctly see the lethal weapon clutched in Suma's hand. Someone instantly recognized it as a crossbow, a rapid-fire variant, a feat of craftsmanship so impossible it defied belief in such an era. Others scoffed, stating they might believe Sumo was an 8th-grade mechanical master. But to wield such a lethal weapon merely days into the apocalypse was truly incomprehensible. Doubts began to fester. Perhaps those 5 individuals were not, in fact, members of Sumo's refuge at all. While most fixated on the weapon, some keen-eyed viewers spotted a concealed exit behind Sumo's refuge. Awestruck, they pondered what monumental team could have possibly constructed such a superfortress. Others, noticing Sumo's rain gear, sighed in envy, realizing it was immeasurably superior to their own crude ponchos. Truly, to compare oneself to such a figure was to invite sheer, agonizing frustration. As the cinematic carnage unfolded, coupled with Sumo's devastatingly agile prowess, the livestream's engagement skyrocketed with every ticking second. It was night, And though some were too desperate to access the stream, billions across the globe were now glued to this live, unfolding massacre. From the instant the first crossbow bolt tore through the scarred man's flesh, to the brutal final confrontation with Huang Biao. When Huang Biao was dispatched with such effortless, brutal precision, the livestream's entire audience was left utterly stunned, their minds reeling. An unflinching killer. A fiendish butcher. The paramount refuge of Huaxia, equipped with unparalleled refinement and elegance. As these myriad labels coalesced around a single figure, Sumo's true identity became utterly enshrouded in a mist, obscuring the truth from all prying eyes. Which then was the true Sumo? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none at all. As Sumo strode back toward the elevated heart of his refuge, the camera, in perfect synchronicity, tracked his every step. Every single viewer was about to witness, firsthand, the true meaning of an underground fortress. A colossal, fortified gate, imbued with intricate mechanisms and ancient runic patterns, now loomed imposingly on the surface, a creation utterly beyond human capability. Beyond the excavated pit beside the stone gate, a thick, formidable stone wall lay prone, its mere presence instantly evoking a profound sense of absolute, unassailable security. 3 massive stone drainage channels, like savage claw marks, were carved into the hillside, channeling every drop of acidic rain into the desolate acid lake far below. Several mangled corpses lay grotesquely sprawled near the entrance to the refuge. All of this, the slaughter, the revelation, had transpired in less than 20 minutes. The very next instant, as the camera ominously zoomed in once more, the audience held its breath, expecting Sumo to finally explain his refuge or issue a call to arms. But then, with a sharp crackle, the livestream plunged into an abyss of darkness. The screen displayed a chilling message. Host, temporarily absent. A separate announcement will be made upon reopening. A torrent of unanswered questions immediately deluged the minds of every viewer. Was Sumo truly this arrogant? Some wondered aloud, a mix of awe and frustration in their voices. So this is the true bearing of a reclusive grandmaster, truly worthy of reverence. Others felt a crucial opportunity slipping away, declaring their unconditional willingness to join Sumon's sanctuary, even if it demanded 18 hours of labor each day. One user, in a burst of desperation, vowed they would gladly work overtime, even on weekends, if it meant finding sanctuary within such a refuge. Yet others speculated. Could this colossal refuge be inhabited by Sumo alone? Was this why he displayed no intention of recruiting members? Immediately, a rebuttal exploded. How could one single man possibly construct such a monumental, fortified sanctuary? Others recalled that on the very first day, Sumo had been selling water, and had even bought back meager supplies from that old dog, Chen Pinggan. The condemnation of that old dog, Chen Pinggan, continued unabated, his inhumanity utterly exposed. Then, the deluge of messages began to taper, slowly swallowed by a deafening silence. Witnessing Sumo abruptly, wordlessly, terminate the livestream, everyone was left in a daze. In countless chat messages, the name Sumo had instantly become the most explosive keyword. Virtually every soul was now dissecting the chilling spectacle they had just witnessed. The singular underground fortress. The demon king of slaughter. Had the old world's WO network still existed, the events of this night would have instantly surged to, and permanently held, the absolute top spot on every trending search. At that very moment, the system panel flashed an urgent notification. Sumo's continuous livestream duration had now exceeded 15 minutes. A random supply cash reward would be issued a single day before the next world-shattering calamity descended. Hearing the system's stern notification, Sumo decisively navigated to the management interface and abruptly terminated the livestream. Under the merciless gaze of the livestream, his every subtle movement was meticulously scrutinized by billions. In a bygone, civilized era, he might have roared with laughter, relishing in his sudden, explosive fame. But in this savage, cannibalistic world where men devoured each other without leaving even bone, every revelation was but an invitation to greater, deadlier peril. Sumo swiftly moved towards the scarred man, sprawled lifeless on the hillside. Observing the scene, a grim realization settled in his heart. These individuals were far from simple to handle. The situation was undeniably troublesome. Taking a life had been as effortless as squeezing a crossbow's trigger. Yet disposing of these grisly remains demanded far more cunning and effort. In the shroud of the rainy night, the putrid stench was somewhat contained, unable to spread its ghastly presence far. But under the relentless glare of the scorching sun, he knew a grim truth. Within mere days, hordes of mutated creatures would descend, and the lingering threat of plague would undoubtedly follow. Opening his crafting interface, Sumo quickly fashioned another crude stone spear. Grasping the rough stone spear, he fought back a wave of revulsion, using its tip to prod the scarred man's corpse and clothing, before exhaling a heavy, ragged breath. In the bygone era of civilization, he had recoiled even from the act of slaughtering a mere chicken. Yet in this new, brutal world, he had already ended 5 lives. Though these fallen men were nothing more than savage bandits, the vestiges of his civilized morality still clung to his humanity, a silent, binding chain. As he dragged the scarred man's lifeless form aside, Sumo was startled to discover a faintly glowing turtle shell exactly where the bandit had fallen. Was this not the very core of the refuge he had been instructed to establish? Seizing the turtle shell, Sumo's heart surged with unbridled joy as he began to scrutinize its properties. The interface displayed damaged safe house core. A description followed, elucidating that the safe house was a personal sanctuary, irrevocably bound to its player. Once deployed, it would anchor itself to the earth, becoming an immovable fixture. Should a player ever destroy their own safe house, its core would automatically revert to this damaged state. Until repaired, it could not be redeployed. Upon a player's demise, all their precious items would be securely stored within the safe house core. The system then revealed a critical detail. It detected the presence of a complete safe house core in another player's possession and prompted Sumo. Absorb? Gazing at the attributes on his console, Sumo's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He could actually absorb another safe house core. He swiftly strode towards the remaining 3 fallen bandits, and indeed, beneath the spectacles-wearing bandit and the pock-faced brute, lay 2 more damaged safe house cores. But as he neared the rat-faced villain, Sumo's gaze sharpened. This time, he discovered a pristine, complete safe house core, one that had never been deployed. With 3 damaged cores, and 1 flawless one now clutched in his hand, a triumphant grin spread across Sumo's face. In his heart he echoed an old saying, "No horse grows fat without nightgrass. No man grows rich without ill-gotten gains." These villains had plundered and slaughtered countless innocent souls. Their demise at his hands was nothing less than righteous retribution, karma's swift, deadly embrace. He swiftly stowed the 4 cores into his backpack, then moved with purpose towards the caustic acid lake, beginning to excavate a deep pit. The spoils of war had lightened his spirit. Even as he toiled, buried deep in work beneath the impenetrable black of the rainy night, a strange sense of relief washed over Sumo. He yearned to finish his grim task and return to his refuge, where he could finally absorb and examine his newfound treasures. A relentless day of ceaseless rain had rendered the earth beneath his feet remarkably soft. After more than half an hour of arduous labor, Sumo had carved out a pit 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. Turning, he used his stone spear to unceremoniously push each bandit's lifeless form into the gaping maw of the pit. Sumo's steps were light as he returned to where Huang Biao lay. Huang Biao, who had been writhing in agony on the ground, was now silent, leaving only a single, deep handprint etched into the earth. With a gentle prod of his spear, Sumo confirmed his suspicion. Beneath Huang Biao's lifeless body, another damaged safe house core rested. Sumo, acknowledging their arduous journey to deliver the equipment, found he could not bear to leave their bodies exposed to the savage wilderness. In his heart, he offered a silent prayer, wishing them a better fate in their next lives. Submerged in the acidic rainwater, Huang Biao's face was already corroded beyond human recognition, a grotesque, terrifying visage reminiscent of a zombie from some apocalyptic film. Not daring to inspect too closely, Sumo used the tip of his stone spear to hook into Huang Biao's grass raincoat. Inch by agonizing inch, he dragged the body towards the gaping pit. With Huang Biao now cast into the depths and neatly arranged, Sumo began the grim task of filling the pit. Slowly, as earth and sand covered them, bound together by the relentless rain, the 5 bandits found their eternal resting place within that shallow grave. With the gruesome task complete, Sumo planted a single branch as a makeshift marker. Then, retracing his steps, he made his way back to the tunnel's concealed entrance. The tunnel entrance, reinforced with wooden planks, had been convenient on his departure. But now, upon his return, Sumo found a significant amount of water had already seeped into the passage. Studying the tunnel's opening, a plan began to form in Sumo's mind. If he ever needed to venture further in the future, this entrance, once upgraded, could prove to be an invaluable asset. Silently, he invoked the survival system, and the passage's attributes instantly materialized before his eyes. The interface displayed entrance/exit, accompanied by the description. Passage is clear. The upgrade path indicated. Safe passage. Available branches included expansion, 20 points, material, 40 points, durability, 200 points, and entrance gate, 40 points. The accompanying description remained a classic adage. A cunning rabbit always has 3 burrows. Sumo mused that the entrance gate merely needed an upgrade to stone material, for he possessed an abundance of raw stone resources. As he gradually supplied the raw stone material, the survival point cost for the entrance gate plummeted, finally stabilizing once it reached a mere 20 points. Sumo chose to upgrade the hidden passage, consuming 20 points as a surge of blue light radiated from his body. Within mere breaths, the wooden door, once riddled with large gaps, instantly transformed into a solid stone entrance, mirroring the shelter's main facade and sealing it utterly against the torrential rain. Grabbing a shovel, Suma carefully concealed the new stone passage with earth. Then, satisfied, returned to the refuge shelter's main entrance. This covert pathway, designed for surprise attacks, was to be forgotten unless venturing far or initiating a decisive ambush. It was best utilized as a hidden trump card. In a crucial moment, it could, much like today, unleash a decisive impact, no less potent than a massive, game-changing strike. As for the issue of exposing the shelter's defenses on his livestream, that was a concern that could temporarily be set aside. Returning to the main door, Suma couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement at the stone walls that had been roughly dug out on both sides. What was originally a meticulously designed underground refuge had been, after hours of relentless digging by these fools, practically turned into an above-ground shelter. Sumomo decided it was acceptable for now. He would leave it as is and wait for the rain to cease before undertaking a full-scale renovation. After a quick circuit, surveying the newly excavated areas, Sumo bellowed towards the refuge shelter, calling for Oreo to open the door and announce his return. No sooner had his words faded than a frantic scratching against the door erupted from within. With a resounding thud, the heavy stone door opened just a sliver. The cunning Oreo first peered through the narrow opening, scanning the exterior before cautiously stepping aside. Sumali inwardly acknowledged the small creature's sharp wit, regretting that his raincoat prevented him from offering a well-deserved headpat. Su motioned for Oreo to keep its distance, then securely closed the main door before retreating to a corner of the refuge shelter to shed his rain-soaked coat. For the recent expedition, he had formulated a total of 2 distinct plans. Plan A involved a swift, decisive ambush from the rear passage. He would exploit their complacency, striking without warning to cut them down before they could even react. Plan B, a fallback for when no true opportunity presented itself, involved Oreo creating a diversion at the door to lure them, thus creating an opening for a decisive slaughter. Alas, these invaders were merely a ragtag mob, their combat prowess abysmal, their vigilance virtually non-existent. They could never have conceived that Suma would suddenly burst forth from their rear, launching a brutal sneak attack. Having shed his raincoat, Sumo turned and settled onto a nearby wooden chair, gazing upon the flickering firelight illuminating his stone sanctuary, and watching Oreo affectionately nuzzle at the table. A sudden sense of profound peace washed over Sumo. Who could have imagined that a mere hour prior, he was but an ordinary mortal, inexplicably thrust into this desolate wasteland, desperately struggling for survival. 1 hour later, he stood as a formidable champion, bearing the weight of 5 lives taken, dispensing the judgment of the heavens. He retrieved his spoils, meticulously polishing the turtle shells with a cloth in each hand. The turtle shells, bearing ancient runic patterns, shimmered with an ethereal, jade-like glow as he meticulously wiped them clean. Having polished all the cores, Sumo picked up the first damaged turtle shell he had acquired. With a subtle mental command, he activated the fusion function of his game interface, resolving to begin with this particular core. The system log instantly materialized, stating that a complete An Quan Wu core had been detected in the player's possession, satisfying the absorption requirements, and prompting for confirmation to absorb. Gazing at the illuminated text, Sumo concentrated his will without a hint of hesitation, mentally commanding his intent to select confirm. In that instant, the turtle shell in his grasp began to vibrate violently. Or, to be more precise, it entered a state of profound resonance. The entire refuge shelter itself seemed to threaten to rip itself from its foundations, as powerful tremors began to emanate outwards. 1 second. Then 2. The refuge shelter's vibrational frequency synchronized, growing ever closer to the resonant hum of the turtle shell in his hand. Before his very eyes, the turtle shell began to fracture and dissolve, melting into a vibrant stream of azure liquid that flowed from Sumo's hand, snaking across the stone floor. Then, with a deafening roar, the very ground convulsed violently as the entire refuge shelter began to shake, as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. The next moment, Sumora stared in stunned disbelief at the sight before him, a transformation that seemed nothing short of an arcane miracle. The system log then displayed one notification after another, confirming his successful absorption of the damaged An Quan Wu core. The refuge shelter's area had expanded, now encompassing a vast 110 square meters. The familiar refuge shelter had abruptly transformed, as if it had magically swelled, spontaneously gaining an additional 10 square meters, within which a neatly arranged pile of supplies now sat. Oreo, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly sprang up as if startled by a ghost, staring fixedly at the newly manifested area and its unfamiliar scent, barking without cease. Swiftly moving to the expanded section, Sumo began to scrutinize the scattered provisions on the ground, a diverse collection of over a dozen items. First, 3 sets of blood-stained, garishly patterned clothes lay there, including, to his surprise, a pink bra adorned with a bear motif. Beside the clothing were 2 rudimentary tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to Sumo, who was now brimming with newfound wealth, These invaders' equipment was pathetically meager, leaving him to wonder at the sheer audacity that had driven them to assault his refuge shelter. Fearing hidden traps or residual poisons, Sumo refrained from direct contact, cautiously using a stone spear to probe and spread out the clothes, revealing the additional supplies concealed beneath. In total, there were over a dozen items, including dried beef that looked identical to what he'd purchased on the first day's market, a generous portion weighing at least 300 grams. Among the provisions were 4 cartons of fresh milk, a perfectly intact loaf of bread, 2 corn sausages, a carton of yogurt, and an unopened bottle of Pepsi. Furthermore, 2 mineral water bottles, though opened, were still largely full, making Sumo realize he had truly stumbled upon a veritable windfall. After using his game interface to verify the pristine condition of each item, ensuring no hidden defects, a wave of unrestrained joy visibly brightened Sumo's face. He now understood why those fools had neglected to properly develop their own refuge shelter, choosing instead the ignoble path of plundering others. Compared to the toil of arduous labor, the act of scavenging generators clearly offered far swifter gains in this apocalyptic era. Just this mountain of supplies before him, if traded on the open market, could fetch him several liters of life-sustaining water. What was more, these were treasures that even wealth couldn't guarantee, their intrinsic worth fueling an insatiable longing in all who beheld them. The meager rations currently flooding the market were mostly dry, desiccated bread, demanding constant drafts of water to even swallow. The only other option, the acrid, rubbery flesh of mutated beasts, a truly unpalatable meal that offered no solace, only struggle. Sumo himself had relentlessly scoured the markets for days, yet even he had failed to procure any provisions that offered genuine satisfaction. Never had he imagined such an unexpected bounty, these free supplies seemingly fallen from the very heavens, laid out before him. Remembering how a single damaged core could expand his refuge by 10 square meters, Sumo made a swift decision. He would fuse every remaining core. He retrieved the final 3 damaged cores, selecting each in turn, and with a deep rumble, his refuge began to shake once more. The system log flared, announcing his triumphant absorption of the 3rd damaged core, and with it, the expanse of his refuge visibly expanded. Moments later, the log updated again, revealing that the refuge's current area had now reached a staggering 140 square meters. Simultaneously, the refuge itself had ascended to a new level, urging him to access the game's control panel to uncover its newfound capabilities. After a final, resonant tremor, the refuge solidified, revealing a massive 40 square meters of newly manifested space. The refuge's interior, already expansive, now seemed to stretch into an unfathomable depth, far vaster than before. A treasure trove of items lay scattered across the new floor, and a mere glance filled Sumo with a dizzying, overwhelming surge of elation. Hidden deep within the heart of this immense trove, a silent device, the size of an antique television, lay waiting. Sumo was no stranger to this specific apparatus. Indeed, it was an item he had longed for, coveted in his waking hours, and sought even in his slumber. The object revealed before him was none other than a generator, a critical cornerstone for the burgeoning development of his entire base. Sumo could no longer contain the tempest of excitement within his chest. As if encountering a long-lost love, he surged forward, reaching the machine in an instant. The machine's entire frame was coated in a striking sky blue, a prominent beacon amidst the tumultuous clutter of surrounding provisions. 3 robust, black iron pipes encircled the generator's powerful frame, while a protective side shield guarded the vital components from dust and debris. But as Sumo leaned in, his gaze scrutinizing the generator's main body, his ardently hopeful heart plummeted, instantly turning frigid with despair. This, he realized, was a Simon Vodich brand diesel generator. Its acquisition, he surmised, was likely the result of savage mutated beast hunts, or ruthless plunder from less fortunate souls. The critical flaw: the generator's fuel tank had been pierced by a spear, a massive shard of metal violently torn away. This grievous wound now exposed the vulnerable interior of the fuel tank, condemning this once precious generator to a state of crippling disrepair. Sumo knelt before the inert generator, meticulously recalling the intricate principles of its operation, knowledge once gleaned from obscure technical tomes in his university library. To compel a generator to spark to life was, in principle, deceptively simple, for within its diesel engine cylinders lay a fundamental, clear, energy conversion process. Clean air, meticulously purified by the air filter, would then be thoroughly commingled with high-pressure, atomized diesel fuel, blasted from its nozzle. Beneath the relentless compression of the ascending piston, the cylinder's volume would drastically diminish, and the internal temperature would violently surge to the diesel's flashpoint. As the diesel fuel ignited, the gas mixture erupted in a ferocious combustion, its volume explosively expanding, driving the piston downwards in a surge of raw power, initiating the crucial power stroke. The power strokes within the cylinders fired in a precise, ordained sequence. The thrust transferred to the pistons, then, via the connecting rods, transmuted into the rotational force that spun the crankshaft. When the brushless synchronous AC generator was coaxially mounted with the diesel engine's crankshaft, the engine's relentless rotation would then compel the generator's rotor into motion. Harnessing the fundamental principle of electromagnetic induction, the generator would then manifest an induced electromotive force, which, when channeled through a closed-load circuit, would finally culminate in the generation of raw electric current. Having meticulously recalled the entire intricate principle, Sumo exhaled a profound sigh of relief, for the shattered section was not the most critical component controlling the electrical current. Had that vital control unit truly been severed by a blade, this magnificent generator would have been utterly condemned, beyond any hope of salvage or repair. As it stood, the calamity was confined to the hold and damaged fuel tank, a problem that could undoubtedly be rectified by expending a mere handful of precious points. Composing his thoughts and steeling his resolve, Sumo silently summoned the mysterious system within his consciousness, his gaze piercing the diesel machine. The system panel materialized, revealing crucial data on the damaged diesel generator. Its formidable output reached 300 kilowatts, capable of generating 300 units of electricity per hour at full load. The machine's fuel consumption was detailed, a hefty 230 grams for every kilowatt-hour of power produced. At full, unbridled load, it would devour 82 liters of fuel per hour. The accompanying description further elucidated. This was a Senvik Rangto Corporation diesel generator, pristine and never before activated. The machine's intricate electrical circuits remained perfectly intact, yet the fuel tank lay in ruins, demanding immediate remediation before any operation could commence. The first upgrade path presented itself. A meticulous replacement and repair of the generator's core components, which would drastically enhance its power supply efficiency and slash its energy consumption. This monumental task demanded 1680 survival points. The second, more transformative, upgrade path offered a complete overhaul of the generator's operational method, converting it entirely to biomass power generation, a colossal undertaking demanding 6,500 survival points. The system's introductory message even contained a peculiar, almost sentient quip, that this generator, despite its current state, seemed to yearn to be exclusively his. Sumo inwardly recoiled, finding the 1680 points utterly exorbitant. Such a sum would demand a painstaking accumulation of 10 days, perhaps even half a month, simply to achieve that initial upgrade. He shook his head, forcefully casting aside the insane notion of painstakingly amassing such a vast hoard of survival points to fully upgrade the generator in one fell swoop. With a decisive shift in strategy, Sumo inwardly commanded the system to change its display, preparing to meticulously select individual, smaller feature upgrades. This method, though incurring slightly higher consumption and being less economical than overall upgrades, perfectly suits his current predicament of scarce survival points. For Sumai now, even a slightly higher cost was acceptable, as repairing the generator would directly double the base's development speed. A flash of light erupted as the original upgrade method began to shift, revealing smaller subsections within the damaged generator's interface. The new panel showed the machine's efficiency remained at 300 kilowatts, with fuel consumption still at 230 grams per kWh. As before, upgrade options included repair costing 130 points, capacity expansion requiring 50 points, conversion efficiency enhancement at 300 points, and material alteration at 420 points. Furthermore, the option to change the energy supply method to biomass still appeared, but its cost had surged to 4,450 survival points. Suma eyed the 130 points needed for repair, a deep sigh escaping him as he realized even a simple fix demanded a significant expenditure. This price was actually quite reasonable, and not excessively high, yet Suma currently lacked the means to produce such a large sum. After today's harvest, he initially possessed 153 points, then spent 20 points upgrading his raincoat, and 65 points on the safe passage. At this moment, his remaining points amounted to merely 68, utterly insufficient to immediately repair the generator, forcing Suma to defer the repair until tomorrow. Simultaneously, he suppressed the surging excitement and impatience within his heart. Afterwards, he began to gather supplies, meticulously cataloging the entire haul from this battle. The materials dropped from Huangbiao's core were significantly more abundant than the combined loot of the other three, almost filling the recently expanded 10 square meters storage space. With a swift glance, Suma spotted 3 large bags of biscuits, weighing approximately 56 kilograms. These biscuits bore a striking resemblance to the bulk biscuits sold in supermarkets. After taking a bite, Suma nodded with satisfaction, for their taste was hardly inferior to the packaged varieties. Thanks to the cooling function of the storage space, items placed within effectively entered a suspended state, only materializing when Suma observed them. As he collected the bags of biscuits, Suma noticed two large barrels positioned in the corner. He approached to inspect them, and instantly, an irrepressible joy surged within him, for these were indeed part of a complete set. When Huang Biao acquired the generator, he had also secured 2 barrels of diesel fuel, each with a capacity of 2 liters. Suma had initially believed he would have to craft biodiesel himself, never expecting such a fortuitous surprise. Self-made biodiesel could easily damage the generator's internal components, but with the system at hand, a mere expenditure of survival points could mend any malfunction. However, possessing authentic diesel fuel to overcome this difficult initial phase would undoubtedly allow him to trade for more fuel later. Suma spent 2 hours tidying up, taking out unused items to dig a pit and bury them. Afterwards, he opened the chat channel, randomly selecting a deceased individual with a gray profile picture to begin recording his findings. The first entry noted a generator and 2 liters of diesel fuel. Next were 6 kilograms of biscuits, 2 kilograms of bread, 2.5 Ls of unopened purified water, 800 grams of dried beef, 7 cartons of fresh milk, 3 corn sausages, 1 yogurt, 2 Pepsi bottles, and 2 opened but confirmed non-toxic packets of salted potato chips, along with a small, unopened packet of chili oil. Additionally, there was a fully charged, rechargeable flashlight, an extraordinarily heavy wolf tooth club, and a pair of unworn size 43 sports shoes. Basic resources included 15 units of wood, 19 units of plant fibers, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron ingots, and 1 unit of copper ingots. Finally, there was a map, seemingly depicting the nearby terrain, which Suma deemed a crucial item. After laboriously recording all the materials, merely gazing at the statistics on the interface filled Suma with an intensely satisfying joy. Naturally, at this moment, Suma did not hesitate to share his newfound delight. He pulled out 2 corn sausages, tore off the wrappers, and took a large bite, then tossed the other to Ao Liao, who stood beside him, drooling profusely. Suma cheerfully mused that since he was now nurturing Ao Liao, it would surely repay him double in the future. Ao Liao, its mouth slick with grease, still managed to bark twice in joyful appreciation. With food in its belly, the labor no longer felt so strenuous. Sumao's mood, therefore, became exceptionally bright. He summoned the game control panel, preparing to review how to upgrade his shelter. After absorbing 4 damaged safe house cores, the upgrade system had been activated. The shelter, which had never displayed a level before, now suddenly presented its current information. The control panel revealed this to be a personal shelter, LV1. The description stated that the shelter was constructed entirely of stone, incredibly robust, offering excellent security, and possessing unique effectiveness in moisture isolation and warmth retention. The current space encompassed 140 m³, the ceiling height reached 4.2 meters, and its integrity stood at 100%. Existing facilities included a kitchen, an iron stove, a bed, a basin, large-scale vegetable cultivation beds, an extractor, well water, a dining table, and various other items. Current permissions allowed for the restructuring of the shelter's layout and automatic partition wall creation, but this was a one-time opportunity, demanding careful consideration. Observing the prompt on the control panel, Suma's eyes shone brightly, for he could finally create partition walls. This would transform the desolate space into a true shelter, imbued with the breath of life. The current empty shelter remained merely a vast open floor, where one could immediately glimpse dark, unlit corners upon entering. During the day, this situation was tolerable, but every night, it sent shivers down one's spine. Suma pondered the saying, "A man who does not eat at night grows not fat. A horse that eats no nightgrass grows not stout," realizing that merely dealing with one group of thugs had yielded such a massive harvest. In his heart, he even contemplated initiating a live stream to attract more enmity, luring additional villains to deliver their resources to him. However, the first tier allowed only a single structural modification, compelling Sumo to meticulously plan every detail. He fixed his gaze upon the control panel's planning interface. As his will stirred, a new window instantly materialized. Within that frame, the 3D schematic of the sanctuary lay revealed. From the very floors to the fortified stone walls, every dimension, above, below, left, and right, was now meticulously delineated. Sumo swiftly reviewed the functions before dismissing the interface, then accessed the communication channel. After the night's brutal confrontation, Sumo had irrevocably cast aside his previous reservations regarding the outside world. Trapped within this colossal, decaying ruin, to attempt remaining an outsider was merely to invite certain imprisonment. To completely isolate himself, envisioning his sanctuary as a solitary isle adrift in a boundless ocean, would undeniably be the most profound folly. As the saying goes, those who know before, those who know after, and expertise is paramount. The architectural prowess and overall structural design of the Huaxia Daybreak Sanctuary were exquisitely intricate. Suma was convinced a Grand Master must have overseen its creation. Thus, for such specialized design, he resolved to outsource the task, aiming to maximize every inch of space. Such an opportunity for reconstruction was exceptionally hard-won. Sumo harbored deep dissatisfaction with the existing layout, yet remained utterly uncertain of where to begin. First, Sumo's attention fell upon the primary entrance, which presently consisted of a protracted, winding staircase. Ordinarily, such a staircase posed no issue. However, should an intruder breach the entrance, it would force immediate, brutal close-quarters combat, offering no defensive advantage whatsoever. Hence, he deemed it imperative to incorporate a second, perhaps even a third, fortified buffer zone. Furthermore, within the main chamber, a massive 30-square-meter cultivation vat sat squarely in the base's heart, consuming vital space and hindering all future expansion. Beyond the interior renovation, Sumoi harbored a second, crucial vision. Following tonight's harrowing encounter, he starkly realized that to dwell beneath the earth while enemies commanded the surface would necessitate perilous, repeated sorties to venture outside. A single foray or two might pass unscathed, but a constant reliance on such risky excursions would inevitably lead to a fatal oversight. Thus, the establishment of a reinforced surface buffer zone became an absolute, undeniable necessity. Though his sanctuary was primarily subterranean, he could not, even in its foundational stages, utterly relinquish dominion over the surface world. With his resolve hardened, Sumo sought out the private communication interface. Adhering to the established communication protocols of the Huaxia Daybreak Sanctuary, he initiated a dialogue of potentially historical import. The individual who responded was none other than Shen Qin, the voice from the public chat channel. Sumo dispatched a message, identifying himself as Sumo of Huaxia, simultaneously conveying his intent to establish a trade with their sanctuary. Scarcely had his message been sent, when 3 lines of intensely urgent text were swiftly returned. Before Sumo could even decipher the contents, a direct video communication request was initiated from the other end. After a brief contemplation, Sumo chose not to decline. He had, after all, already revealed his presence to the entire world. There was no longer any need for concealment. As the connection stabilized, Shen Qi's visage immediately materialized upon the display. Shen Qi formally greeted Sumo, identifying herself as the propaganda officer for Disaster Resistance Outpost 79, under the 13th Legion. She concurrently affirmed their acceptance of his trade proposal, then inquired into the specific nature of his desired transaction. Gazing upon Sumo's countenance through the lens, Shen Qi struggled to quell the profound astonishment surging within her, careful not to betray too much emotion. Within her field of vision, the first sight to seize her attention was a colossal, prominent generator, flanked by 2 immense diesel fuel drums. Following that, a trove of absolute luxuries: Coca-Cola, fresh bread, delectable biscuits, and an array of other pristine provisions. From the periphery of her vision, she even discerned a glimpse of a cultivation vat's corner. The sheer opulence housed within this sanctuary delivered an utterly devastating blow to Shen Qi's grim, apocalyptic worldview. Against the backdrop of this astonishing abundance, Sumo's refined countenance seemed to shimmer with an even more profound, enigmatic mystique. Sumo articulated his precise need to engage expertise for the structural design of his subterranean sanctuary, ideally culminating in a comprehensive blueprint. Upon hearing Sumo's request, Shen Qi eagerly nodded, revealing that their sanctuary housed none other than Dr. Shen, a legendary designer from pre-apocalyptic Huaxia, who was also her own revered uncle. She believed that securing her uncle's expertise for Sumo's design would undoubtedly pose no impediment. Hearing the esteemed name, Dr. Shen, Sumo registered a flicker of surprise, yet maintained his composure, offering a calm nod of assent. He then proceeded to elaborate on his precise requirements, while Shen Qi, with decisive swiftness, summoned her uncle, Shen Yiqian, to facilitate a direct consultation between them. A short while later, the two had concluded their exhaustive deliberation on all pertinent details. Shen Yiqian affirmed his complete understanding of Sumo's requirements, promising the finalized design would be delivered no later than the day after tomorrow. He further assuaged Sumo's concerns, declaring his intent to operate under wartime protocols and to rigorously uphold the confidentiality pact. Shen Yiqian was a man of absolute resolve. Immediately after the discussion concluded, he seized a nearby grass umbrella and departed without hesitation. Indeed, a remarkably pragmatic individual. Of this esteemed doctor, Suama had, in fact, heard much renown in times past. Countless paramount architectural marvels across the nation, including the towering 840-meter spires, bore the indelible mark of his singular design. Thus, for such a prodigious talent to now conceive a mere sanctuary was, naturally, a trifling task. With Shen Yiqian's departure, Shen Qi once more filled the central expanse of the display. Noticing Dr. Shen's omission of any cost, Sumo proactively inquired, "What resources would such an intricate design command?" Observing Shen Qi's hesitation, her reluctance to speak, Sumo cut directly to the chase. Regarding the price, he was confident Shen-Kei would not demand an exorbitant sum. From her initial restraint, not prying with intrusive questions, Sumo understood the Huaxia refuge's sincerity. However, in the very next moment, Shen-Kei's words utterly shattered Sumo's inner calm. Shen-Kin declared the blueprint required no materials, considering it their first transaction, and the Huaxia refuge's sincerity. Their sole hope was that Suamo, within his means, would assist those Huaxia people in distress. She emphasized that even in this ravaged, desolate world, humanity must support one another and persevere. Naturally, against aggressors like those tonight, Sumo possessed an absolute right to self-defense, which they fully endorsed. Witnessing Shen-Kin's resolute gaze and concise, military-like demeanor, Sumo nodded, tacitly agreeing to her terms. The very next second, Shen-Ki, who had been so serious, could no longer maintain her facade, and a radiant smile instantly blossomed across her pretty face. After the refuge's transaction concluded, Shen-Ki inquired if she could engage in a personal transaction with him. Such a mischievous smile graced her charming face, making it almost impossible to refuse her request. Sumo responded with a subtle smile, his expression serene and transcendent. He gestured for her to speak without hesitation. Shen-Ki expressed her desire to trade a liter of vitality water, offering electrical wires and a mechanical controller for programming. Furthermore, she could offer an additional piece of crucial intelligence. Hearing Shen-Ki's words, Sumo turned his head, realizing his video call had inadvertently revealed the generator behind him. He chuckled, shook his head, and finally understood. No wonder Shen-Ki had proposed the trade, for she had keenly grasped his developmental needs. Seeing Sumo's expression, Shen-Ki immediately continued, anxious, fearing he would utter a refusal in the next second. She reassured him, promising to speak with her uncle who would conveniently plan the diagrams, circuits, and related elements while drawing the blueprint. 1 liter of vitality water might be considered infinitely precious by others, yet they were unaware that Sumo's refuge could produce 7 times that volume. This asymmetry of information granted him an overwhelming advantage in the transaction. Sumo smiled, agreeing to the trade, deeming it no issue, then shifted his attention to the intelligence, inquiring about her knowledge of the ruins. Reflecting, Sumo found himself genuinely curious about the Zhenliang Feng. His ruin was fundamentally different from all others known, containing an abundance of treasures. If he could clear a single room, his harvest would be unimaginable. Seeing Sumo agree, Shen-Ki tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, pondered, then calmly recounted the intelligence. She revealed their refuge had also organized personnel to explore the ruins, and had indeed gathered significant information. However, this information was not particularly valuable, as everyone would eventually discover it anyway. Based on the intelligence currently gathered, the ruins were divided into 3 distinct types. The first type was the Mist Ruins, frequently mentioned in the chat channels. In these ruins, the locations players reached were extremely bizarre, but according to their compiled intelligence, they mostly led into Earth's prehistoric civilizations. As specific exploration remained insufficient, Shen-Ki could not definitively confirm which ultra-ancient civilization it truly was. The second type of ruin resembled treasure troves from novels, for Earthlings might not be the first beings banished here for survival. Other races had previously arrived in this world, and some had failed to overcome the catastrophic trials. The refuges they left behind after their failure would become fixed, permanent ruins. The third type of ruin made Shen-Kei's refuge suspect that another civilization was merging with humanity's current desolate world. What civilization was it? And what was its ultimate purpose? Currently, there was no precise conclusion. Insufficient evidence and collected information meant they could only await the recovery of technology to gradually uncover the truth. Shen-Ki spoke in great detail, clearly explaining the 3 discovered ruin types. Sumo silently used his message to the dead method to record all the information, then nodded, signaling the completion of the transaction. Shen-Ki revealed a joyful expression, stating she would retrieve the wires and controller for him shortly. After the 2 bid farewell, the video call was disconnected. A short while later, Shen-Ki's trade request was sent. After confirming no errors, Sumo uploaded 1,100 milliliters of vitality water, accompanied by a message thanking her for her intelligence and keen observation. In the message, he clarified the extra 100 milliliters was a personal gift to Shen-Ki, reminding her that she must survive for everyone's sake. A flash of light erupted, and the transaction was officially complete. Within the vast Huaxia refuge, in an inconspicuous small room, Shen-Ki let out a joyous cheer, then busily threw all the electrical wires into the transaction slot. She joyfully thought that this time, she would show everyone, if anyone would still dare to claim women were only capable of office work. Bearing a naive smile, Shen-Ki confirmed the transaction and received the vitality water. But upon clearly seeing the quantity and Sumo's message, an inexplicable pang of sorrow suddenly welled up within her heart. Tears of profound emotion suddenly streamed forth, wetting her already sallow, dehydrated face. Realizing she was weeping, the young woman did not immediately wipe away her tears. Instead, her parched lips, cracked with streaks of blood, greedily licked up those precious drops. Then, her face radiant, she stemmed the flow of tears. Seizing an umbrella, she burst out of the room, loudly announcing to everyone that those suffering from colds tonight need no longer fear, for the shelter had acquired the elixir of potency. Before sleep, each person would receive a portion of the elixir of potency. This news instantly sent ripples of excitement through the camp, for even common ailments, which traditional medicine might fail to cure, would be swiftly dispelled by the legendary elixir of potency. Within the encampment, those toiling tirelessly through the night simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes brimming with gratitude and a profound sense of good fortune. They did not cheer, nor did they exult, for since their very first day within the refuge, the rule they had received was to conserve their physical strength, never to shout, nor to shed tears. They lacked sufficient food and water, yet they were resolute in their determination to survive and return to Earth. Elsewhere, gazing at the mass of wires meant for the underground circuit installation, Sumo realized he had become somewhat isolated, alone with no one to converse with only a foolish dog by his side. He couldn't help but lament that humans truly are social creatures. Sumant, who merely wished to live a carefree, idle life, collapsed onto his small bed. The foolish dog, Aoliao, then bounded over, leaping onto the bed, only to spring back down. Its black and white mottled face clearly displayed a provocative taunt. Seeing this, Sumo immediately sprang from the bed, cursing internally that this dog refused to admit it was foolish. Man and dog began a lively chase within the confines of the shelter. Sumo's hearty laughter echoed ceaselessly. After a while of chasing, seeing Aoliao still deftly darting ahead, Sumo panted heavily and helplessly sank into a chair. Aoliao still stood at a distance, playfully taunting him. Seeing Sumo had given up the chase, it let out a series of heavy pants, as if laughing. Gazing at Aoliao, a rare tenderness dawned in Sumo's eyes. He resolutely vowed to himself that for Aoliao, for his own existence, and for his parents and younger sister, he would absolutely survive. After a brief respite, Sumo unrolled the acquired map onto a table, meticulously identifying the ruins' precise location. According to Shenqi's words, he deduced that the marked spot on this map was precisely where Huang Biao's group discovered the ruins. Huang Biao's group had started approximately 20 kilometers from the ruins. However, if the three-pronged comb symbol on the map represented his own base, then the ruins would lie to the west, merely 3.5 kilometers from the shelter. The symbols on the map employed the most primitive pictographic method. Fortunately, the other group had found paper to make notes and recorded them quite clearly. Otherwise, an ordinary person would truly struggle to decipher this abstract map. Gazing at the X marks, Sumo surmised they represented attacked bases. His heart couldn't help but writhe with fury at the sheer malevolence of that group. Counting them over, he was horrified to realize that these 5 individuals had pillaged every location they visited. The red X marks on the map formed a single, alarming line, numbering a staggering 16. Sumo mused that perhaps they were unaware that after a person perished, destroying a safe house would yield its core. Yet even if they knew, it would be futile, for only a properly constructed safe house could absorb these cores. He secretly resolved that once he was fully equipped, he might venture west to ascertain if those cores still remained. A full day and night of the acid rain catastrophe granted Sumo ample time for profound contemplation. As an ordinary man, lacking specialized knowledge or advantages, in this world, everything depended solely on his utmost effort. He not only had to diligently gather intelligence, but also proactively sally forth to fortify himself. Gazing at the depicted treasure on the map, Sumo's lips curled into a smirk as he rose, looking westward, and mused. In 2 days, I shall personally uncover what marvels or dangers truly reside there. Today marked the 6th day since his arrival in the desolate lands, the apocalyptic calendar's 6th month. With only Sumo and Aoliao inhabiting the current shelter, and the catastrophe yet to cease, he felt a brief indulgence in sleeping in was not unwarranted. After all, he no longer needed to rush for the 7 a.m. bus. Aoliao lay sleeping, saliva drooling from its muzzle, making Sumo wonder what delectable meal it was dreaming of. Truly a foolish dog. The shelter's supplies had grown abundant, and electricity was nearing connection. Thus, Sumo believed he could persevere until the very end. He spurred himself on. Hold firm. Then, opening his private messages, he used the recording method to log the lonely old man's diary for day 6. Afterward, Sumo deactivated the game's control panel. Despite having eliminated 5 individuals the previous night, his slumber still stretched until nearly 8 a.m. Lying upon the soft, warm, small bed, listening to the subdued patter of rain outside, Sumo silently awaited the catastrophe's conclusion. Outside the refuge, this horrifying 36-hour acid rainstorm was finally drawing to a close. As the clock struck 8 a.m., The system's settlement notification resounded precisely on schedule. The system panel displayed the apocalyptic calendar's 6th day of the 6th month, announcing an unknown catastrophe had descended. Yet, safe within his shelter, he felt profoundly reassured. He received an additional 5 survival points. He had upgraded a simple disaster-resistant equipment set, gaining an extra 2 survival points. During an outdoor patrol, he had detected a group of villains harboring malicious intent. Thanks to his acute observational skills, he received an additional 5 survival points. He had forged a second entrance for the shelter, earning him 20 additional survival points. He had slain 5 bandits, safeguarding his own life and the ownership of his shelter, thereby receiving 35 more survival points. For the first time, he revealed his presence to over 1 billion people, simultaneously carving the name Sumo deeply into their memories, and thus was granted an astounding 200 survival points. He had amassed a vast quantity of resources, enriching his shelter to an unprecedented degree, and earned an additional 10 survival points. He clung to his humanity, for he knew he was no berserk beast. He had loved ones to worry for, people he swore to protect, and he yearned to survive and return to Earth. Thus, he received an additional 25 survival points. After scanning the host's survival environment, the system began its evaluation, revealing he had gained 53 survival points from the surroundings today. The final tally showed his survival points had soared by 365. Bringing his remaining total to a staggering 433. Witnessing this monumental tally, Sumo shot upright, his heart pounding uncontrollably, for he had painstakingly accumulated barely 100 points each day. Now, suddenly possessing a colossal sum of over 400 points, he felt as if he were caught in a surreal dream. Gazing at the largest single earning, Sumo wore a wry, disbelieving smile, realizing that merely live-streaming to 10 billion people and etching his name into their minds had netted him 200 points. This revelation made him feel as if the system itself was encouraging him to flaunt his presence and power. But was this a good thing? Unquestionably, it was beyond excellent. Compared to perilous life-and-death encounters with others, a single livestream had yielded such exorbitant returns. It was truly an unbelievable windfall. With survival points now abundant, Sumo resolved that today, he would finally upgrade the generator. He rose and dressed, poured today's ration of uneng water into the barrel, then scooped a full wooden cup to begin rinsing his mouth. After spitting the mouthwash near the edge of the vegetable cultivation basin, he drew another 1.5 liters of uneng water to nourish his garden, thus completing his daily nurturing tasks. With a profound sense of reverence, Sumo strode towards the corner where the generator lay. He gazed at the damaged fuel tank below, then focused his intent, summoning the inspection interface. The system panel revealed information about the damaged diesel generator. Its efficiency could reach 300 kilowatts, capable of generating 300 kilowatt-hours per hour at full load. Its fuel consumption was a staggering 230 grams per kilowatt-hour. At full load, it would consume 82 liters every hour. The upgrade options included repair for 130 points, expand capacity for 50 points. Increased conversion efficiency required 300 points, while changing its material cost 420 points. Furthermore, an option to convert its power supply method to biomass existed, but it demanded a staggering 4,450 survival points. Sumo chose to repair. Instantly, a stream of emerald light emanated from his body, imbued with profound intent towards the generator. Caressing the machine's cover, Sumo's eyes were filled with deep affection, a thought stirring in his heart. What man could resist the allure of such powerful, untamed machinery? Gradually, the fuel tank, which had borne a gaping hole, began to subtly transform under the ethereal caress of the green light. Tiny, scintillating silver specks manifested from thin air. Then, bound by the emerald radiance, they adhered firmly to the damaged area. The fist-sized puncture in the tank was rapidly and completely sealed. Within mere moments, the emerald light completely vanished. The generator's fuel tank was now fully repaired, restored to a pristine, brand new state. The system panel also displayed updated information, confirming the diesel generator had returned to its normal, pristine condition. Its efficiency remained at 300 kilowatts, capable of generating 300 kilowatt-hours per hour at full load. Fuel consumption remained 230 grams per kilowatt-hour, and at full load, it would still consume 82 liters every hour. Sumo meticulously observed the generator, memorizing every minute detail and its straightforward startup procedure. The generator's fuel consumption at full load was truly astronomical, for it could utterly deplete his current diesel reserves in less than 3 hours. Initially, Sumo worried he wouldn't be able to control the power output after starting the machine. But upon learning its operation, he discovered this diesel generator not only had a clutch, but, more astonishingly, even an accelerator pedal. A sophisticated, complete control system had been programmed into the generator itself. Simply by manually setting the power, he could control the output intensity with incredible ease and precision. After familiarizing himself with its operations, Sumo opened the fuel tank and began pouring in the diesel. As the rumbling of the engine roared to life, The control panel above illuminated brilliantly. This signaled that the generator was now capable of producing stable power. Seeing this, Sumo hastily shut down the engine. A surge of exhilaration within him, for from now on, any weapon or equipment requiring electricity could be boldly upgraded. Not only electric spears or automatic crossbows, but after obtaining the blueprints and finalizing the shelter's internal layout, a mere battery bank would allow him to distribute power lines to every single room. By then, once he found light bulbs, torches could officially declare their retirement. Settling back into his chair, Sumo's heart still pulsed with an uncontrollable, lingering excitement. For modern humans, electricity had long been an indispensable part of life. Even without existing electrical equipment, merely possessing a generator made his future goals undeniably clear. He needed to seek out electrical equipment and construct a super shelter, primarily powered by electrical energy. In his invigorated state, Sumo suppressed his excitement, took out some biscuits, crushed a portion of Ao Liao's treats, and soaked them in water. As the aroma of the biscuits mingled with the unique essence of Uneng water, Ao Liao, who had been barking loudly at the door, was instantly captivated. It lay prostrate on the ground, devouring its meal with frenzied hunger. Witnessing Ao Liao feast heartily, Sumo's own appetite also grew, prompting him to take a nutritious biscuit and pour a cup of fortifying elixir to complete his breakfast. Seizing the moment while the rain outside still poured, Sumo decided to commence his daily training, simultaneously instructing and coordinating Ao Liao in joint drills. Gradually, as time drew closer to noon, the ominous dark clouds in the sky began to rapidly dissipate. A golden ray of sunlight pierced through, appearing between heaven and earth, illuminating every shadowed corner. Precisely at noon, the system panel suddenly flared to life, as if frenzied, commencing a full map announcement broadcast. The initial record revealed that the first great calamity had finally concluded. The total death toll, counted until the calamity's end, stood at a staggering 145,547,893 souls. The subsequent record announced that the novice calamity had concluded. The panel's automatic notifications would officially cease. Henceforth, players must promptly observe the functional prompts directly on the control panel. The system continued to announce the complete conclusion of the novice phase. The first version update had been automatically initiated, and the process was now complete. The accumulated calamity points from the first disaster had been fully recorded and distributed based on the resistance attributes of shelters and individual calamity resistance performance. The trading system was updated as of this moment. Henceforth, for every transaction, players would be required to submit a certain amount of calamity resistance points as a processing fee, determined by the item's weight and attributes. The mysterious Secret Realm trading function was also now open. One day before each impending calamity, the Secret Realm would automatically open its gates. Members of the same regional channel could enter the Secret Realm, bringing resources for exchange, and within this Secret Realm, the use of force was strictly forbidden, ensuring absolute safety during transactions. The inventory grid function mode received an update. For the initial payment of 100 calamity resistance points, one could acquire 1 cubic meter of precious storage space. For subsequent acquisitions, however, the required accumulated points would tragically double. The private messaging function also received a crucial update. For the initial addition of a friend, both parties would need to expend 1 accumulated point. After a successful addition, both parties could then converse freely. The crafting system was updated, simultaneously removing essential items such as torches, wooden doors, wooden chests, and even primitive grass raincoats. From this moment forward, when crafting any item, the calamity points required would fluctuate drastically, based on the item's crafting difficulty. The system also detected a casualty rate exceeding all predictions, thus automatically adjusting the calamity warning period to a mere 15 days. Due to the unprecedented casualty rate surpassing all forecasts, the system also began dropping additional survivors at coordinate 517. The latest drop-off time was mandated to be before the conclusion of the second calamity. Finally, the system announced that the major regional channels would be forcibly re-emerged. After each devastating calamity, any channel with fewer than 1,000 members would automatically merge with another. All these critical prompts echoed continuously 3 times across the world. Thereafter, the true main game panel officially opened, revealing its stark reality. In a flash, all surviving individuals simultaneously flooded the chat channels, immediately overloading and bursting both the world and regional channels into chaos. Some survivors could barely believe their eyes, enraged that the game not only restricted all items, but it also brazenly tampered with the crafting function itself. That individual raged, because now, even sharpening a simple wooden spear required paying 1 calamity point, while they themselves had only been allocated a paltry total of 13 points. Others, in utter despair, believed that humanity's doomsday had truly arrived. This damned game, they cried, surely harbored no good intentions. and was clearly seeking every possible means to force humanity's utter demise. Others shouted defiant slogans to overthrow the game's tyrannical rule, claiming this world should belong to its people, even echoing the revolutionary cry of "Ura!" Someone else angrily declared that now, even the most basic trading required precious accumulated points. A mere 4 kilograms item incurred a processing fee of 3 points. This was nothing short of the system directly engaging in outright robbery. Yet another offered a substantial reward, stating that their aging mother had been dropped at a perilous location and desperately sought nearby brethren to help care for her. Because that person's mother tragically lacked any accumulated points, the two could not even use private messages to establish contact. Others despaired, for without any storage space, the precious meat in their hands would rot completely within mere days. Some others began searching for kind-hearted individuals to brave the coming trials together, simultaneously publicizing their approximate location and calling for anyone nearby with similar intentions to message them privately. Seated within the shelter, which was now overflowing with items, spilling from the inventory and blocking the very passageways, Sumo, his face grim, meticulously read every line of the shelter upgrade notifications. This profound transformation, without a doubt, had pushed this once game-like survival world one colossal step closer to harsh reality. The crafting system had been severely cut back. Trivial items such as a single log and 2 plant fibers that could burn for 12 hours as a torch had completely vanished. All other similar crafting options, where simply providing materials could yield flawed items, have now completely vanished. Now, only a few essential tools and weapons remain, and every single one demands accumulation points for crafting. As Sumo surveyed these drastic changes, a grim realization settled within him. Trading demanded points, storage demanded points, crafting demanded points. Even private messaging now required points. Across the entire update announcement, it felt as if every third sentence relentlessly hammered home the necessity of catastrophe points. Everyone had once believed that the days when a single coin could cripple a hero were long gone, never to return. Yet, to their utter dismay, it had now returned in the most ludicrous and inescapable form. Activating the prominent system interface in the bottom right corner, Sumo saw his own accumulation points stood at 632. He felt a surge of secret fortune, for his swift action in upgrading his shelter had secured him a high rank, with the first place reward alone netting him a staggering 400 points. An absolute windfall. Only after scrutinizing the exorbitant costs of all items did Sumo's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, slowly descend. For from the very first, critical step, he had surged ahead of all others. Furthermore, as the sole beneficiary of all catastrophe points, he appeared unimaginably wealthy in the eyes of everyone else. Before even more monumental shifts arrived, the crafting and trading systems remained fully accessible to Sumo. But for the rest, as the novice phase drew to a close, many who had stubbornly entrenched themselves within their shelters were now brutally forced to confront a harsh, unforgiving reality. The time had come for them to emerge from the false safety of their shelters and brave the desolate wilderness in search of survival. Amidst all these sweeping transformations, the most critical blow to Sumo was the drastic and merciless reduction of his spatial storage. Before, spatial storage knew no concept of cubic meters. Regardless of an item's gargantuan size, it would occupy merely a single slot in his inventory. Consider the stone and iron resources he currently held. All could be effortlessly consolidated into a single inventory slot, offering unparalleled convenience. Yet now, in the wake of these changes, item storage could no longer be executed with such casual abandon. He could no longer simply hurl dozens of resource units into a single space. Sumo tapped the spatial icon within his inventory, and with a swift mental command, instantly paid 100 catastrophe points to expand his spatial storage. It was akin to purchasing an inventory expansion scroll in some forgotten dungeon game. In utter silence, Sumo's vision pierced through the veil of space, revealing a new void, a perfect cube, 1 meter in length, width, and height. System records materialized, announcing a deduction of 100 catastrophe points and confirming the current volume of his spatial storage, 1 cubic meter. Once the spatial storage was activated, its fundamental operation remained entirely unchanged. With a mere flicker of thought, focused on an item for a single second, he could effortlessly absorb any unowned object into its depths. Any absorbed item could instantly reappear in Sumo's hand or materialize at a designated spot within 50 centimeters in less than a second. Switching to the trading channel for a swift test, Sumo immediately abandoned any thought of continuing his water-selling enterprise. The current trading system now levied fees based on weight. The base cost for the first 3 kilograms was 2 points, with each subsequent kilogram demanding an additional point. This brutal change shattered any illusion that one could rely on the trading system for large-scale resource accumulation. That dream had now burst like a fragile soap bubble. The ultimate objective of the game panel, it seemed, was to forcefully steer players toward regional channels for direct bartering. Resource trading was still possible, but it now demanded one physically transport items into a trading secret realm. Sumo grimly acknowledged. This was, without a doubt, no mere survival game. He also found a sliver of fortune in the fact that his sister was merely 16 and his parents 54, meaning he temporarily had no need to fear them being thrown into this current catastrophe. Otherwise, given the current pace of exploration, he would undoubtedly be forced to risk his very life. After observing the frantic conversations on both the world and regional channels for a time, a chilling sense of desperate urgency once again surged through Sumo's heart. His gaze drifted to the upper right corner of the game panel. There, where the calamity countdown was displayed, he saw the stark number 15, accompanied by a chilling snowflake icon. As Sumo's attention focused on the displayed number of days, a system notification instantly materialized. The message declared a relentless countdown. 15 days until the next catastrophe event erupted. The next catastrophe. A brutal blizzard, plunging temperatures to -20 degrees and lasting an agonizing 72 hours. Sumo, seething with fury, couldn't help but curse under his breath. This game has truly gone mad. The stark black text on the white panel would undeniably not shift an inch for his burgeoning fury. He suppressed the rage within his chest, his face flushing crimson as he realized that barely having survived the acid rain, the system had now, without warning, unleashed a blizzard. Under such utterly brutal conditions, ordinary individuals would have no earthly idea how to survive. If the initial acid rain catastrophe had been designed to utterly overwhelm underground shelters, then this impending blizzard was an ultimate, devastating trial for those on the surface. Once temperatures plummeted, ushering in a brutal, freezing winter, the act of venturing out to explore, to scavenge for food, and most crucially the overwhelming demand for heat, would become an insurmountable, crushing burden upon all surface shelters. The thought of it lasting a relentless 72 hours caused Sumo to grit his teeth, a grinding sound echoing in the silence. While his underground shelter now sprawled across 140 square meters, the ambient temperature within it would undoubtedly be far lower than that of other, smaller subterranean shelters. If, within the next half-month, he failed to procure suitable heating equipment, he feared the situation would become utterly perilous. With these dire thoughts weighing heavily on him, Sumo irritably shut down the game panel, his mind already churning, desperately trying to forge countermeasures for the catastrophe that loomed just 15 days away. The survival game's calamities were too swift, too relentless. Had they occurred monthly, Sumo was confident he could return to the age of electricity within a year, relying on his survival points alone. However, the second calamity had now arrived in just 15 days, completely shattering his carefully laid development plans. Sumo resolved to venture out and scavenge tomorrow. No. He could not even wait for dawn. He had to depart today. He absolutely had to swiftly acquire heating equipment. With catastrophe looming, Sumo no longer had the luxury of waiting for the rain to fully subside before setting out. He proceeded to spend another 200 accumulated points, upgrading his storage space to 2 cubic meters, then began moving the scattered items on the ground. First, he moved all the stone and iron into the deepest corner of the shelter. Then, using 8 units of wood, he crafted planks, assembling them into a crude, unsightly storage cabinet, and placed all his food resources inside. At this point, only a few miscellaneous items remained on the ground. Picking up the glowing turtle shell from the ground, Sumo rubbed his forehead, a sudden realization striking him. Was this not the complete shelter core? With so many tasks each day, he hadn't even had a chance to integrate this core last night, his attention drawn away by the generator. Now it seemed this oversight had coincidentally turned out to be for the best. The shelter was already sufficiently large. His basic supplies couldn't even fill it. Should he continue to expand, the temperature within the shelter would undoubtedly plummet even further. By then, it would be a truly bitter pill to swallow, an unspeakable torment he would have to endure in silence. Sumo carefully placed the turtle shell into his storage space. After clearing all miscellaneous items into the corner, he began preparing the essentials for his expedition to explore the ruins today. With calamity descending upon them, his exploration of the outside world could not be delayed. The wasteland world was vast, concealing not only unknown underground ruins, but also uncharted mountains and rivers nearby. Sumo, at this moment, was still utterly in the dark about its true nature. He prepared to carry a bottle of mineral water, an energy drink, all 50 crossbow bolts, a wooden spear, and a spiked club, which he also decided to bring along. Additionally, he brought some raw materials, ready to be utilized for any sudden emergencies. Sumo meticulously arranged each item, for venturing into the unknown was no jest. Proper equipment was the ultimate homage to the apocalypse itself. Once everything was meticulously packed, Sumo opened the shelter's door. It was precisely midday. A blazing sun ascended to its zenith like a descending deity, radiating a glorious, divine radiance across the heavens. However, the time had been too brief. The rainwater on the ground had not yet fully evaporated, leaving puddles everywhere. Sumo wondered if mutated beasts could survive in this environment. His expression instantly changed as a terrifying memory resurfaced, the black dog he had encountered in the Zhenliangfang ruins. If the mutated creatures in the wasteland truly adapted to such conditions, it would, for humanity, be no less a threat than the impending, extreme cold calamity. Either the mutated beasts, like humans, would perish upon contact with the rainwater, or they possessed an even more terrifying adaptability. Naturally, Sumo fervently hoped for the former. After surveying the surrounding environment and confirming nothing unusual, Sumatsu retreated back into the shelter. He took out plant fibers and began weaving a raincoat for Oliao. The standing water on the ground was extensive, and its mere touch possessed destructive, corrosive power. To venture out and explore, he absolutely had to rely on Oliazio's scouting and warning abilities. It took little time. After placing the materials into his crafting interface and spending 10 survival points using an old blueprint, a brand new dog-sized raincoat was swiftly produced. Oliao had been confined within the shelter for 2 days, unable to venture outside. Upon seeing its new attire, it leaped with boundless joy, overflowing with excitement. After donning the raincoat, it dashed out of the shelter, immediately beginning to frantically sniff its surroundings. Seeing this, Sumo firmly closed the shelter door, reconfirmed he had all his gear, then turned towards the second passageway. He climbed upward along the passageway. The current shelter door design was still incredibly foolish. It could only be opened and closed from the inside, never from the outside. Fortunately, there was a second passageway. Otherwise, venturing far and having his home plundered would lead to utter ruin. Climbing out from the second passageway of the shelter, Sumo pushed open the stone slab covered with a layer of earth, then proceeded behind the small mound. Under the scorching sunlight, the pond of acidic rainwater shimmered with eerie waves. He glanced a few times, confirming the burial spot from last night was undisturbed, then closed the small opening, covered it completely with earth, and turned towards the main path. The linear distance between the underground ruins and the shelter was 3.5 kilometers. Without accounting for detours, he could reach it in half an hour. Sumam resolved to seize the daylight hours for a swift exploration, vowing to return before the sun dipped below the horizon. He strode forward with determined steps. Despite the puddles on the ground, the surrounding terrain was familiar, making his movement relatively unhindered. Oli Amao, at his side, maintained a precise 200-meter distance from Sumo, diligently patrolling and scouting for any mutated creatures.